The 7 Voyages of Sinbad the Sailor. In the times of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived in Baghdad a poor porter named Hindbad, who on a very hot day was sent to carry a heavy load from one end of the city to the other. Before he had accomplished half the distance, he was so tired that, finding himself in a quiet street where the pavement was sprinkled with rose water and a cool breeze was blowing, he set his burden upon the ground and sat down to rest in the shade of a grand house. Very soon he decided that he could not have chosen a pleasanter place. A delicious perfume of aloes, wood and pastils came from the open window and mingled with the scent of the rose water which steamed up from the hot pavement. Within the palace he heard some music, as of many instruments cunningly played, and the melodious warble of nightingales and other birds, and by this and the appetizing smell of many dainty dishes, of which he presently became aware, he judged that feasting and merrymaking were going on. He wondered who lived in this magnificent house, which he had never seen before, the street in which it stood being one of which he seldom had occasion to pass. To satisfy his curiosity, he went up to some splendidly dressed servants who stood at the door and asked one of them the name of the master of the mansion. "What," replied he, "do you live in Baghdad and do not know that here lives the noble Sinbad the Sailor, the famous traveller who sailed over every sea upon which the sun shines?" The porter, who had often heard speak of the immense wealth of Sinbad, could not help feeling envious of one whose lot seemed to be as happy as his own was miserable. Casting his eyes up to the sky, he exclaimed aloud, "Consider, mighty Creator of all things, the differences between Sinbad's life and mine. Every day I suffer 1,000 hardships and misfortunes, and have hard work to get even enough bad barley bread to keep myself and my family alive, while the lucky Sinbad spends money right and left and lives upon the fat of the land. What has he done that you should give him this pleasant life? What have I done to deserve so hard a fate?" So saying, he stamped upon the ground like one beside himself with misery and despair. Just at this moment a servant came out of the palace, and taking him by the arm said, "Come with me, the noble Sinbad, my master, wishes to speak to you." Hindbad was not a little surprised at this summons, and feared that his unguarded words might have drawn upon him the displeasure of Sinbad, so he tried to excuse himself upon the pretext that he could not leave the burden which had been entrusted to him on the street. However, the lackey promised him that it should be taken care of, and urged him to obey the call so pressingly that at last the porter was obliged to yield. He followed the servant into a vast room where a great company was seated round a table covered with all sorts of delicacies. In the place of honour sat a tall, grave man whose long white beard gave him a venerable air. Beside his chair stood a crowd of attendants, eager to minister to his wants. This was the famous Sinbad himself. The porter, more than ever alarmed at the sight of so much magnificence, tremblingly saluted the noble company. Sinbad, making a sign to him to approach, caused him to be seated at his right hand, and himself heaped choice morsels upon his plate, and poured out for him a draught of excellent wine. Presently, when the banquet drew to a close, Sinbad spoke to him familiarly, asking his name and occupation. "Lord," replied the porter, "I am Hindbad." "I am glad to see you here," continued Sinbad, "and I will answer for the rest of the company that they are equally pleased. But I wish you to tell me, what is that you said just now on the street?" The Sinbad, passing by the open window before the feast began, had heard his complaint, and therefore had sent for him. At this question, Hindbad was covered with confusion, and hanging down his head replied, "My lord, I confess that, overcome by weariness and ill humour, I uttered indiscreet words, which I pray you to pardon me." "Oh," replied Sinbad, "do not imagine that I am so unjust as to blame you. On the contrary, I understand your situation and can pity you. Only you appear to be mistaken about me, and I wish to set you right. You doubtless imagine that I have acquired all the wealth and luxury that you see me enjoy without difficulty or danger, but this is far indeed from being the case. I have only reached this happy state after having years suffered every possible kind of toil and danger. Yes, my noble friends," he continued, addressing the company, "I assure you that my adventures have been strange enough to deter even the most avaricious men from seeking wealth by traversing the seas. Since you have perhaps heard but confused accounts of my 7 voyages, and the dangers and wonders that I have met by sea and land, I will now give you a full and true account of them, which I think you will be well pleased to hear." As Sinbad was relating his adventures, chiefly on account of the porter, he ordered, before beginning his tale, that the burden which had been left in the street should be carried by some of his own servants to the place which Hindbad had set out at first, where he remained to listen to the story. First voyage. I had inherited wealth from my parents, and being young and foolish, I had first squandered it recklessly upon every kind of pleasure. But presently, finding that riches speedily take to themselves wings if managed as badly as I was managing mine, and remembering also that to be old and poor is misery indeed, I began to bethink me of how I could make the best of what still remained to me. I sold all my household goods by public auction and joined a company of merchants who traded by sea, embarking with them at Balsora in a ship which we had fitted out between us. We set sail and took our course towards the East Indies by the Persian Gulf, having the coast of Persia upon our left hand, and upon our right the shores of Arabia Felix. I was at first much troubled by the uneasy motion of the vessel, but speedily recovered my health, and since that hour have been no more plagued by seasickness. From time to time we landed at various islands, where we sold or exchanged our merchandise, and one day, when the wind dropped suddenly, we found ourselves becalmed close to a small island, like a green meadow, which only rose slightly above the surface of the water. Our sails were furled, and the captain gave permission to all who wished to land for a while and amuse themselves. I was among the number, but when, after strolling about for some time, we lighted a fire and sat down to enjoy the repast we have brought with us, we were all startled by a sudden, violent trembling of the island, while at the same moment those left upon the ship set up an outcry bidding us to come on board for our lives, since what we had taken for an island was nothing but the back of a sleeping whale. Those who were nearest to the boat threw themselves into it, and others sprang into the sea. But before I could save myself, the whale plunged suddenly into the depths of the ocean, leaving me clinging to a piece of wood which we had brought to make our fire. Meanwhile, a breeze had sprung up, and in the confusion that ensued on board our vessel, in hoisting the sails and taking up those who were in the boat and clinging to its sides, no one missed me, and I was left at the mercy of the waves. All that day I floated up and down, now beating this way, now that, and when night fell, I despaired for my life. But weary and spent as I was, I clung to my frail support, and great was my joy when the morning light showed me that I had drifted against an island. The cliffs were high and steep, but luckily for me some tree roots protruded in places, and by their aid I climbed up at last and stretched myself upon the turf at the top, where I lay more dead than alive till the sun was high in the heavens. By that time I was very hungry, but after some searching I came upon some eatable herbs and a spring of clear water, and much refreshed I set out to explore the island. Presently I reached a great plain where a grazing horse was tethered, and as I stood looking at it, I heard voices talking apparently underground, and in a moment a man appeared who asked me how I came upon the island. I told him my adventures, and heard in return that he was one of the grooms of Mirage, the king of the island, and that each year they come to feed their master's horses in this plain. He took me to a cave where his companions were assembled, and when I had eaten of the food they set before me, they bade me think myself fortunate to have come upon them when I did, since they were going back to their master on the morrow, and without our aid I could certainly never have found my way to the inhabited part of the island. Early the next morning we accordingly set out, and when we reached the capital I was graciously received by the king, to whom I related my adventures, upon which he ordered that I should be well cared for and provided with such things as I needed. Being a merchant, I sought out men of my own profession, and particularly those who came from foreign countries, as I hoped in this way to hear news from Baghdad and find out some means of returning thither, for the capital was situated upon the seashore and visited by vessels from all parts of the world. In the meantime I heard many curious things, and answered many questions concerning my own country, for I talked willingly with all who came to me, Also, to while away the time of waiting, I explored a little island called Cassel, which belonged to King Mirage, and which was supposed to be inhabited by a spirit named Degiel. Indeed, the sailors assured me that often at night the playing of timbrels could be heard upon it. However, I saw nothing strange upon my voyage, saving some fish that were full 200 cubits long, but were fortunately more in dread of us than even we were of them, and fled from us if we did but strike upon a boar to frighten them. Other fishes that were only a cubit long, which had heads like owls. One day after my return, as I went down to the quay, I saw a ship which had just cast anchor and was discharging her cargo, while the merchants to whom it belonged were busily directing the removal of it to their warehouses. Drawing nearer, I pleasantly noticed that my own name was marked upon some of the packages, and having carefully examined them, I felt sure that they were indeed those which I had put on board our ship at Balzora. I then recognised the captain of the vessel, but as I was certain that he believed me to be dead, I went up to him and asked who owned the packages that I was looking at. They were aboard my ship, he replied, a merchant of Baghdad named Sinbad. One day, he and several of my other passengers landed upon what we supposed to be an island, but was really an enormous whale floating asleep upon the waves. No sooner did it feel upon its back the heat of the fire which had been kindled than it plunged into the depths of the sea. Several of the people who were upon it perished into the waters, and among others this unlucky Sinbad. This merchandise is his, but I have resolved to dispose of it for the benefit of his family, if I should ever chance to meet with them. Captain, said I am that Sinbad whom you believe to be dead, and those are my possessions. When the captain heard those words, he cried out in amazement, Lackaday, and what is the world coming to? In these days there is not an honest man to be met with. Do I not with my own eyes see Sinbad drown, and now you have the audacity to tell me that you are he? I should have taken you to be a just man, and yet for the sake of obtaining that which does not belong to you, you are ready to invent this horrible falsehood. Have patience and do me the favour to hear my story, said I. Speak then, replied the captain. I am all attention. So I told him of my escape and my fortunate meeting with the king's grooms, and how kindly I had been received at the palace. Very soon I began to see that I had made some impression upon him, and after the arrival of some of the other merchants, who showed great joy at once more seeing me alive, he declared that he also recognised me. Throwing himself upon my neck, he exclaimed, Heaven be praised that you have escaped from so great a danger. As to your gods, I pray you take them, and dispose of them as you please. I thanked him, and praised his honesty, begging him to accept several bales of merchandise in token of my gratitude, but he would take nothing. Of the choicest of my gods, I prepared a present for the king, who was at first amazed, having known that I had lost my all. However, when I explained to him how my bales had been miraculously restored to me, he graciously accepted my gifts and in return gave me valuable things. I then took leave of him, and exchanging my merchandise for sandal and aloe woods, camphor, nutmegs, cloves, pepper, and ginger, I embarked upon the same vessel and traded so successfully upon our homeward voyage that I arrived in Balsora with about 100,000 sequins. My family received me as with much joy as I felt upon seeing them once more. I bought land and slaves and built a large great house in which I resolved to live happily, and in the enjoyment of all pleasures of life, to forget my past sufferings. Here Sinbad paused and commanded the musicians to play again, while the feasting continued until evening. When the time came for the porter to depart, Sinbad gave him a purse containing 100 sequins, saying, "Take this, Sinbad, and go home, but tomorrow come again, and you shall hear more of my adventures." The porter retired quite overcome by so much generosity, and you may imagine that he was also well received at home, where his wife and children thanked their lucky stars that he had found such a benefactor. The next day Hindbad, dressed in his best, returned to the voyager's house and was received with open arms. As soon as all the guests had arrived, the banquet began as before, and when they had feasted long and merrily, Sinbad addressed them thus: "My friends, I beg that you will give me your attention while I relate the adventures of my second voyage, which you will find even more astonishing than the first." The second voyage. I had resolved, as you know, on my return from the first voyage, to spend the rest of my days quietly in Baghdad. But very slowly I grew tired of such an idle life, and longed once more to find myself upon the sea. I procured, therefore, such goods as were suitable for the places I intended to visit, and embarked for the second time in a good ship, with other merchants whom I knew to be honourable men. We went from island to island, often making excellent bargains, until one day we landed at a spot which, though covered with fruit and trees, and abounding in springs of excellent water, appeared to possess neither houses nor people. While my companions wandered here and there, gathering flowers and fruit, I sat down in a shady place, and having heartily enjoyed the provisions and the wine I had brought with me, I fell asleep, lulled by the murmur of a clear brook which flowed close by. How long I slept I know not, but when I opened my eyes and started to my feet, I perceived with horror that I was alone and the ship was gone. I rushed to and fro like one distracted, uttering cries of despair, and when from the shore I saw the vessel under full sail just disappearing upon the horizon, I wished bitterly enough that I had been content to stay at home in safety. But since wishes could do me no good, I presently took courage and looked about me for a means of escape. When I climbed a tall tree, I first of all directed my anxious glances towards the sea, but finding nothing hopeful there, I turned landward, and my curiosity was excited by a huge, dazzling white object, so far off that I could not make out what it might be. Descending from the tree, I hastily collected what remained of my provisions and set off as fast as I could towards it. As I drew near it, it seemed to me to be a white ball of immense size and height, and when I could touch it, I found it marvellously smooth and soft, as it was impossible to climb, for it presented no foothold. I walked around it, seeking some opening, but there was none. I counted, however, that it was at least 50 paces round. By this time the sun was near setting, but quite suddenly it fell dark. Something like a huge black cloud came swiftly over me, and I saw with amazement that it was a bird of extraordinary size, which was hovering near. Then I remembered that I had often heard the sailors speak of a wonderful bird called a roc, and it occurred to me that the white object which had so puzzled me must be its egg. Sure enough, the bird settled slowly down upon it, covering it with its wings to keep it warm, and I cowered close beside the egg in such a position that one of the bird's feet, which was as large as the trunk of a tree, was just in front of me. Taking off my turban, I bound myself securely to it with the linen in the hope that the roc, when it took flight next morning, would bear me away with it from the desolate island. And this was precisely what did happen. As soon as the dawn appeared, the bird rose into the air, carrying me up and up till I could no longer see the earth, and then suddenly it descended so swiftly that I almost lost consciousness. But I became aware that the roc had settled and that I was once again upon solid ground. I hastily unbound my turban from its foot and freed myself, and that not a moment too soon, for the bird, pouncing upon a huge snake, killed it with a few blows from its powerful beak, and seizing it up, rose into the air once more, and soon disappeared from my view. When I had looked about me, I began to doubt if I had gained anything by quitting the desolate island. The valley in which I found myself was deep and narrow, and surrounded by mountains which towered into the clouds, and was so steep and rocky that there was no way up of climbing up their sides. As I wandered about, seeking anxiously for some means of escaping this trap, I observed from the ground was strewed with diamonds, some of them an astonishing size. This sight gave me great pleasure, but my delight was speedily damped when I saw the numbers of horrible snakes, so long and so large that the smallest of them could have swallowed an elephant with ease. Fortunately for me, they seemed to hide in caverns of the rocks by day and only came out by night, probably because of their enemy, the roc. All day long I wandered up and down the valley, and when it grew dusk, I crept into a little cave, and having blocked up the entrance to it with a stone, I ate part of my little store of food and lay down to sleep. But all through the night the serpents crawled to and fro, hissing horribly, so that I could scarcely close my eyes for terror. I was thankful when the morning light appeared, and then then I judged by the silence that the serpents had retreated to their dens. I came trembling out of my cave and wandered up and down the valley once more, kicking the diamonds contemptuously out of my path, for I felt that they were indeed vain things to a man in my situation. At last, overcome with weariness, I sat down upon a rock. When I had hardly closed my eyes, when I was startled by something which fell to the ground with a thud close beside me. It was a huge piece of fresh meat, and as I stared at it, several more pieces rolled over the cliffs in different places. I have always thought the stories that the sailors told of the famous Valley of Diamonds and of the cunning way which some merchants had devised for getting at the precious stones were mere travellers' tales invented to give pleasure to the hearers, but now I perceived that they were surely true. These merchants came to the valley at the time when the eagles, which keep their eyries in the rocks, had hatched their young. The merchants then threw great lumps of meat into the valley, these falling with so much force upon the diamonds, were sure to take up some of the precious stones with them when the eagles pounced upon the meat and carried it off to their nests to feed their hungry broods. When the merchants, scaring away the parent birds with shouts and outcries, would secure their treasures, until this moment I had looked upon the valley as my grave, for I had seen no possibility of getting out of it alive. But now I took courage and began to devise a means of escape. I began by picking up all the largest diamonds I could find, storing them carefully in the leathern wallet which had held my provisions. This I tied securely to my belt. I then chose the piece of meat which seemed most suited to my purpose, and with the aid of my turban bound it firmly to my back. This done, I laid down upon my face and awaited the coming of the eagles. I soon heard the flapping of their mighty wings above me, and had the satisfaction of feeling one of them seize upon my piece of meat, and me with it, and rise slowly towards his nest, into which he presently dropped me. Luckily for me, the merchants were on the watch, and setting up their usual outcries, they rushed to the nest, scaring away the eagle. Their amazement was great when they discovered me, and also their disappointment, and with one accord they fell to abusing me for having robbed them of their usual profit. Addressing myself to one who seemed most aggrieved, I said, "I'm sure if you knew all that I have suffered, you would show more kindness towards me, and as for diamonds, I have enough here for the very best for you and me and all your company." So saying, I showed them to him. The others all crowded round me, wondering at my adventures and admiring the device by which I escaped from the valley. And when they had led me to their camp and examined my diamonds, they assured me that in all the years they had carried on their trade, they had seen no stones to be compared with them for size and beauty. I found that each merchant chose a particular nest and took his chance of what he might find in it. So I begged the one who owned the nest to which I had been carried to take as much as he would of my treasure, but he contented himself with one stone, and that by no means the largest, assuring me that with such a gem his fortune was made, and he need toil so more. I stayed with the merchants several days, and then, as they were journeying homewards, I gladly accompanied them. Our way lay across high mountains, infested with frightful serpents, but we had the good luck to escape them and come at last to the seashore. Thence we sailed to the island of Rohat, where the camphor trees grow to such a size that 100 men could shelter under one of them with ease. The sap flows from an incision made high up in the tree into a vessel hung there to receive it, and soon hardens into the substance known as camphor, but the tree itself withers up and dies when it has been so treated. In the same island we saw the rhinoceros, an animal who was smaller than the elephant and larger than the buffalo. It has one horn about a cubit long, which is solid, but has a furrow from the base to the tip. Upon it is traced in white lines the figure of a man. The rhinoceros fights with the elephant, and transfixing him with his horn, carries him off upon his head, but becomes blinded with the blood of the enemy. He falls helpless to the ground, and then comes the roc, and clutches them both in his talons, and takes them to feed his young. This doubtless astonishes you, but if you do not believe my tale, go to Rohat and see for yourself. For fear of wearying you, I pass over in silence many other wonderful things which we saw on this island. Before we left, I exchanged one of my diamonds for much goodly merchandise, by which I profited greatly on our homeward way. At last we reached Balsora, whence I hastened to Baghdad, where my first action was to bestow large sums of money upon the poor, after which I settled down to enjoy tranquilly the riches I had gained with so much toil and pain. Having thus related the adventures of this second voyage, Sinbad again bestowed 100 sequins upon Hindbad, inviting him to come again on the following day and hear how he fared upon his third voyage. The other guests also departed to their homes, but all returned at the same hour next day, including the porter, whose former life of hard work and poverty had already begun to seem like a bad dream. Again, after the feast was over, Sinbad claimed the attention of his guests and began the account of his third voyage. The third voyage. After a very short time, the pleasant, easy life I led made me quite forget the perils of my 2 voyages. Moreover, as I was still in the prime of life, it pleased me better to be up and doing. So once more providing myself with the rarest and choicest merchandise of Baghdad, I conveyed it to Balsora and set sail with other merchants of my acquaintance for distant lands. We had touched at many ports and made much profit, when one day upon the open sea we were caught by a terrible wind, which blew us completely out of our reckoning, and lasting for several days, finally drove us into harbour on a strange island. I would rather have come to anchor anywhere than here, said our captain. This island and all adjoining it are inhabited by hairy savages who are certain to attack us, and whatever these dwarfs may do, we dare not resist, since they swarm like locusts, and if one of them is killed, the rest will fall upon us and speedily make an end of us." These words caused great consternation among all the ship's company, and only too soon were we to find out that the captain spoke truly. There appeared a vast multitude of hideous savages, not more than 2 feet high and covered with reddish fur. Throwing themselves into the waves, they surrounded our vessel, chattering meanwhile in a language we could not understand, and clutching at ropes and gangways, they swarmed up the ship's side with such speed and agility they will almost seem to fly. You may imagine the rage and terror that seized us as we watched them, neither daring to hinder them nor able to speak a word to deter them from their purpose, whatever it might be. Of this we were not left long in doubt. Hoisting the sails and cutting the cable of the anchor, they sailed our vessel to an island which lay a little further off, where they drove us ashore. Then taking possession of her, they made off to the place from which they had come, leaving us helpless upon a shore avoided with horror by all mariners, for a reason which you will soon learn. Turning away from the sea, we wandered miserably inland, finding as we went various herbs and fruits which we ate, feeling that we might as well live as long as possible, though we had no hope of escape. Presently we saw in the far distance what seemed to us to be a splendid palace, towards which we turned our weary steps, but when we reached it, we saw that it was a castle, lofty and strongly built. Pushing back the heavy ebony doors, we entered the courtyard, but upon the threshold of the great hall, beyond it, we paused, frozen with horror, at the sight which greeted us. On one side lay a huge pile of bones, human bones, and on the other numberless spits for roasting. Overcome with despair, we sank trembling to the ground and lay there without speech or motion. The sun was setting when a loud noise aroused us. The door of the hall was violently burst open, and a horrible giant entered. He was tall as a palm tree and perfectly black, and had one eye, which flamed like a burning coal in the middle of his forehead. His teeth were long and sharp, and grinned horribly, while his lower lip hung down upon his chest, and he had ears like elephant's ears, which covered his shoulders, and nails like the claws of some fierce bird. At this terrible sight our senses left us, and we lay like dead men. When at last we came to ourselves, the giant sat examining us attentively with his fearful eye. Presently, when he had looked at us enough, he came towards us, stretching out his hand, took me by the back of the neck, turning me this way and that, but feeling that I was mere skin and bone, he sat me down again and went on to the next, whom he treated in the same fashion. At last he came to the captain, and finding him the fattest of all, he took him up in one hand and stuck him upon a spit, and proceeded to kindle a huge fire, at which he presently roasted him. After the giant had supped, he lay down to sleep, snoring like the loudest thunder, while we lay shivering with horror the whole night through. And when day broke, he awoke and went out, leaving us in the castle. When we believed him to be really gone, we started up, bemoaning our horrible fate, until the hall echoed with our despairing cries. Though we were many and our enemy was alone, it did not occur to us to kill him, and indeed we should have found that a hard task, even if we had thought of it, and no plan could we devise to deliver ourselves. So at last, submitting to our sad fate, we spent the day in wandering up and down the island, eating such fruits as we could find, and when night came we returned to the castle, having sought in vain for any other place of shelter. At sunset the giant returned, supped upon one of our unhappy comrades, slept and snored till dawn, and then left us as before. Our condition seemed to us so frightful that several of my many companions thought it would be better to leap from the cliffs and perish in the waves at once, rather await so miserable an end. But I had a plan of escape, which I now unfolded to them, and which they at once agreed to attempt. Listen, my brothers, I added, you know that plenty of driftwood lies along the shore. Let us make several rafts and carry them to a suitable place. If our plot succeeds, we can wait patiently for the chance of some passing ship which would rescue us from this fateful island. If it fails, we must quickly take to our rafts. Frail as they are, we have more chance of saving our lives with them than we have if we remain here. All agreed with me, and we spent the day in building rafts, each capable of carrying 3 persons. At nightfall we returned to the castle, and very soon in came the giant, and one more of our number was sacrificed. But the time of our vengeance was at hand. As soon as he had finished his horrible repast, he lay down to sleep as before, and when we heard him begin to snore, I and 9 of the boldest of my comrades rose softly and took each a spit, which we made red hot in the fire, and then, at a given signal, we plunged it in with one accord into the giant's eye, completely blinding him. Uttering a terrible cry, he sprang to his feet, clutching in all directions to try and seize one of us, but we had all fled in different ways as soon as the deed was done, and thrown ourselves flat upon the ground in corners where he was not likely to touch us with his feet. After a vain search, he fumbled about till he found the door and flared out of it, howling frightfully. As for us, when he was gone, we made haste to leave the fatal castle, and stationing ourselves beside our rafts, we waited to see what would happen. Our idea was that if, when the sun rose, we saw nothing of the giant and no longer heard his howls, which still came faintly through the darkness, growing more and more distant, we should conclude that he was dead, and that we might safely stay upon the island and need not risk our lives upon the frail rafts. But alas, morning light showed us our enemy approaching us, supported on either hand by 2 giants, nearly as large and fearful as himself, while a crowd of others followed close upon their heels. Hesitating no longer, we clambered upon our rafts and rowed with all our might out to sea. The giants, seeing their prey escaping them, seized up huge pieces of rock and waded into the water, hurling them afterwards with such good aim that all the rafts except the one I was upon were swamped, and their luckless crews drowned, without our being able to do anything to help them. Indeed, I and my 2 companions had all we could do to keep our own raft beyond the reach of the giants, but by dint of hard rowing we at last gained the open sea. Here we were at the mercy of the winds and waves, which tossed us to and fro all that day and night, but the next morning we found ourselves near an island, upon which we gladly landed. There we found delicious fruits, and having satisfied our hunger, we presently lay down to rest upon the shore. Suddenly we were aroused by a long rustling noise, and starting up, saw that it was caused by an immense snake which was gliding towards us over the sand. So swiftly it came that it had seized one of my comrades before he had time to fly, and in spite of his cries and struggles, speedily crushed the life out of him in its mighty coils and proceeded to swallow him. By this time my other companion and I were running for our lives to some place where we might hope to be safe from this new horror, and seeing a tall tree we climbed into it, having first provided ourselves with a store of fruit off the surrounding bushes. When night came I fell asleep, but only to be awakened once more by the terrible snake, which after hissing horribly round the tree at last, reared itself up against it, and finding my sleeping comrade, who was perched just below me, it swallowed him also, and crawled away, leaving me half dead with terror. When the sun rose I crept down from the tree, with hardly a hope of escaping the dreadful fate which had overtaken my comrades. But life is sweet, and I determined to do all I could to save myself. All day long I toiled with frantic haste, and collected quantities of dry brushwood, reeds and thorns, which I bound with bundles of sticks, and making a circle of them under my tree, I piled them firmly one upon another until I had a kind of tent in which I crouched like a mouse in a hole when she sees the cat coming. You may imagine what a fearful night it was, for the snake returned eager to devour me, and glided round and round my frail shelter, seeking an entrance. Every moment I feared that it would succeed in pushing aside the bundles of sticks, but happily for me they held together, and when it grew light my enemy retired, baffled and hungry, to its den. As for me, I was more dead than alive, shaking with fright and half suffocated by the poisonous breath of the monster. I came out of my tent and crawled down to the sea, feeling that it would be better to plunge from the cliffs and end my life at once than pass such another night of horror. But to my joy and relief I saw a ship sailing by, and by shouting wildly and waving my turban, I managed to attract the attentions of her crew. A boat was sent to rescue me, and very soon I found myself on board, surrounded by a wondering crowd of sailors and merchants, eager to know by what chance I found myself in that desolate island. After I had told my story, they regaled me with the choicest food the ship afforded, and then the captain, seeing that I was in rags, generously bestowed upon me one of his own coats. After sailing about for some time and touching at many ports, we came at last to the island of Salahat, where sandalwood grows in great abundance. Here we anchored, and as I stood watching the merchants disembarking their goods and preparing to sell or exchange them, the captain came up to me and said, "I have here, brother, some merchandise belonging to a passenger of mine who is dead. Will you do me the favour to trade with it? And when I meet with his heirs, I shall be able to give him the money, though it will be only just that you shall have a portion for your trouble." I consented gladly, for I did not like standing by idle. Whereupon he pointed the bales out to me, and sent for the person whose duty it was to keep a list of the goods that were upon the ship. When this man came, he asked in what name the merchandise was to be registered. "In the name of Sinbad the sailor," replied the captain. At this I was greatly surprised, but looking carefully at him, I recognized him to be the captain of the ship upon which I had made my second voyage, though he had altered much since that time. As for him, believing me to be dead, it was no wonder that he had not recognized me. "So, captain," said I, "the merchant who owned those bales was called Sinbad?" "Yes," he replied, "he was so named. He belonged to Baghdad and joined my ship at Balsora. But by mischance he was left behind upon a desert island, where we had landed to fill up our water casks, and it was not until 4 hours later that he was missed. By that time the wind had freshened, and it was impossible to put back for him." "You suppose him to have perished then?" said I. "Alas, yes," he answered. "Why, captain," I cried, "look at me. I am Sinbad, who fell asleep upon the island and awoke to find himself abandoned." The captain stared at me in amazement, but was presently convinced that I was indeed speaking the truth, and rejoiced greatly at my escape. "I am glad to have that piece of carelessness off my conscience at any rate," he said. "Now take your goods and the profit I have made for you upon them, and may you prosper in future." I took them gratefully, and as we went from one island to another, I laid in stores of clothes, cinnamon, and other spices. In one place I saw a tortoise which was 20 cubits long and as many broad, also a fish that was like a cow and had skin so thick it was used to make shields. Another I saw that was like a camel in shape and colour. So by degrees we came back to Basora and returned to Baghdad with so much money that I could not count it myself, besides treasures without end. I gave largely to the poor and bought much land to add what I already possessed, and thus ended my third voyage. When Sinbad had finished his story, he gave another 100 sequins to Hindbad, who then departed with his other guests. But next day, when they had all reassembled and the banquet was ended, the host continued his adventures. 7 Voyages of Sinbad the Sailor. In the times of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived in Baghdad a poor porter named Hindbad, who on a very hot day was sent to carry a heavy load from one end of the city to the other. Before he had accomplished half the distance, he was so tired that finding himself in a quiet street where the pavement was sprinkled with rose water and a cool breeze was blowing, he set his burden upon the ground and sat down to rest in the shade of a grand house. Very soon he decided that he could not have chosen a pleasanter place. A delicious perfume of aloes, wood and pastils came from the open window and mingled with the scent of the rose water which steamed up from the hot pavement. Within the palace he heard some music, as of many instruments cunningly played, and the melodious warble of nightingales and other birds, and by this and the appetizing smell of many dainty dishes, of which he presently became aware, he judged that feasting and merrymaking were going on. He wondered who lived in this magnificent house, which he had never seen before, the street in which it stood being one of which he seldom had occasion to pass. To satisfy his curiosity, he went up to some splendidly dressed servants who stood at the door and asked one of them the name of the master of the mansion. "What," replied he, "do you live in Baghdad and do not know that here lives the noble Sinbad the Sailor, the famous traveller who sailed over every sea upon which the sun shines?" The porter, who had often heard speak of the immense wealth of Sinbad, could not help feeling envious of one whose lot seemed to be as happy as his own was miserable. Casting his eyes up to the sky, he exclaimed aloud, "Consider, mighty Creator of all things, the differences between Sinbad's life and mine. Every day I suffer 1,000 hardships and misfortunes, and have hard work to get even enough bad barley bread to keep myself and my family alive, while the lucky Sinbad spends money right and left and lives upon the fat of the land. What has he done that you should give him this pleasant life? What have I done to deserve so hard a fate?" So saying, he stamped upon the ground like one beside himself with misery and despair. Just at this moment a servant came out of the palace, and taking him by the arm said, "Come with me, the noble Sinbad, my master, wishes to speak to you." Hindbad was not a little surprised at this summons, and feared that his unguarded words might have drawn upon him the displeasure of Sinbad. So he tried to excuse himself upon the pretext that he could not leave the burden which had been entrusted to him on the street. However, the lackey promised him that it should be taken care of, and urged him to obey the call so pressingly that at last the porter was obliged to yield. He followed the servant into a vast room where a great company was seated round a table covered with all sorts of delicacies. In the place of honour sat a tall, grave man whose long white beard gave him a venerable air. Beside his chair stood a crowd of attendants, eager to minister to his wants. This was the famous Sinbad himself. The porter, more than ever alarmed at the sight of so much magnificence, tremblingly saluted the noble company. Sinbad, making a sign to him to approach, caused him to be seated at his right hand, and himself heaped choice morsels upon his plate, and poured out for him a draught of excellent wine. And presently, when the banquet drew to a close, Sinbad spoke to him familiarly, asking his name and occupation. "My lord," replied the porter, "I'm Hindbad." "I am glad to see you here," continued Sinbad, "and I will answer for the rest of the company that they are equally pleased. But I wish you to tell me, what is that you said just now on the street?" The Sinbad, passing by the open window before the feast began, had heard his complaint, and therefore had sent for him. At this question, Hindbad was covered with confusion, and hanging down his head replied, "My lord, I confess that, overcome by weariness and ill humour, I uttered indiscreet words, which I pray you to pardon me." "Oh," replied Sinbad, "do not imagine that I am so unjust as to blame you. On the contrary, I understand your situation and can pity you. Only you appear to be mistaken about me, and I wish to set you right. You doubtless imagine that I have acquired all the wealth and luxury that you see me enjoy without difficulty or danger, but this is far indeed from being the case. I have only reached this happy state after having years suffered every possible kind of toil and danger. Yes, my noble friends," he continued, addressing the company, "I assure you that my adventures have been strange enough to deter even the most avaricious men from seeking wealth by traversing the seas. Since you have perhaps heard but confused accounts of my 7 voyages, and the dangers and wonders that I have met by sea and land, I will now give you a full and true account of them, which I think you will be well pleased to hear." As Sinbad was relating his adventures, chiefly on account of the porter, he ordered, before beginning his tale, that the burden which had been left in the street should be carried by some of his own servants to the place which Hindbad had set out at first, where he remained to listen to the story. The first voyage. I had inherited wealth from my parents, and being young and foolish, I had first squandered it recklessly upon every kind of pleasure. But presently, finding that riches speedily take to themselves wings if managed as badly as I was managing mine, and remembering also that to be old and poor is misery indeed, I began to bethink me of how I could make the best of what still remained to me. I sold all my household goods by public auction and joined a company of merchants who traded by sea, embarking with them at Balsora in a ship which we had fitted out between us. We set sail and took our course towards the East Indies by the Persian Gulf, having the coast of Persia upon our left hand and upon our right the shores of Arabia Felix. I was at first much troubled by the uneasy motion of the vessel, but speedily recovered my health, and since that hour have been no more plagued by seasickness. From time to time we landed at various islands, where we sold or exchanged our merchandise, and one day, when the wind dropped suddenly, we found ourselves becalmed close to a small island, like a green meadow, which only rose slightly above the surface of the water. Our sails were furled, and the captain gave permission to all who wished to land for a while and amuse themselves. I was among the number, but when, after strolling about for some time, we lighted a fire and sat down to enjoy the repast we have brought with us, we were all startled by a sudden, violent trembling of the island, while at the same moment those left upon the ship set up an outcry bidding us to come on board for our lives, since what we had taken for an island was nothing but the back of a sleeping whale. Those who were nearest to the boat threw themselves into it, and others sprang into the sea. But before I could save myself, the whale plunged suddenly into the depths of the ocean, leaving me clinging to a piece of wood which we had brought to make our fire. Meanwhile a breeze had sprung up, and in the confusion that ensued on board our vessel, in hoisting the sails and taking up those who were in the boat and clinging to its sides, no one missed me, and I was left at the mercy of the waves. All that day I floated up and down, now beating this way, now that, and when night fell, I despaired for my life. But weary and spent as I was, I clung to my frail support, and great was my joy when the morning light showed me that I had drifted against an island. The cliffs were high and steep, but luckily for me some tree roots protruded in places, and by their aid I climbed up at last and stretched myself upon the turf at the top, where I lay more dead than alive till the sun was high in the heavens. By that time I was very hungry, but after some searching I came upon some eatable herbs and a spring of clear water, and much refreshed I set out to explore the island. Presently I reached a great plain where a grazing horse was tethered, and as I stood looking at it, I heard voices talking apparently underground, and in a moment a man appeared who asked me how I came upon the island. I told him my adventures, and heard in return that he was one of the grooms of Mirage, the king of the island, and that each year they come to feed their master's horses in this plain. He took me to a cave where his companions were assembled, and when I had eaten of the food they set before me, they bade me think myself fortunate to have come upon them when I did, since they were going back to their master on the morrow, and without our aid I could certainly never have found my way to the inhabited part of the island. Early the next morning we accordingly set out, and when we reached the capital I was graciously received by the king, to whom I related my adventures, upon which he ordered that I should be well cared for and provided with such things as I needed. Being a merchant, I sought out men of my own profession, and particularly those who came from foreign countries, as I hoped in this way to hear news from Baghdad and find out some means of returning thither, for the capital was situated upon the seashore and visited by vessels from all parts of the world. In the meantime I heard many curious things, and answered many questions concerning my own country, for I talked willingly with all who came to me, Also, to while away the time of waiting, I explored a little island called Cassel, which belonged to King Mirage, and which was supposed to be inhabited by a spirit named Degiel. Indeed, the sailors assured me that often at night the playing of timbrels could be heard upon it. However, I saw nothing strange upon my voyage, saving some fish that were full 200 cubits long, but were fortunately more in dread of us than even we were of them, and fled from us if we did but strike upon a board to frighten them. Other fishes that were only a cubit long, which had heads like owls. One day after my return, as I went down to the quay, I saw a ship which had just cast anchor and was discharging her cargo, while the merchants to whom it belonged were busily directing the removal of it to their warehouses. Drawing nearer, I pleasantly noticed that my own name was marked upon some of the packages, and having carefully examined them, I felt sure that they were indeed those which I had put on board our ship at Balzora. I then recognised the captain of the vessel, but as I was certain that he believed me to be dead, I went up to him and asked who owned the packages that I was looking at. They were aboard my ship, he replied, a merchant of Baghdad named Sinbad. One day, he and several of my other passengers landed upon what we supposed to be an island, but was really an enormous whale floating asleep upon the waves. No sooner did it feel upon its back the heat of the fire which had been kindled than it plunged into the depths of the sea. Several of the people who were upon it perished into the waters, and among others this unlucky Sinbad. This merchandise is his, but I have resolved to dispose of it for the benefit of his family, if I should ever chance to meet with them. Captain, said I am that Sinbad whom you believe to be dead, and those are my possessions. When the captain heard those words, he cried out in amazement, Lack a day, and what is the world coming to? In these days there's not an honest man to be met with. Do I not with my own eyes see Sinbad drown, and now you have the audacity to tell me that you are he? I should have taken you to be a just man, and yet for the sake of obtaining that which does not belong to you, you are ready to invent this horrible falsehood. Have patience and do me the favour to hear my story, said I. Speak then, replied the captain. I am all attention. So I told him of my escape and my fortunate meeting with the king's grooms, and how kindly I had been received at the palace. Very soon I began to see that I had made some impression upon him, and after the arrival of some of the other merchants, who showed great joy at once more seeing me alive, he declared that he also recognized me. Throwing himself upon my neck, he exclaimed, Heaven be praised that you have escaped from so great a danger. As to your gods, I pray you take them, and dispose of them as you please. I thanked him, and praised his honesty, begging him to accept several bales of merchandise in token of my gratitude, but he would take nothing. Of the choicest of my gods, I prepared a present for the king, who was at first amazed, having known that I had lost my all. However, when I explained to him how my bales had been miraculously restored to me, he graciously accepted my gifts and in return gave me valuable things. I then took leave of him, and exchanging my merchandise for sandal and aloe woods, camphor, nutmegs, cloves, peppers, and ginger, I embarked upon the same vessel and traded so successfully upon our homeward voyage that I arrived in Balsora with about 100,000 sequins. My family received me as with much joy as I felt upon seeing them once more. I bought land and slaves and built a large great house in which I resolved to live happily and in the enjoyment of all pleasures of life, to forget my past sufferings. Here Sinbad paused and commanded the musicians to play again, while the feasting continued until evening. When the time came for the porter to depart, Sinbad gave him a purse containing 100 sequins, saying, "Take this, Sinbad, and go home, but tomorrow come again, and you shall hear more of my adventures." The porter retired quite overcome by so much generosity, and you may imagine that he was also well received at home, where his wife and children thanked their lucky stars that he had found such a benefactor. The next day Hindbad, dressed in his best, returned to the voyager's house and was received with open arms. As soon as all the guests had arrived, the banquet began as before, and when they had feasted long and merrily, Sinbad addressed them thus: "My friends, I beg that you will give me your attention while I relate the adventures of my second voyage, which you will find even more astonishing than the first." The second voyage. I had resolved, as you know, on my return from the first voyage, to spend the rest of my days quietly in Baghdad. But very slowly I grew tired of such an idle life, and longed once more to find myself upon the sea. I procured, therefore, such goods as were suitable for the places I intended to visit, and embarked for the second time in a good ship, with other merchants whom I knew to be honourable men. We went from island to island, often making excellent bargains, until one day we landed at a spot which, though covered with fruit and trees, and abounding in springs of excellent water, appeared to possess neither houses nor people. While my companions wandered here and there, gathering flowers and fruit, I sat down in a shady place, and having heartily enjoyed the provisions and the wine I had brought with me, I fell asleep, lulled by the murmur of a clear brook which flowed close by. How long I slept I know not, but when I opened my eyes and started to my feet, I perceived with horror that I was alone and the ship was gone. I rushed to and fro like one distracted, uttering cries of despair, and when from the shore I saw the vessel under full sail just disappearing upon the horizon, I wished bitterly enough that I had been content to stay at home in safety. But since wishes could do me no good, I presently took courage and looked about me for a means of escape. When I climbed a tall tree, I first of all directed my anxious glances towards the sea, but finding nothing hopeful there, I turned landward, and my curiosity was excited by a huge, dazzling white object, so far off that I could not make out what it might be. Descending from the tree, I hastily collected what remained of my provisions and set off as fast as I could towards it. As I drew near it, it seemed to me to be a white ball of immense size and height, and when I could touch it, I found it marvellously smooth and soft, as it was impossible to climb, for it presented no foothold. I walked around it, seeking some opening, but there was none. I counted, however, that it was at least 50 paces round. By this time the sun was near setting, but quite suddenly it fell dark. Something like a huge black cloud came swiftly over me, and I saw with amazement that it was a bird of extraordinary size, which was hovering near. Then I remembered that I had often heard the sailors speak of a wonderful bird called a roc, and it occurred to me that the white object which had so puzzled me must be its egg. Sure enough, the bird settled slowly down upon it, covering it with its wings to keep it warm, and I cowered close beside the egg in such a position that one of the bird's feet, which was as large as the trunk of a tree, was just in front of me. Taking off my turban, I bound myself securely to it with the linen in the hope that the roc, when it took flight next morning, would bear me away with it from the desolate island. And this was precisely what did happen. As soon as the dawn appeared, the bird rose into the air, carrying me up and up till I could no longer see the earth, and then suddenly it descended so swiftly that I almost lost consciousness. But I became aware that the roc had settled and that I was once again upon solid ground. I hastily unbound my turban from its foot and freed myself, and that not a moment too soon, for the bird, pouncing upon a huge snake, killed it with a few blows from its powerful beak, and seizing it up, rose into the air once more, and soon disappeared from my view. When I had looked about me, I began to doubt if I had gained anything by quitting the desolate island. The valley in which I found myself was deep and narrow, and surrounded by mountains which towered into the clouds, and was so steep and rocky that there was no way up of climbing up their sides. As I wandered about, seeking anxiously for some means of escaping this trap, I observed from the ground was strewed with diamonds, some of them an astonishing size. This sight gave me great pleasure, but my delight was speedily damped when I saw the numbers of horrible snakes, so long and so large that the smallest of them could have swallowed an elephant with ease. Fortunately for me, they seemed to hide in caverns of the rocks by day and only came out by night, probably because of their enemy, the roc. All day long I wandered up and down the valley, and when it grew dusk, I crept into a little cave, and having blocked up the entrance to it with a stone, I ate part of my little store of food and lay down to sleep. But all through the night the serpents crawled to and fro, hissing horribly, so that I could scarcely close my eyes for terror. I was thankful when the morning light appeared, and then I judged by the silence that the serpents had retreated to their dens. I came trembling out of my cave and wandered up and down the valley once more, kicking the diamonds contemptuously out of my path, for I felt that they were indeed vain things to a man in my situation. At last, overcome with weariness, I sat down upon a rock. When I had hardly closed my eyes, when I was startled by something which fell to the ground with a thud close beside me. It was a huge piece of fresh meat, and as I stared at it, several more pieces rolled over the cliffs in different places. I have always thought the stories that the sailors told of the famous Valley of Diamonds and of the cunning way which some merchants had devised for getting at the precious stones were mere travellers' tales invented to give pleasure to the hearers, but now I perceive that they were surely true. These merchants came to the valley at the time when the eagles, which keep their eyries in the rocks, had hatched their young. The merchants then threw great lumps of meat into the valley, these falling with so much force upon the diamonds, were sure to take up some of the precious stones with them when the eagles pounced upon the meat and carried it off to their nests to feed their hungry broods. When the merchants, scaring away the parent birds with shouts and outcries, would secure their treasures, until this moment I had looked upon the valley as my grave, for I had seen no possibility of getting out of it alive. But now I took courage and began to devise a means of escape. I began by picking up all the largest diamonds I could find, storing them carefully in the leathern wallet which had held my provisions. This I tied securely to my belt. I then chose the piece of meat which seemed most suited to my purpose, and with the aid of my turban bound it firmly to my back. This done, I laid down upon my face and awaited the coming of the eagles. I soon heard the flapping of their mighty wings above me, and had the satisfaction of feeling one of them seize upon my piece of meat and me with it, and rise slowly towards his nest, into which he presently dropped me. Luckily for me, the merchants were on the watch, and setting up their usual outcries, they rushed to the nest, scaring away the eagle. Their amazement was great when they discovered me, and also their disappointment, and with one accord they fell to abusing me for having robbed them of their usual profit. Addressing myself to one who seemed most aggrieved, I said, "I'm sure if you knew all that I have suffered, you would show more kindness towards me, and as for diamonds, I have enough here for the very best for you and me and all your company." So saying, I showed them to him. The others all crowded round me, wondering at my adventures and admiring the device by which I escaped from the valley. And when they had led me to their camp and examined my diamonds, they assured me that in all the years they had carried on their trade, they had seen no stones to be compared with them for size and beauty. I found that each merchant chose a particular nest and took his chance of what he might find in it. So I begged the one who owned the nest to which I had been carried to take as much as he would of my treasure, but he contented himself with one stone, and that by no means the largest, assuring me that with such a gem his fortune was made, and he need toil so more. I stayed with the merchants several days, and then, as they were journeying homewards, I gladly accompanied them. Our way lay across high mountains, infested with frightful serpents, but we had the good luck to escape them and come at last to the seashore. Thence we sailed to the island of Rohat, where the camphor trees grow to such a size that 100 men could shelter under one of them with ease. The sap flows from an incision made high up in the tree into a vessel hung there to receive it, and soon hardens into the substance known as camphor, but the tree itself withers up and dies when it has been so treated. In the same island we saw the rhinoceros, an animal who was smaller than the elephant and larger than the buffalo. It has one horn about a cubit long, which is solid but has a furrow from the base to the tip. Upon it is traced in white lines the figure of a man. The rhinoceros fights with the elephant, and transfixing him with his horn, carries him off upon his head, but becomes blinded with the blood of the enemy. He falls helpless to the ground, and then comes the roc, and clutches them both in his talons, and takes them to feed his young. This doubtless astonishes you, but if you do not believe my tale, go to Rohat and see for yourself. For fear of wearying you, I pass over in silence many other wonderful things which we saw on this island. Before we left, I exchanged one of my diamonds for much goodly merchandise, by which I profited greatly on our homeward way. At last we reached Balsora, whence I hastened to Baghdad, where my first action was to bestow large sums of money upon the poor, after which I settled down to enjoy tranquilly the riches I had gained with so much toil and pain. Having thus related the adventures of this second voyage, Sinbad again bestowed 100 sequins upon Hindbad, inviting him to come again on the following day and hear how he fared upon his third voyage. The other guests also departed to their homes, but all returned at the same hour next day, including the porter, whose former life of hard work and poverty had already begun to seem like a bad dream. Again, after the feast was over, Sinbad claimed the attention of his guests and began the account of his third voyage. The third voyage. After a very short time, the pleasant, easy life I led made me quite forget the perils of my 2 voyages. Moreover, as I was still in the prime of life, it pleased me better to be up and doing. So once more providing myself with the rarest and choicest merchandise of Baghdad, I conveyed it to Balsora and set sail with other merchants of my acquaintance for distant lands. We had touched at many ports and made much profit, when one day upon the open sea we were caught by a terrible wind, which blew us completely out of our reckoning, and lasting for several days, finally drove us into harbour on a strange island. I would rather have come to anchor anywhere than here, said our captain. This island and all adjoining it are inhabited by hairy savages who are certain to attack us, and whatever these dwarfs may do, we dare not resist, since they swarm like locusts, and if one of them is killed, the rest will fall upon us and speedily make an end of us." These words caused great consternation among all the ship's company, and only too soon were we to find out that the captain spoke truly. There appeared a vast multitude of hideous savages, not more than 2 feet high and covered with reddish fur. Throwing themselves into the waves, they surrounded our vessel, chattering meanwhile in a language we could not understand, and clutching at ropes and gangways, they swarmed up the ship's side with such speed and agility they will almost seem to fly. You may imagine the rage and terror that seized us as we watched them, neither daring to hinder them nor able to speak a word to deter them from their purpose, whatever it might be. Of this we were not left long in doubt. Hoisting the sails and cutting the cable of the anchor, they sailed our vessel to an island which lay a little further off, where they drove us ashore. Then taking possession of her, they made off to the place from which they had come, leaving us helpless upon a shore avoided with horror by all mariners, for a reason which you will soon learn. Turning away from the sea, we wandered miserably inland, finding as we went various herbs and fruits which we ate, feeling that we might as well live as long as possible, though we had no hope of escape. Presently we saw in the far distance what seemed to us to be a splendid palace, towards which we turned our weary steps, but when we reached it, we saw that it was a castle, lofty and strongly built. Pushing back the heavy ebony doors, we entered the courtyard, but upon the threshold of the great hall, beyond it, we paused, frozen with horror, at the sight which greeted us. On one side lay a huge pile of bones, human bones, and on the other numberless spits for roasting. Overcome with despair, we sank trembling to the ground and lay there without speech or motion. The sun was setting when a loud noise aroused us. The door of the hall was violently burst open, and a horrible giant entered. He was tall as a palm tree, and perfectly black, and had one eye, which flamed like a burning coal in the middle of his forehead. His teeth were long and sharp, and grinned horribly, while his lower lip hung down upon his chest, and he had ears like elephant's ears, which covered his shoulders, and nails like the claws of some fierce bird. At this terrible sight our senses left us, and we lay like dead men. When at last we came to ourselves, the giant sat examining us attentively with his fearful eye. Presently, when he had looked at us enough, he came towards us, stretching out his hand, took me by the back of the neck, turning me this way and that, but feeling that I was mere skin and bone, he sat me down again and went on to the next, whom he treated in the same fashion. At last he came to the captain, and finding him the fattest of all, he took him up in one hand and stuck him upon a spit, and proceeded to kindle a huge fire, at which he presently roasted him. After the giant had supped, he lay down to sleep, snoring like the loudest thunder, while we lay shivering with horror the whole night through. And when day broke, he awoke and went out, leaving us in the castle. When we believed him to be really gone, we started up, bemoaning our horrible fate, until the hall echoed with our despairing cries. Though we were many and our enemy was alone, it did not occur to us to kill him, and indeed we should have found that a hard task, even if we had thought of it, and no plan could we devise to deliver ourselves. So at last, submitting to our sad fate, we spent the day in wandering up and down the island, eating such fruits as we could find, and when night came we returned to the castle, having sought in vain for any other place of shelter. At sunset the giant returned, supped upon one of our unhappy comrades, slept and snored till dawn, and then left us as before. Our condition seemed to us so frightful that several of my many companions thought it would be better to leap from the cliffs and perish in the waves at once, rather await so miserable an end. But I had a plan of escape, which I now unfolded to them, and which they at once agreed to attempt. Listen, my brothers, I added, you know that plenty of driftwood lies along the shore. Let us make several rafts and carry them to a suitable place. If our plot succeeds, we can wait patiently for the chance of some passing ship which would rescue us from this fateful island. If it fails, we must quickly take to our rafts. Frail as they are, we have more chance of saving our lives with them than we have if we remain here. All agreed with me, and we spent the day in building rafts, each capable of carrying 3 persons. At nightfall we returned to the castle, and very soon in came the giant, and one more of our number was sacrificed. But the time of our vengeance was at hand. As soon as he had finished his horrible repast, he lay down to sleep as before, and when we heard him begin to snore, I and 9 of the boldest of my comrades rose softly and took each a spit, which we made red hot in the fire, and then, at a given signal, we plunged it in with one accord into the giant's eye, completely blinding him. Uttering a terrible cry, he sprang to his feet, clutching in all directions to try and seize one of us, but we had all fled in different ways as soon as the deed was done, and thrown ourselves flat upon the ground in corners where he was not likely to touch us with his feet. After a vain search, he fumbled about till he found the door and flared out of it, howling frightfully. As for us, when he was gone, we made haste to leave the fatal castle, and stationing ourselves beside our rafts, we waited to see what would happen. Our idea was that if, when the sun rose, we saw nothing of the giant and no longer heard his howls, which still came faintly through the darkness, growing more and more distant, we should conclude that he was dead, and that we might safely stay upon the island and need not risk our lives upon the frail rafts. But alas, morning light showed us our enemy approaching us, supported on either hand by 2 giants, nearly as large and fearful as himself, while a crowd of others followed close upon their heels. Hesitating no longer, we clambered upon our rafts and rowed with all our might out to sea. The giants, seeing their prey escaping them, seized up huge pieces of rock and waded into the water, hurling them afterwards with such good aim that all the rafts except the one I was upon were swamped, and their luckless crews drowned, without our being able to do anything to help them. Indeed, I and my 2 companions had all we could do to keep our own raft beyond the reach of the giants, but by dint of hard rowing we at last gained the open sea. Here we were at the mercy of the winds and waves, which tossed us to and fro all that day and night, but the next morning we found ourselves near an island, upon which we gladly landed. There we found delicious fruits, and having satisfied our hunger, we presently lay down to rest upon the shore. Suddenly we were aroused by a long rustling noise, and starting up, saw that it was caused by an immense snake which was gliding towards us over the sand. So swiftly it came that it had seized one of my comrades before he had time to fly, and in spite of his cries and struggles, speedily crushed the life out of him in its mighty coils and proceeded to swallow him. By this time my other companion and I were running for our lives to some place where we might hope to be safe from this new horror, and seeing a tall tree we climbed into it, having first provided ourselves with a store of fruit off the surrounding bushes. When night came I fell asleep, but only to be awakened once more by the terrible snake, which after hissing horribly round the tree at last, reared itself up against it, and finding my sleeping comrade, who was perched just below me, it swallowed him also, and crawled away, leaving me half dead with terror. When the sun rose, I crept down from the tree, with hardly a hope of escaping the dreadful fate which had overtaken my comrades. But life is sweet, and I determined to do all I could to save myself. All day long I toiled with frantic haste, and collected quantities of dry brushwood, reeds and thorns, which I bound with bundles of sticks, and making a circle of them under my tree, I piled them firmly one upon another, until I had a kind of tent in which I crouched like a mouse in a hole when she sees the cat coming. You may imagine what a fearful night it was, for the snake returned eager to devour me, and glided round and round my frail shelter, seeking an entrance. Every moment I feared that it would succeed in pushing aside the bundles of sticks, but happily for me they held together, and when it grew light my enemy retired, baffled and hungry, to its den. As for me, I was more dead than alive, shaking with fright and half suffocated by the poisonous breath of the monster. I came out of my tent and crawled down to the sea, feeling that it would be better to plunge from the cliffs and end my life at once than pass such another night of horror. But to my joy and relief I saw a ship sailing by, and by shouting wildly and waving my turban, I managed to attract the attentions of her crew. A boat was sent to rescue me, and very soon I found myself on board, surrounded by a wondering crowd of sailors and merchants, eager to know by what chance I found myself in that desolate island. After I had told my story, they regaled me with the choicest food the ship afforded, and then the captain, seeing that I was in rags, generously bestowed upon me one of his own coats. After sailing about for some time and touching at many ports, we came at last to the island of Salahat, where sandalwood grows in great abundance. Here we anchored, and as I stood watching the merchants disembarking their goods and preparing to sell or exchange them, the captain came up to me and said, "I have here, brother, some merchandise belonging to a passenger of mine who is dead. Will you do me the favour to trade with it? And when I meet with his heirs, I shall be able to give him the money, though it will be only just that you shall have a portion for your trouble." I consented gladly, for I did not like standing by idle. Whereupon he pointed the bales out to me, and sent for the person whose duty it was to keep a list of the goods that were upon the ship. When this man came, he asked in what name the merchandise was to be registered. "In the name of Sinbad the sailor," replied the captain. At this I was greatly surprised, but looking carefully at him, I recognized him to be the captain of the ship upon which I had made my second voyage, though he had altered much since that time. As for him, believing me to be dead, it was no wonder that he had not recognized me. "So, captain," said I, "the merchant who owned those bales was called Sinbad?" "Yes," he replied, "he was so named. He belonged to Baghdad and joined my ship at Balsora. But by mischance he was left behind upon a desert island, where we had landed to fill up our water casks, and it was not until 4 hours later that he was missed. By that time the wind had freshened, and it was impossible to put back for him." "You suppose him to have perished then?" said I. "Alas, yes," he answered. "Why, captain," I cried, "look at me. I am Sinbad, who fell asleep upon the island and awoke to find himself abandoned." The captain stared at me in amazement, but was presently convinced that I was indeed speaking the truth, and rejoiced greatly at my escape. "I am glad to have that piece of carelessness off my conscience at any rate," he said. "Now take your goods and the profit I have made for you upon them, and may you prosper in future." I took them gratefully, and as we went from one island to another, I laid in stores of clothes, cinnamon, and other spices. In one place I saw a tortoise which was 20 cubits long and as many broad, also a fish that was like a cow and had skin so thick it was used to make shields. Another I saw that was like a camel in shape and colour. So by degrees we came back to Basora and returned to Baghdad with so much money that I could not count it myself, besides treasures without end. I gave largely to the poor and bought much land to add what I already possessed, and thus ended my third voyage. When Sinbad had finished his story, he gave another 100 sequins to Hindbad, who then departed with his other guests. But next day, when they had all reassembled and the banquet was ended, the host continued his adventures. The fourth voyage. Rich and happy as I was after the third voyage, I could not make up my mind to stay at home altogether. My love of trading and the pleasure I took in anything that was new and strange made me set my affairs in order and began my journey through some of the Persian provinces, having first sent off stores of goods to await my coming in the different places I intended to visit. I took ship at a distant seaport, and for some time all went well, but at last, being caught in a violent hurricane, our vessel became a total wreck, in spite of all our worthy captain could do to save her, and many of our company perished in the waves. I, with a few others, had the fortune to be washed ashore clinging to pieces of the wreck, for the storm had driven us near an island, and scrambling up beyond the reach of the waves, we threw ourselves down quite exhausted to wait for morning. At daylight we wandered inland, and soon saw some huts to which we directed our steps. As we drew near, their black inhabitants swarmed out in great numbers and surrounded us, and we were led to their houses, as if it was divided among our captors. I, with 5 others, was taken into a hut, where we were made to sit upon the ground, and certain herbs were given to us, which our captives made signs for us to eat. Observing that themselves did not touch it, I was carefully only to pretend to taste my portion, but my companions, being very hungry, rashly ate up all that was set before them, and very soon I had the horror of seeing them become perfectly mad. Though they chattered incessantly, I could not understand a word they said, nor did they heed when I spoke to them. Our captives now produced large bowls of rice, prepared with coconut oil, of which my crazy comrades ate eagerly, but I only tasted a few grains. Understand clearly that the object of our captors was to fatten us speedily for their own eating, and this was exactly what happened. My unlucky companions, having lost their reason, felt neither anxiety nor fear, and ate greedily all that was offered. So they were soon fat, and there was an end of them. But I grew leaner by day, for I ate but little, and even that little did me no good by reason of my fear of what lay before me. However, as I was far from being a tempting morsel, I was allowed to wander about freely, and one day, when all the captives had gone off upon some expedition, leaving only an old man to guard me, I managed to escape from him and plunged into the forest, running faster the more he cried for me to come back, until I had completely distanced him. For 7 days I hurried on, resting only when the darkness stopped me, and living cheaply upon coconuts, which afforded me both meat and drink. And on the 8th day I reached the seashore and saw a party of white men gathering pepper, which grew abundantly all about. Reassured by the nature of their occupation, I advanced towards them, and they greeted me in Arabic, asking who I was and whence I came. My delight was great on hearing this familiar speech, and I willingly satisfied their curiosity, telling them how I'd been shipwrecked and then captured. "But these savages devour men," said they. "How did you escape?" I repeated to them what I had just told you, at which they were mightily astonished. I stayed with them until they had collected as much pepper as they wished, and they took me back to their own country and presented me to their king, by whom I was hospitably received. To him also I had to relate my adventures, which surprised him much, and when I had finished he ordered that I should be supplied with food and raiment and treated with consideration. The island on which I found myself was full of people and abounded in all sorts of desirable things, and a great deal of traffic went on in the capital, where I soon began to feel at home and contented. Moreover, the king treated me with special favour, and in consequence of this, everyone, whether at the court or in the town, sought to make my life pleasant to me. One thing I remarked which I thought was very strange was that from the greatest to the least, all men rode their horses without bridle or stirrups. I one day presumed to ask His Majesty why he did not use them, to which he replied, "You speak to me of things of which I have never before heard." This gave me an idea. I found a clever workman and made him cut, out under direction, the foundation of a saddle, which I wadded and covered with choice leather, adorning it with rich gold embroidery. I then got a locksmith to make me a bit and a pair of spurs, after a pattern that I drew for him, and when all these things were completed, I presented them to the king and showed him how to use them. When I had saddled one of his horses, he mounted it and rode about quite delightfully with the novelty, and to show his gratitude he rewarded me with large gifts. After this, I had to make saddles for all the principal officers of the king's household, and they all gave me rich presents. I soon became very wealthy and quite an important person in the city. One day the king sent for me and said, "Sinbad, I'm going to ask a favour of you. Both I and my subjects esteem you and wish you to end your days amongst us. Therefore I desire you will marry a rich and beautiful lady whom I will find for you, and think no more of your own country." As the king's will was law, I accepted the charming bride he presented to me and lived happily with her. Nevertheless, I had every intention of escaping at the first opportunity and going back to Baghdad. Things were thus going prosperously with me when it happened that the wife of one of my neighbours, with whom I had struck quite a friendship, fell ill and presently died. I went to his house to offer my consolations and found him in the depths of woe. "Heavens preserve you," said I, "and send you a long life." "Alas," he replied, "what is the good of saying that when I have but an hour left to live?" "Come, come," said I, "surely it is not so bad as that. I trust that you may be spared to me for many years." "I hope," answered he, "that your life may be long, but as for me all is finished. I have set my house in order, and today I shall be buried with my wife. This has been the law upon our island from the earliest ages. The living husband goes to the grave with his dead wife, the living wife with her dead husband. So did our fathers, and so must we do. The law changes not, and we all must submit to it." As he spoke, the friends and relations of the unhappy pair began to assemble. The body, decked in rich robes and sparkling with jewels, was laid upon an open bier, and the procession started taking its way back to a high mountain at some distance from the city. The wretched husband, clothed from head to foot in a black mantle, followed mournfully. When the place of interment was reached, the corpse was lowered, just as it was, into a deep pit. Then the husband, bidding farewell to all his friends, stretched himself upon another bier, upon which were laid 7 little loaves of bread and a pitcher of water, and he also was let down to the depths of the horrible cavern. And then a stone was laid over the opening, and the melancholy company wended its way back to the city. You can imagine I was no unmoved spectator of these proceedings. To all the others it was a thing to which they had become accustomed to from their youth up, but I was so horrified that I could not help telling the king how it struck me. "Sire," I said, "I am more astonished than I can express to you at the strange custom which exists in your dominions of burying the living with the dead. In all my travels I have never before met with so cruel and horrible a law." "What would you have, Sinbad?" he replied. "It is the law for everybody. I myself should be buried with the Queen, if she were the first to die." "But, your Majesty," said I, "dare I ask if this law applies to foreigners also?" "Why, yes," replied the king, smiling, "in what I would consider a very heartless manner. There are no exceptions to the rule if they are married in the country." When I heard this, I went home much cast down, and from that time forward my mind was never easy. If only my wife's little finger ached, I fancied she was going to die, and sure enough, before very long, she fell really ill, and in a few days breathed her last. My dismay was great, for it seemed to me that to be buried alive was even a worse fate than to be devoured by cannibals. Nevertheless, there was no escape. The body of my wife, arrayed in her richest robes and decked with all her jewels, was laid upon the bier. I followed it, and after me came a great procession, headed by the king and all his nobles, and in this order we reached the fatal mountain, which was one of lofty chain bordering the sea. Here I made one more frantic effort to excite the pity of the king and those who stood by, hoping to save myself even at this last moment, but it was to no avail. No one spoke to me. They even appeared to hasten over their dreadful task, and I speedily found myself descending into the gloomy pit with my 7 loaves and a pitcher of water beside me. Almost before I reached the bottom, the stone was rolled into its place above my head, and I was left to my fate. A feeble ray of light shone into the cavern through some chink, and when I had the courage to look about me, I could see that I was in a vast vault, bestrewn with bones and bodies of the dead. I even fancied that I heard the expiring sighs of those who, like myself, had come into this dismal place alive. All in vain did I shriek aloud with rage and despair, reproaching myself for the love of gain and adventure which had brought me to such a pass. But at length, growing calmer, I took up my bread and water, and wrapping my face in my mantle, I groped my way towards the end of the cavern, where the air was fresher. Here I lived in darkness and misery until my provisions were exhausted. But just as I was nearly dead from starvation, the rock was rolled away ahead, and I saw that a rope was being lowered into the cavern, and that the corpse upon it was a man. In a moment my mind was made up. The woman who followed had nothing to expect but a lingering death. I should be doing her a service if I shortened her misery. Therefore, when she descended, already insensible from terror, I was ready, armed with a huge bone, one blow from which left her dead, and I secured the bread and water which gave me a hope of life. Several times did I have recourse to this desperate expedient, and I knew not how long I had been a prisoner when one day I fancied that I heard something near me which breathed loudly. Turning to the place from which the sound came, I dimly saw a shadowy form which fled at my movement. Squeezing itself through a cranny in the wall, I pursued it as fast as I could, and found myself in a narrow crack among the rocks, along which I was just able to force my way. I followed it for what seemed to me many miles, and at last saw before me a glimmer of light which grew clearer every moment, until I emerged upon the seashore with a joy which I cannot describe. When I was sure that I was not dreaming, I realized that it was doubtless some little animal which had found its way into the cavern from the sea, and when disturbed had fled, showing me a means of escape which I could never have discovered for myself. I hastily surveyed my surroundings and saw that I was safe from all pursuit from the town. The mountains sloped sheer down to the sea, and there was no road across them. Being assured of this, I returned to the cavern and amassed a rich treasure of diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and jewels of all kinds, which strewed the ground. These I made up into bales and stored them into a safe place upon the beach, and then waited hopefully for the passing of a ship. I had looked out for 2 days, however, before a single sail appeared. It was with much delight that I at last saw a vessel not very far from the shore, and by waving my arms and uttering loud cries, succeeded in attracting the attention of her crew. A boat was sent off to me, and in answer to the questions of the sailors as to how I came to be in such a plight, I replied that I had been shipwrecked 2 days before, but had managed to scramble ashore with the bales, which I pointed out to them. Luckily for me, they believed my story, and without even looking at the place where they found me, took up my bundles and rowed me back to the ship. Once on board, I soon saw that the captain was too much occupied with the difficulties of navigation to pay much heed to me, though he generously made me welcome and would not even accept the jewels which I offered to pay my passage. Our voyage was prosperous, and after visiting many lands and collecting in each place great store of goodly merchandise, I found myself at last in Baghdad, once more with unheard of riches of every description. Again I gave large sums of money to the poor, and enriched all the mosques in the city, after which I gave myself up to my friends and relations, with whom I passed my time in feasting and merriment. Here Sinbad paused, and all his hearers declared that the adventure of his fourth voyage had pleased them better than anything they had heard before. Then they took their leave, and followed by Hindbad, who had once more received 100 sequins, and with the rest had been bidden to return next day for the story of the fifth voyage. When the time came, all were in their places, and when they had eaten and drunk all that was set before them, Sinbad began his tale. The fifth voyage. Not even all that I had gone through could make me contented with a quiet life. I soon wearied of its pleasures and longed for change and adventure. I wished to be able to call at whatever port I chose, taking my own time, but as I did not intend carrying enough goods for a full cargo, I invited several merchants of different nations to join me. We set sail with the first favourable wind, and after a long voyage upon the seas we landed on an unknown land which proved to be uninhabited. We determined, however, to explore it, but we had not gone far when we found a roc's egg, as large as the one I had seen before, and evidently very nearly hatched, for the beak of the young bird had already pierced the shell. In spite of all I could say to deter them, the merchants who were there fell upon it with their hatchets, breaking the shell and killing the young roc. Then lighting a fire upon the ground, they hacked morsels from the bird and proceeded to roast them, while I stood by aghast. Scarcely had they finished their ill-omened repast when the air above us was darkened by two mighty shadows. The captain of my ship, knowing by experience what this meant, cried out to us that the parent birds were coming, and urged us to get on board with all speed. This we did, and sails were hoisted, but before we had made any way, the rocks reached their despoiled nest and hovered about it, uttering frightful cries when they discovered the mangled remains of their young one. For a moment we lost sight of them, and were flattering ourselves that we had escaped, when they reappeared and soared into the air directly over our vessel, and we saw that each held in its claws an immense rock ready to crush us. There was a moment of breathless suspense. Then one bird released its hold, and the huge block of stone hurtled through the air. But thanks to the presence of mind of the helmsman, we turned our ship violently in another direction. It fell into the sea close beside us, cleaving it asunder till we could nearly see the bottom. We hardly had time to draw breath of relief before the other rock fell with a mighty crash right in the midst of our luckless vessel, smashing it into 1,000 fragments and crushing or hurling into the sea passengers and crew. I myself went down with the rest, but had the good fortune to rise unhurt, and by holding onto a piece of driftwood with one hand and swimming with the other, I kept myself afloat, and was presently washed up by a tide onto an island. Its shores were steep and rocky, but I scrambled up safely and threw myself down to rest upon the green turf. When I had somewhat recovered, I began to examine the spot in which I found myself, and truly it seemed to me that I had reached a garden of delights. There were trees everywhere, and they were laden with flowers and fruit, while a crystal stream wandered in and out under their shadow. When night came, I slept sweetly in a cosy nook, though the remembrance that I was alone in a strange land made me sometimes start up and look around in alarm, and then I wished heartily that I had stayed home at ease. However, the morning sunlight restored my courage, and I once more wandered among the trees, but always with some anxiety as to what I might see next. I had penetrated some distance into the island when I saw an old man, bent and feeble, sitting upon the riverbank, and at first I took him to be some shipwrecked mariner like myself. Going up to him, I greeted him in a friendly way, but he only nodded his head at me in reply. I then asked him what he did there, and he made signs to me that he wished to get across the river to gather some fruit, and seemed to beg me to carry him on my back. Pitying his age and feebleness, I took him up, and wading across the stream, I bent down that he might more easily reach the bank, and bade him get down. But instead of allowing himself to be set free upon his feet, even now it makes me laugh to think of it, this creature had seemed to me so decrepit, leaped nimbly off my shoulders, and hooking his legs round my neck, gripped me so tightly that I was well nigh choked, and so overcome with terror that I fell insensible to the ground. When I recovered, my enemy was still in his place, though he had released his hold enough to allow me breathing space, and seeing me revive, he prodded me adroitly first with one foot and then with the other, until I was forced to get up and stagger about with him under the trees, while he gathered and ate the choicest fruits. This went on all day and even at night, when I threw myself down half dead with weariness. The terrible old man held on tight to my neck, nor did he fail to greet the first glimmer of morning light by drumming upon me with his heels, until I perforce awoke and resumed my dreamy march with rage and bitterness in my heart. It happened one day that I passed a tree under which lay several dry gourds, and catching one up, I amused myself with scooping out its contents and pressing into it the juice of several bunches of grapes which hung from every bush. Then it was full. I left it to be propped up in the fork of a tree, and a few days later, carrying the hateful old man that way, I snatched at the gourd as I passed, and had the satisfaction of a draught of excellent wine, so good and refreshing that I even forgot my detestable burden, and began to sing and caper. The old monster was not slow to perceive the effect which my draught had produced, and that I carried him more lightly than usual. So he stretched out his skinny hand, and seizing the gourd, first tasted its contents cautiously, then drained them to the very last drop. The wine was strong and the gourd capacious, so he began to sing after a fashion, and soon I had the delight of feeling the iron grip of his goblin legs unclasp, and with one vigorous effort I threw him to the ground, from which he never moved again. I was so rejoiced to have at last got rid of this uncanny old man that I ran leaping and bounding down to the sea shore, where by the greatest good luck I met with some mariners who had anchored off the island to enjoy the delicious fruits and to renew their water supply. They heard the story of my escape with amazement, saying, "You fell into the hands of the old man of the sea, and it is a mercy that he did not strangle you, as he has everyone else upon his shoulders. He has managed to perch himself. This island is well known as the scene of his evil deeds, and no merchant or sailor who lands upon it cares to stray far away from his comrades." After we had talked for a while, they took me back with them on board their ship, where the captain received me kindly, and we soon set sail, and after several days reached a large, prosperous-looking town where all the houses were built of stone. Here we anchored, and one of the merchants who had been very friendly to me on the way took me ashore with him and showed me a lodging set apart for stranger merchants. He then provided me with a large sack and pointed out to me a party of others equipped in the same manner. "Go with them," said he, "and do as they do, but beware of losing sight of them, for if you strayed, your life would be in danger." With that he supplied me with provisions and bade me farewell, and I set out with my new companions. I soon learnt that the object of our expedition was to fill our sacks with coconuts, but when at length I saw the trees and noticed their immense height and slippery smoothness of their slender trunks, I did not at all understand how we were to do it. The crowns of the coconut palms were alive with monkeys, big and little, which skipped from one to the other with surprising agility. They seemed to be curious about us and disturbed at our appearance, and I was at first surprised when my companions, after collecting stones, began to throw them at the lively creatures, which seemed to me quite harmless. But very soon I saw the reason of it, and I joined them heartily, for the monkeys, annoyed and wishing to pay us back in our own coin, began to tear the nuts from the trees and cast them at us with angry and spiteful gestures, so that after very little labour our sacks were filled with the fruit which we could not otherwise have obtained. As soon as we had as many as we could carry, we went back to the town, where my friend bought my share and advised me to continue the same occupation until I had earned enough money to carry me to my own country. This I did, and before long had amassed a considerable sum. Just then I heard there was a trading ship ready to sail, and taking leave of my friend I went on board, carrying with me a goodly store of coconuts, and we sailed first to the islands where pepper grows, and then to Campari, where the Bastele woods is found, and where men drink no wine by an unalterable law. Here I exchanged my coconuts for pepper and good alley woods, and went to fishing for pearls with some of the other merchants, and my divers were so lucky that very soon I had an immense number of those very large and perfect. With all these treasures I came carefully back to Baghdad, where I disposed them for large sums of money, of which I did not fail, as before, to give the 10th part to the poor, and after that I rested from my labours, and comforted myself for all the pleasures my riches could give me. Having thus ended his story, Sinbad ordered that 100 sequins should be given to Hindbad, and the guests withdrew. But after the next day's feast he began the account of his 6th voyage. The 6th voyage. It must be a marvel to you how, after having 5 times met with shipwreck and unheard of perils, I could tempt again fortune and risk fresh trouble. I'd even surprised myself when I looked back, but evidently it was my fate to rove, and after a year of repose I prepared to make a 6th voyage, regardless of the entreaties of my friends and relations, who did all they could to keep me at home. Instead of going by the Persian Gulf, I travelled a considerable way overland, and finally embarked from a distant Indian port with the captain who meant to take a long voyage. And truly he did so, for we fell in with stormy weather, which drove us completely out of our course, so that for many days neither captain nor pilot knew where we were, nor where we were going. When we did at last discover our position, we had a small ground for rejoicing, for the captain, casting his turban upon the deck and tearing his beard, declared that we were in the most dangerous spot upon the whole wide sea, and he had been caught by a current which was at the minute sweeping us to destruction. It was too true. In spite of what all the sailors could do, we were driven with frightful rapidity towards the foot of a mountain which rose sheer out of the sea, and our vessel was dashed to pieces upon the rocks at its base. Not, however, until we had managed to scramble on shore, carrying with us the most precious of our possessions. When we had done this, the captain said to us, "Now we are here, we may as well begin to dig our graves at once, since from this fatal spot no shipwrecked mariner has ever returned." The speech discouraged us much, and we began to lament over our sad fate. The mountain formed the seaward boundary of a large island, and the narrow strip of rocky shore upon which we stood was strewn with the wreckage of 1,000 gallant ships, while the bones of the luckless mariners shone white in the sunshine, and we shuddered to think how soon our own would be added to the heap. All around, too, lay vast quantities of the costliest merchandise, and treasures were heaped in every cranny of the rocks. But all these things only added to the desolation of the scene. It struck me as a very strange thing that a river of clear fresh water which gushed out from the mountain not far from where we stood, instead of flowing into the sea as rivers generally do, turned off sharply and flowed out of sight under a natural archway of rock. And when I began to examine it more closely, I found that inside the cave walls were thick with diamonds and rubies and masses of crystal, and the floor was strewn with ambergris. Here then, upon this desolate shore, we abandoned ourselves to our fate, for there was no possibility of scaling the mountain, and if a ship had appeared, it could only have shared our doom. The first thing our captain did was to divide equally amongst us all the food we possessed, and then the length of each man's life depended on the time you could make his portion last. I myself could live upon very little. Nevertheless, by the time I'd buried the last of my companions, my stock of provisions was so small that I hardly thought I should live long enough to dig my own grave, which I set about doing, while I regretted bitterly the roving disposition which was always bringing me into such straits, and thought longingly of all the comfort and luxury that I had had left behind. But luckily for me, the fancy took me to stand once more beside the river, where it plunged out of sight into the depths of the cavern, and as I did so an idea struck. This river, which hid itself underground, doubtless emerged again at some distant spot. Why should I not build a raft and trust myself to its swiftly flowing waters? If I perished before I could reach the light of day once more, I should be no worse off than now, for death stared me in the face, while there was always the possibility of that. As I was born under a lucky star, I might find myself safe and sound in some desirable land. I decided at any rate to risk it, and speedily built myself a stout raft of driftwood with strong cords, of which enough to spare lay strewn upon the beach. I then made up many packages of rubies, emeralds, rock crystal, ambergris, and precious stuffs, and bound them upon my raft, being careful to preserve the balance, and then seated myself upon it, having 2 small oars that I'd fashioned laid ready to my hand, and loosened the cord which held it to the bank. Once out in the current, my raft flew swiftly under the gloomy archway, and I found myself in total darkness, carried smoothly forward by the rapid river. On I went, as it seemed to me, for many nights and days. Once the channel became so small that I had a narrow escape of being crushed against the rocky roof, and after that I took the precaution of lying flat upon my precious bales. Though I only ate what was absolutely necessary to keep myself alive, the inevitable moment came. After swallowing my last morsel of food, I began to wonder if I might, after all, die of hunger. Then, worn out with anxiety and fatigue, I fell into a deep sleep, and when I again opened my eyes, I was once more in the light of day. A beautiful country lay before me, and my raft, which was tied to the river bank, was surrounded by friendly-looking black men. I rose and saluted them, and they spoke to me in return, but I could not understand a word of their language. Feeling perfectly bewildered by my sudden return to life and light, I murmured to myself in Arabic, "Close thine eyes, and while thou sleepest heaven will change thy fortune from evil to good." One of the natives who understood the tongue then came forward saying, "My brother, be not surprised to see us. This is our land, and as we came to get water from the river, we noticed your raft floating down it, and one of us swam out and brought you to the shore. We have waited for your awakening. Tell us now whence you come and where you were going by that dangerous way." I replied that nothing would please me better than to tell them, but that I was starving and would fain eat something first. I was soon supplied with all I needed, and having satisfied my hunger, I told them faithfully of all that had befallen me. They were lost in wonder at my tale when it was interpreted to them, and said that adventures so surprising must be related to their king only by the man to whom they had happened. So procuring a horse, they mounted me upon it, and we set out, followed by several strong men, carrying my raft just as it was upon their shoulders. In this order we marched into the city of Serendib, where the natives presented me to their king, whom I saluted in the Indian fashion, prostrating myself at his feet and kissing the ground. But the monarch bade me rise and sit beside him, asking first what was my name. "I'm Sinbad," I replied, "whom men call the sailor, for I have voyaged much upon many seas." "And how come you here?" asked the king. I told my story, concealing nothing, and his surprise and delight was so great that he ordered my adventures to be written in letters of gold and laid up in the archives of his kingdom. Presently my raft was brought in, and the bales opened in his presence, and the king declared that in all his treasury there was no such rubies and emeralds as those which lay in great heaps before him. Seeing as he looked at them with interest, I ventured to say that I myself and all that I had were at his disposal, but he answered me smiling, "Nay, Sinbad, heaven forbid that I should covet your riches. I will rather add to them, for I desire that you shall not leave my kingdom without some tokens of my goodwill." He then commanded his officers to provide me with a suitable lodging at his expense, and sent slaves to wait upon me and carry my raft and my bales to my new dwelling place. You may imagine that I praised his generosity and gave him grateful thanks, nor did I fail to present myself daily in his audience chamber, and for the rest of my time I amused myself in seeing all that was most worthy of attention in the city. The island of Serendib being situated on the equator, the days and nights are therefore of equal length. The chief city is placed at the end of a beautiful valley formed by the highest mountain in the world, which is in the middle of the island. I had the curiosity to ascend to its very summit, and for this was the place to which Adam was banished out of paradise. Here are found rubies and many precious things, and rare plants grow abundantly with cedar trees and coconut palms. On the seashore and at the mouths of the rivers, the divers seek for pearls, and in some valleys diamonds are plentiful. After many days I petitioned the king that I might return to my own country, to which he graciously consented. Moreover, he loaded me with rich gifts, and when I went to take leave of him, he entrusted me with a royal present and a letter to the commander of the faithful, our sovereign lord, saying, "I pray you give these to Caliph Harun al-Rashid, and assure him of my friendship. I accepted the charge respectfully and soon embarked upon the vessel which the king himself had chosen for me. The king's letter was written in blue characters upon a rare and precious skin of yellowish colour, and these were the words of it. The King of the Indies, before whom walk 1,000 elephants, who lives in a palace, of which the roof blazes with 100,000 rubies, and whose treasure house contains 20,000 diamond crowns, to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, sends greeting. Though the offering we present to you is unworthy of your notice, we pray you do accept it as a mark of the esteem and friendship which we cherish for you, and of which we gladly send you this token, and we ask of you a like regard if you deem us worthy of it. Adieu, brother. The present consisted of a vase carved with a single ruby, 6 inches high and thick as my finger. These were filled with the choicest pearls, large and of perfect shape and lustre. Secondly, a huge snakeskin with scales as large as a sequin, which would preserve from sickness those who slept upon it. Then quantities of aloe woods, camphor, pistachio nuts, and lastly a beautiful slave girl whose robes glittered with precious stones. After a long and prosperous voyage, we landed at Balsora, and I made haste to reach Baghdad, and taking the king's letter, I presented myself at the palace gate, followed by the beautiful slave and various members of my own family bearing the treasure. As soon as I had declared my errand, I was conducted to the presence of the Caliph, to whom, after I made my respects, I gave the letter and the king's gift, and when he examined them, he demanded of me whether the Prince of Seradib was really as rich and powerful as he claimed to be. Commander of the Faithful, I replied, again bowing humbly before him, I can assure your Majesty that he has in no way exaggerated his wealth and grandeur. Nothing can equal the magnificence of his palace. When he goes abroad, his throne is prepared upon the back of an elephant, and on either side of him ride his ministers, his favourites, and his courtiers. On his elephant's neck sits an officer, his golden lance in his hand, and behind him stands another bearing a pillar of gold, at the top of which is an emerald as long as my hand. 1,000 men in cloth of gold, mounted upon richly decorated elephants, go before him, and as the procession moves onward, the officer who guides his elephant cries aloud, Behold the mighty monarch, the powerful and valiant Sultan of the Indies, whose palace is covered with 100,000 rubies, who possesses 20,000 diamond crowns. Behold a monarch greater than Solomon and Mirage in all their glory. Then the one who stands behind the throne answers, The king, so great and powerful, must die, must die, must die. And the first takes up the chant again, All praise to him who lives forevermore. Further, my lord, in Seradib, no judge is needed, for to the king himself his people come for justice. The Caliph was well satisfied with my report. From the king's letter, said he, I judge that he was a wise man. It seems that he is worthy of his people, and his people of him. So saying, he dismissed me with rich presents, and I returned in peace to my own house. When Sinbad had been done speaking to his guests, they withdrew. Hindbad having first received 100 sequins, but all returned next day to hear the story of the 7th voyage. Sinbad thus began. The 7th and last voyage. After my 6th voyage, I was quite determined that I would go to sea no more. I was now of an age to appreciate a quiet life, and I had run risks enough. I only wished to end my days in peace. One day, however, when I was entertaining a number of my friends, I was told that an officer of the Caliph wished to speak to me, and when he was admitted, he bade me follow him into the presence of Harun al-Rashid, which I accordingly did. After I had saluted him, the Caliph said, "I have sent for you, Sinbad, because I need your services. I have chosen you to bear a letter and a gift to the king of Serendib in return for his message of friendship." The Caliph's commandment fell upon me like a thunderbolt. "Commander of the faithful," I replied, "I am ready to do all that your majesty commands, but I humbly pray to remember that I am utterly disheartened by the unheard of sufferings I have undergone. Indeed, I have made a vow never again to leave Baghdad." With this I gave him a long account of some of my strangest adventures, to which he listened patiently. "I admit," he said, "that you have indeed had some extraordinary experiences, but I do not see why they should hinder you from doing as I wish. You have only to go straight to Serendib and give my message. Then you are free to come back and do as you will. But go you must. My honour and dignity demand it." Seeing that there was no help for it, I declared myself willing to obey, and the Caliph, delighted at having got his own way, he gave me 1,000 sequins for the expenses for the voyage. I was soon ready to start, and taking the letter and the present, I embarked at Balsora and sailed quickly and safely to Serendib. Here, when I disclosed my errand, I was well received and brought into the presence of the king, who greeted me with joy. "Welcome, Sinbad," he cried. "I have thought of you often and rejoiced to see you once more." After thanking him for the honour that he did me, I displayed the Caliph's gifts. First, a bed with complete hangings of all cloth of gold, which cost 1,000 sequins, and another like to it of crimson stuff. 50 robes of rich embroidery, 100 of the finest white linen from Cairo, Suez, Kufur, and Alexandria. Then more beds of a different fashion, and an agate vase, carved with the figure of a man aiming an arrow at a lion. And finally a costly table, which had once belonged to King Solomon. The king of Serendib received with satisfaction the assurance of the Caliph's friendliness towards him, and now my task being accomplished, I was anxious to depart, but it was some time before the king would think of letting me go. At last, however, he dismissed me with many presents, and I lost no time in going on board a ship, which sailed at once, and for 4 days all went well. On the 5th day we had the misfortune to fall in with pirates, who seized our vessel, killing all who resisted, and making prisoners of those who were prudent enough to submit at once, of whom I was one. When they had despoiled us of all we possessed, they forced us to put on vile raiment and sailing to a distant island, there sold us for slaves. I fell into the hands of a rich merchant who took me home with him and clothed me and fed me well, and after some days sent for me and questioned me as to what I could do. I answered that I was a rich merchant who had been captured by pirates, and therefore I knew no trade. "Tell me," said he, "can you shoot with a bow?" I replied that this had been one of the pastimes of my youth, and that doubtless with practice my skill would come back to me. Upon this he provided me with bow and arrows, and mounting me with him upon his own elephant, took the way to a vast forest which lay far from the town. When we had reached the wildest part of it, we stopped, and my master said to me, "This forest swarms with elephants. Hide yourself in this great tree and shoot at all that pass you. When you have succeeded in killing one, come and tell me." So saying, he gave me a supply of food and returned to the town, and I perched myself high up in the tree and kept watch. That night I saw nothing, but just after sunrise the next morning a large herd of elephants came crashing and trampling by. I lost no time in letting fly several arrows, and at last one of the great animals fell to the ground dead, and the others retreated, leaving me free to come down from my hiding place and run back to tell my master of my great success, for which I was praised and regaled with good things. Then we went back to the forest together and dug a mighty trench in which we buried the elephant I had killed, in order that when it became a skeleton, my master might return and secure its tusks. For 2 months I hunted thus, and no day passed without my securing an elephant. Of course, I did not always station myself in the same tree, but sometimes in one place, sometimes in another. One morning, as I watched the coming of the elephants, I was surprised to see that instead of passing the tree I was in, as they usually did, they paused and completely surrounded it, trumpeting horribly and shaking the ground with their heavy tread. And then I saw that their eyes were fixed upon me. I was terrified, and my arrows dropped from my trembling hand. I had good reason for my terror when an instant later the largest of the animals wound his trunk round the tree and, with one mighty effort, tore it up by the roots, bringing me to the ground entangled in its branches. I thought now that my last hour was surely come, but the huge creature, picking me up gently enough, set me on its back, where I clung more dead than alive, and followed by the whole herd, turned and crashed into the dense forest. It seemed to me a long time before I was once more set upon my feet by the elephant, and I stood as if in a dream, watching the herd, which turned and trampled off in another direction, and was soon hidden in the dense underwood. Then, recovering myself, I looked about me, and found that I was standing upon the side of a great hill, strewn as far as I could see on either hand with bones and tusks of elephants. This must be the elephants' burying place, I said to myself, and they must have brought me here that I might cease to persecute them, seeing that I want nothing but their tusks, and here lie more than I could carry away in a lifetime. whereupon I turned and made for the city as fast as I could go, not seeing a single elephant by the way, which convinced me that they had retired deeper into the forest to leave their way open to the ivory hill, and I did not know how sufficiently to admire their sagacity. After a day and night I reached my master's house, and was received by him with joyful surprise. "Ah, poor Sinbad," he cried, "I was wondering what could have become of you. When I went to the forest I found the tree newly uprooted, and the arrows lying beside it, and I feared I should never see you again. Pray tell me how you escaped death." I soon satisfied his curiosity, and the next day we went together to the ivory hill, and he was overjoyed to find that I had told him nothing but the truth. When we had loaded our elephant with as many tusks as it could carry, we were on our way back to the city, and he said, "My brother, since I can no longer treat as a slave one who has enriched me thus, take your liberty, and may heaven prosper you. I will no longer conceal from you that these wild elephants have killed numbers of our slaves every year. No matter what good advice we gave them, they were caught sooner or later. You alone have escaped the wiles of these animals, therefore you must be under the special protection of heaven. Now through you the whole town will be enriched without further loss of life. Therefore you shall not only receive your liberty, but I will also bestow a fortune upon you." To which I replied, "Master, I thank you and wish you all prosperity. For myself I can only ask liberty to return to my own country." "It is well," he answered. "The monsoon will soon bring the ivory ships hither. Then I will send you on your way with somewhat to pay your passage." So I stayed with him till the time of the monsoons, and every day we added to our store of ivory till all his warehouses was overflowing with it. By this time the other merchants knew the secret, but there was enough to spare for all. When the ships at last arrived, my master himself chose the one in which I was to sail, and put on board for me a great store of provisions, also ivory in abundance, and all the costliest curiosities of the country, for which I could not thank him enough, and so we parted. I left the ship at the first port we came to, not feeling at ease upon the sea after all that had happened to me by reason of it, and having disposed of my ivory for gold, and bought many rare and costly presents, I loaded my pack animals and joined a caravan of merchants. Our journey was long and tedious, but I bore it patiently, reflecting that at least I had not to fear tempests or pirates, nor serpents, nor any of the other perils from which I had suffered before, and at length we reached Baghdad. My first care was to present myself before the Caliph and gave him an account of my embassy. He assured me that my long absence had disquieted him much, but he had nevertheless hoped for my best. As to my adventure among the elephants, he heard it with amazement, declaring that he could not have believed it, had not my truthfulness been well known to him. By his orders, this story and the others I told him were written by his scribes in letters of gold and laid up among his treasures. I took my leave of him well satisfied with the honours and rewards he bestowed upon me, and since that time I have rested from my labours and given myself up wholly to my family and my friends. Thus Sinbad ended the story of his seventh and last voyage, and turning to Hindbad he said, "Well, my friend, and what do you think now? Have you ever heard of anyone who has suffered more, or had more narrow escapes than I have?" it is not just that I should now enjoy a life of ease and tranquillity. Hindbad drew near and kissing his hand respectfully replied, Sir, you have indeed known fearful perils. My troubles have been nothing compared to yours. Moreover, the generous use you make of your wealth proves that you deserve it. May you live long and happily in the enjoyment in it. Sinbad then gave him 100 sequins, and henceforward counted him among his friends. Also he caused him to give up his profession as a porter, and to eat daily at his table, that he might all his life remember Sinbad the sailor.
Good evening. My name is Sean, and tonight I'll read the first part of The Bamboo Cutter and the Moonchild to help you unwind, relax, and drift off into dreams. Make sure you're comfortable and take a few breaths. If you are ready, I shall begin. Long, long ago, there lived an old bamboo woodcutter. He was very poor and sad also, for no child had heaven sent to cheer his old age, and in his heart there was no hope of rest from work till he died and was laid in a quiet grave. Every morning he went forth into the woods and hills, wherever the bamboo reared its light green plumes against the sky. When he had made his choice, he would cut down these feathers of the forest, splitting them lengthwise or cutting them into joints, would carry the bamboo wood home and make it into various articles for the household. And he and his old wife gained a small livelihood by selling them. One morning, as usual, he had gone out to his work, and having found a nice clump of bamboos, had set to work to cut some of them down. Suddenly, the green grove of bamboos was flooded with a bright, soft light, as if the full moon had risen over the spot. Looking round in astonishment, he saw that the brilliance was streaming from one bamboo. The old man, full of wonder, dropped his axe and went towards the light. On nearer approach he saw that this soft splendor came from a hollow in the green bamboo stem. And still more wonderful to behold, in the midst of the brilliance stood a tiny human being, only 3 inches in height, and exquisitely beautiful in appearance. "You must be sent to be my child, for I find you here among the bamboos, where lies my daily work," said the old man. And taking the little creature in his hand, he took it home to his wife to bring up. The tiny girl was so exceedingly beautiful and so small that the old woman put her into a basket to safeguard her from the least possibility of being hurt in any way. The old couple were very happy now, for it had been a lifelong regret that they had no children of their own. And with joy they now expended all the love of their old age on the little child who had come to them in so marvelous a manner. From this time on, the old man often found gold in the notches of the bamboos when he hewed them down and cut them up. Not only gold, but precious stones also, so that by degrees he became rich. He built himself a fine house, and was no longer known as the poor bamboo woodcutter, but as a wealthy man. 3 months passed away quickly, and in that time the bamboo child had, wonderful to say, become a full-grown girl. So her foster parents did up her hair and dressed her in beautiful kimonos. She was of such wondrous beauty that they placed her behind the screens like a princess, and allowed no one to see her, waiting upon her themselves. It seemed as if she were made of light, for the house was filled with a soft shining, so that even in the dark of night it was like daytime. Her presence seemed to have a benign influence on those there. Whenever the old man felt sad, he had only to look upon his foster daughter, and his sorrow vanished, and he became as happy as when he was a youth. At last the day came for the naming of their new-found child. So the old couple called in a celebrated name-giver, and he gave her the name Princess Moonlight, because her body gave forth such a soft, bright light that she might have been a daughter of the moon god. For 3 days the festival was kept up with song and dance. All the friends and relations of the old couple were present, and great was their enjoyment of the festivities held to celebrate the naming of Princess Moonlight. Everyone who saw her declared that there never had been seen anyone so lovely. All the beauties throughout the length and breadth of the land would grow pale beside her, so they said. The fame of the princess's loveliness spread far and wide, and many were the suitors who desired to win her hand, or even so much as to see her. Suitors from far and near posted themselves outside the house, and made little holes in the fence in the hope of catching a glimpse of the princess as she went from one room to another along the veranda. They stayed there day and night, sacrificing even their sleep for a chance of seeing her, but all in vain. Then they approached the house, and tried to speak to the old man and his wife, or some of the servants. Not even this was granted them. Still, in spite of all this disappointment, they stayed on day after day, night after night, and counted it as nothing, so great was their desire to see the princess. At last, however, Most of the men, seeing how hopeless their quest was, lost heart and hope both and returned to their homes. All except 5 knights, whose ardor and determination, instead of waning, seemed to wax greater with obstacles. These 5 men even went without their meals, and took snatches of whatever they could get brought to them, so that they might always stand outside the dwelling. They stood there in all weathers, in sunshine and in rain. Sometimes they wrote letters to the princess, but no answer was vouchsafed to them. Then, when letters failed to draw any reply, they wrote poems to her, telling her of their hopeless love, which kept them from sleep, from food, from rest, and even from their homes. Still, Princess Moonlight gave no sign of having received their verses. In this hopeless state, the winter passed. The snow and frost and cold winds gradually gave place to the gentle warmth of spring. The summer came, and the sun burned white and scorching in the heavens above, and on the earth beneath. And still these faithful knights kept watch and waited. At the end of these long months, they called out to the old bamboo cutter, and entreated him to have some mercy upon them, and to show them the princess. But he answered only that he was not her real father, and he could not insist on her obeying him against her wishes. The 5 knights, on receiving this stern answer, returned to their several homes, and pondered over the best means of touching the proud princess's heart, even so much as to grant them a hearing. They took their rosaries in hand, and knelt before their household shrines, and burned precious incense, praying to Buddha to give them their heart's desire. Thus several days passed, but even so they could not rest in their homes. So again they set out for the bamboo cutter's house. This time the old man came out to see them, and they asked him to let them know if it was the princess's resolution never to see any man whatsoever. And they implored him to speak for them, and to tell her of the greatness of their love, and how long they had waited through the cold of winter and the heat of summer, sleepless and roofless through all weathers, without food and without rest, in the ardent hope of winning her. And they were willing to consider this long vigil as pleasure, if she would but give them one chance of pleading their cause with her. The old man lent a willing ear to their tale of love, for in his inmost heart he felt sorry for these faithful suitors, and would have liked to have seen his lovely daughter married to one of them. So he went to Princess Moonlight and said reverently, "Although you have always seemed to me to be a heavenly being, yet I have had the trouble of bringing you up as my own child, and you have been glad of the protection of my roof. Will you refuse to do as I wish?" Then the Princess Moonlight replied that there was nothing she would not do for him, that she honored and loved him as her own father, and that as for herself she could not remember the time before she came to earth. The old man listened with great joy as she spoke these dutiful words. Then he told her how anxious he was to see her safely and happily married before he died. "I am an old man, over 70 years of age. and my end may come at any time now. It is necessary and right that you should see these 5 suitors and choose one of them." "Oh, why," said the princess in distress, "must I do this? I have no wish to marry now." "I found you," answered the old man, "many years ago, when you were a little creature 3 inches high, in the midst of a great white light. The light streamed from the bamboo in which you were hid and led me to you. So I have always thought that you were more than mortal woman. While I am alive, it is right for you to remain as you are if you wish to do so. But some day I shall cease to be, and who will take care of you then? Therefore I pray you to meet these 5 brave men, one at a time, and make up your mind to marry one of them." Then the princess answered that she felt sure that she was not as beautiful as perhaps report made her out to be, and that even if she consented to marry one of them, not really knowing her before, his heart might change afterwards. So as she did not feel sure of them, even though her father told her they were worthy knights, she did not feel it wise to see them. "All you say is very reasonable," said the old man. "But what kind of men will you consent to see? I do not call these 5 men who have waited on you for months light-hearted. They have stood outside this house through the winter and summer, often denying themselves food and sleep so that they may win you. What more can you demand?" Then Princess Moonlight said she must make further trial of their love before she would grant their request to interview her. The 5 warriors were to prove their love by each bringing her from distant countries something that she desired to possess. That same evening the suitors arrived and began to play their flutes in turn, and to sing their self-composed songs telling of their great and tireless love. The bamboo cutter went out to them and offered them his sympathy for all they had endured, and all the patience they had shown in their desire to win his foster daughter. Then he gave them her message, that she would consent to marry whosoever was successful in bringing her what she wanted. This was the test to them. The 5 all accepted the trial, and thought it an excellent plan, for it would prevent jealousy between them. The end of part 1. Good evening. My name is Sean. Tonight I'll read the second part of The Bamboo Cutter and the Moon Child. To help you unwind, relax, and drift off into dreams, make sure you are comfortable and take a few breaths. If you're ready, I shall begin. Princess Moonlight suggested that her husband would be the one who could complete her task, and the 5 suitors agreed. Princess Moonlight then sent word to the first knight that she requested him to bring her the stone bowl which had belonged to Buddha in India. The second knight was asked to go to the mountain of Hira, said to be situated in the eastern sea, and to bring her a branch of the wonderful tree that grew on its summit. The roots of this tree were silver, the trunk of gold, and the branches bore as fruit white jewels. The third knight was to go to China and search for the fire rat, and to bring her its skin. The fourth night was told to search for the dragon that carried in its head the stone radiating 5 colors, and to bring the stone to her. The fifth night was to find the swallow which carried a shell in its stomach, and to bring the shell to her. The old man thought these were very hard tasks, and hesitated to carry the messages. But the princess would make no other conditions. So her commands were issued word for word to the 5 men, who, when they heard what was required of them, were all disheartened and disgusted at what seemed to them the impossibility of the tasks given them, and returned to their homes in despair. But after a time, when they thought of the princess, the love in their hearts revived for her, and they resolved to make an attempt to get what she desired of them. The first night sent word to the princess that he was starting out that day on the quest of Buddha's bowl, and he hoped soon to bring it to her. But he had not the courage to go all the way to India, for in those days traveling was very difficult and full of danger. So he went to one of the temples in Kyoto, and took a stone bowl from the altar there, paying the priest a large sum of money for it. He then wrapped it in cloth of gold and waited quietly for 3 years, returned, and carried it to the old man. Princess Moonlight wondered that the knight should have returned so soon. She took the bowl from its gold wrappings, expecting it to make the room full of light, but it did not shine at all. So she knew that it was a sham thing, and not the true bowl of Buddha. She returned it at once and refused to see him. The knight threw the bowl away and returned to his home in despair. He gave up now all hopes of ever winning the princess. The second night told his parents that he needed change of air for his breath, for he was ashamed to tell them that the love for the Princess Moonlight was the real cause of his leaving them. He then left his home, at the same time sending word to the princess that he was setting out for Mount Hara, in the hopes of getting her a branch of the gold and silver tree, which she so much wished to have. He only allowed his servants to accompany him halfway, and then sent them back. When he reached the seashore, he embarked on a small ship, and after sailing away for 3 days, he landed and employed several carpenters to build him a house contrived in such a way that no one could get access to it. He then shut himself up with 6 skilled jewelers, and endeavored to make such a gold and silver branch as he thought would satisfy the princess as having come from the wonderful tree growing on Mount Hara. Everyone whom he had asked declared that Mount Hara belonged to the land of fable and not to fact. When the branch was finished, he took his journey home, and tried to make himself look as if he were wearied and worn out with travel. He put the jeweled branch into a lacquer box, and carried it to the bamboo cutter, begging him to present it to the princess. The old man was quite deceived by the travel-stained appearance of the knight, and thought that he had only just returned from his long journey with the branch. So he tried to persuade the princess to consent to see the man, but she remained silent and looked very sad. The old man began to take out the branch and praise it as a wonderful treasure to be found nowhere else in the land. Then he spoke of the knight, How handsome and brave he was to have undertaken a journey to so remote a place as Mount Hara. Princess Moonlight took the branch in her hand and looked at it carefully. She then told her foster parent that she knew it was impossible for the man to have obtained a branch from the gold and silver tree growing on Mount Hara so quickly or easily, and she was sorry to say she believed it artificial. The old man then went out to the expectant knight, who had now approached the house, and asked where he had found the branch. Then the man did not scruple to make up a long story. 2 years ago, I took a ship and started in search of Mount Hara. After going before the wind for some time, I reached the far eastern sea. Then a great storm arose, and I was tossed about for many days, losing all count of the points of the compass. And finally we were blown ashore on an unknown island. Here I found the place inhabited by demons, who at one time threatened to kill me and eat me. However, I managed to make friends with these horrible creatures, and they helped me and my sailors repair the boat and set sail again. Our food gave out, and we suffered from much sickness aboard. At last, on the 500th day from the day of our starting, I saw far off on the horizon what looked like the peak of a mountain. On nearer approach, this proved to be an island, in the center of which rose a high mountain. I landed, and after wandering about for 2 or 3 days, I saw a shining being coming towards me on the beach, holding in his hands a golden bowl. I went up to him and asked him if I had, by good chance, found the island of Mount Hara. "Yes, this is Mount Hara," he answered. With much difficulty I climbed to the summit. Here stood the golden tree with the silver roots in the ground. The wonders of that strange land are so many, and if I begin to tell you about them I could never stop. In spite of my wish to stay there long, on breaking off the branch I hurried back. With the utmost speed it has taken me 400 days to get back, and as you can see, my clothes are still damp from exposure on the long sea voyage. I have not even waited to change my raiment, so anxious was I to bring the branch to the princess quickly. Just at this moment, the 6 jewelers, who had been employed on the making of the branch, but not yet paid by the knight, arrived at the house and sent in a petition to the princess to be paid for their labor. They said that they had worked over 1,000 days making the branch of gold, with its silver twigs and its jeweled fruit, that was now presented to her by the knight, but as yet they had received nothing in payment. So this knight's deception was thus found out, and the princess, glad of an escape from an impertinent sailor, was only too pleased to send the branch back. She called in the workmen, and had paid them liberally, and they went on their way. But on the way home they were overtaken by the disappointed man, who beat them till they were nearly dead for letting out the secret, and they barely escaped with their lives. The knight then returned home, raging in his heart, and in despair of ever winning the princess, gave up society and retired to a solitary life among the mountains. Now the 3rd knight had a friend in China, so he wrote to him to get the skin of the fire rat. The virtue of any part of this animal was that no fire could harm it. He promised his friend any amount of money he liked to ask, if only he could get him the desired article. As soon as the news that the ship came on which his friend had sailed home had come to port, he rode 7 days on horseback to meet him. He handed his friend a large sum of money and received the fire rat skin. When he reached home, he put it carefully in a box and sent it to the princess while he waited outside for her answer. The bamboo cutter took the box from the knight and, as usual, carried it to her and tried to coax her to see the knight at once. But Princess Moonlight refused, saying that she must first put the skin to test by putting it to the fire. If it were the real thing, it would not burn. So she took off the crepe wrapper and opened the box and threw the skin into the fire. The skin crackled and burnt up at once, and the princess knew that this man also had not fulfilled his word. So the third night failed also. Now the fourth night was no more enterprising than the rest. Instead of starting out on the quest of the dragon, bearing on its head the 5-color radiating jewel, he called all his servants together and gave them the order to seek it far and wide in Japan and China, and he strictly forbade any of them to return till they had found it. His numerous retainers and servants started out in different directions, with no intention, however, of obeying what they considered an impossible order. They simply took a holiday, went to pleasant country places together, and grumbled at their master's unreasonableness. The knight, meanwhile, thinking that his retainers could not fail to find the jewel, repaired to his house and fitted it up beautifully for the reception of the princess. He felt so sure of winning her. 1 year passed away in weary waiting, and still his men did not return with the dragon jewel. The knight became desperate. He could wait no longer. So taking with him only 2 men, he hired a ship and commanded the captain to go in search of the dragon. The captain and the sailors refused to undertake what they said was an absurd search, but the knight compelled them at last to put out to sea. When they had been but a few days out, they encountered a great storm, which lasted so long, by the time its fury abated, the knight had determined to give up the hunt of the dragon. They were at last blown ashore, for navigation was primitive in those days. Worn out with his travels and anxiety, the 4th suitor gave himself up to rest. He had caught a very heavy cold and had to go to bed with a swollen face. The governor of the place, hearing his plight, sent messengers with a letter inviting him to his house. While he was there, thinking over all his troubles, his love for the princess turned to anger, and he blamed her for all the hardships he had undergone. He thought that it was quite probable she had wished to kill him, so that she might be rid of him, and in order to carry out her wish, had sent him upon this impossible quest. At this point, all the servants he had sent out to find the jewel came to see him, and were surprised to find praise instead of displeasure awaiting them. Their master told them that he was heartily sick of adventure, and said that he never intended to go near the princess's house again in the future. Like all the rest, the 5th knight failed in his quest. He could not find the swallow shell. Good evening. My name is Sean. Tonight I'll read the 3rd part of the bamboo cutter and the moon child to help you unwind, relax, and drift off into dreams. Make sure you're comfortable and take a few breaths. If you're ready, I shall begin. So all 5 suitors have failed their tasks. So they gave up Princess Moonlight. By this time, the fame of Princess Moonlight's beauty had reached the ears of the Emperor, and he had sent one of the court ladies to see if she were really as lovely as report said. If so, he would summon her to the palace and make her one of the ladies in waiting. When the court lady arrived, in spite of her father's entreaties, Princess Moonlight refused to see her. The imperial messenger insisted, saying it was the emperor's order. Then Princess Moonlight told the old man that if she was forced to go to the palace in obedience to the emperor's order, she would vanish from the earth. When the emperor was told of her persistence in refusing to obey his summons, and that if pressed to obey she would disappear altogether from sight, he determined to go see her. So he planned to go on a hunting excursion in the neighborhood of the bamboo cutter's house and see the princess himself. He sent word to the old man of his intention, and he received consent to the scheme. The next day the emperor set out with his retinue, which he soon managed to outride. He found the bamboo cutter's house and dismounted. He then entered the house and went straight to where the princess was sitting with her attendants and maidens. Never had he seen anyone so wonderfully beautiful, and he could not but look at her, for she was more lovely than any human being, and she shone in her soft radiance. When Princess Moonlight became aware that a stranger was looking at her, she tried to escape from the room, but the emperor caught her and begged her to listen to what he had to say. Her only answer was to hide her face in her sleeves. The emperor fell deeply in love with her and begged her to come to the court, where he would give her a position of honor and everything she could wish for. He was about to send for one of the imperial palanquins to take her back with him at once, saying that her grace and beauty should adorn a court and not be hidden in a bamboo cutter's cottage. But the princess stopped him. She said that if she were forced to go to the palace, she would turn at once into a shadow, and even as she spoke she began to lose her form. Her figure faded from his sight while he looked. The emperor then promised to leave her free if only she would resume her former shape, which she did. It was now time for him to return, or his retinue would be wondering what had happened to their royal master when they missed him for so long. So he bade her goodbye and left the house with a sad heart. Princess Moonlight was for him the most beautiful woman in the world. All others were dark beside her, and he thought of her night and day. His Majesty now spent much of his time writing poems, telling her of his love and devotion, and sent them to her, and though she refused to see him again, she answered with many verses of her own composing, which told him gently and kindly that she could never marry anyone on this earth. These little songs always gave him pleasure. At this time, her foster parents noticed that night after night the princess would sit on her balcony and gaze for hours at the moon. in the spirit of the deepest dejection, ending always in a burst of tears. One night the old man found her thus weeping, as if her heart were broken, and he besought her to tell him the reason for her sorrow. With many tears she told him that he had guessed rightly when he supposed her to not belong to this world, that she had in truth come from the moon, and that her time on earth would soon be over. On the 15th day of that very month of August, her friends from the moon would come to fetch her, and she would have to return. Her parents were both there, but having spent a lifetime on earth, she had forgotten them, and also the moon world to which she belonged. It made her weep, she said, to think of leaving her kind foster parents, and the home where she had been happy for so long. When her attendants heard this, they were very sad. They could not eat or drink for sadness at the thought that the princess would soon leave them. The emperor, as soon as the news was carried to him, sent messengers to the house to find out if the report were true or not. The old bamboo cutter went out to meet the imperial messengers. The last few days of sorrow had told upon the old man. He had aged greatly, and looked much more than his 70 years. Weeping bitterly, he told them that the report was only too true, but he intended, however, to make prisoners of the envoys from the moon, and to do all he could to prevent the princess from being carried back. The men returned and told his majesty all that had passed. On the 15th day of that month the emperor sent a guard of 2,000 warriors to watch the house. 1,000 stationed themselves on the roof. Another 1,000 kept watch around the entrances of the house. All were trained archers with bows and arrows. The bamboo cutter and his wife hid Princess Moonlight in an inner room. The old man gave orders that no one was to sleep that night. All in the house were to keep a strict watch, and be ready to protect the princess. With these precautions, and the help of the emperor's men-at-arms, he hoped to withstand the moon messengers. But the princess told him that all these measures to keep her would be useless, and that when her people came for her, nothing whatever could prevent them from carrying out their purpose. Even the emperor's men would be powerless. Then she added with tears that she was very, very sorry to leave him and his wife, whom she had learned to love as her parents. That if she could do as she liked, she would stay with them in their old age, and try to make some return for all the love and kindness they had showed her during all her earthly life. The night wore on. The yellow harvest moon rose high in the heavens, flooding the world asleep with her golden light. Silence reigned over the pine and the bamboo forest, and on the roof where the 1,000 men-at-arms waited. Then the night grew gray towards the dawn, and all hoped that the danger was over, that the Princess Moonlight would not have to leave them after all. Then suddenly the watcher saw a cloud form around the moon, and while they looked, this cloud began to roll towards earth. Nearer and nearer it came, and everyone saw with dismay that its course lay towards the house. . In a short time the sky was entirely obscured, till at last the cloud lay over the dwelling only 10 feet off the ground. In the midst of the cloud there stood a flying chariot, and in the chariot a band of luminous beings. One amongst them looked like a king and appeared to be the chief, stepped out of the chariot, and poised in the air, called to the old man to come out. "The time has come," he said, "for Princess Moonlight to return to the moon from whence she came. She committed a grave fault, and as punishment was sent to live down here for a time. We know what good care you have taken of the princess, and we have rewarded you for this time you have spent with wealth and prosperity. We put the gold in the bamboos for you to find. I have brought up this princess for 20 years, and never once has she done anything wrong. Therefore the lady you are seeking cannot be this one," said the old man. "I pray you look elsewhere." Then the messenger called aloud, saying, "Princess Moonlight, come out from this lowly dwelling. Rest not here another moment." At these words the screens of the princess's room slid open of their own accord, revealing the shining princess in her own radiance, bright and wonderful, full of beauty. The messenger led her forth and placed her in the chariot. She looked back and saw the pity, the deep sorrow of the old man. She spoke to him with many comforting words, and told him that it was not her will to leave him, and that he must always think of her when looking at the moon. The bamboo cutter implored to be allowed to accompany her, but this was not allowed. The princess took off her embroidered outer garment and gave it to him as a keepsake. One of the moon beings in the chariot held a wonderful coat of wings. Another had a phial full of the elixir of life, which was given to the princess to drink. She swallowed a little, and was about to give the rest to the old man, but she was prevented from doing so. The robe of wings was about to be put upon her shoulders, but she said, "Wait a little. I must not forget my good friend the Emperor. I must write him once more to say good-bye while I'm still in this human form." In spite of the impatience of the messengers and charioteers, she kept them waiting while she wrote. She placed the phial of the elixir of life with the letter, and giving them to the old man, asked him to deliver them to the emperor. Then the chariot began to roll heavenwards towards the moon, and as they all gazed with tearful eyes at the receding princess, the dawn broke, and in the rosy light of day the moon chariot and all in it were lost amongst the fleecy clouds that were now wafted across the sky on the wings of the morning wind. Princess Moonlight's letter was carried to the palace. His Majesty was afraid to touch the elixir of life, so he sent it with the letter to the top of the most sacred mountain in the land, Mount Fuji, and there the royal emissaries burnt it on the summit at sunrise. So to this day, people say there is smoke to be seen rising from the top of Mount Fuji to the clouds. The end.
Here are 4 more stories of Norse legends and myths. Please listen in a place where you can safely go to sleep. Sif's golden hair, how Loki wrought mischief in Asgard. All who dwelt in Asgard, the Aesir and the Asnur, who were the gods and goddesses, and the Vanir, who were the friends of the gods and the goddesses, were wroth with Loki. It was no wonder they were wroth with him, for he had let the giant Thiassi carry off Iduna and her golden apples. Still, it must be told that the show they made of their wrath made Loki ready to do more mischief in Asgard. One day he saw a chance to do mischief that made his heart rejoice. Sif, the wife of Thor, was lying asleep outside her house. Her beautiful golden hair flowed all around her. Loki knew how much Thor loved that shining hair, and how greatly Sif prized it because of Thor's love. Here was his chance to do a great mischief. Smilingly, he took out his shears and he cut off the shining hair, every strand and every tress. She did not waken while her treasure was being taken from her, but Loki left Sif's head cropped and bare. Thor was away from Asgard. Coming back to the city of gods, he went into his house. Sif, his wife, was there to welcome him. He called to Sif, but no glad answer came from her. To the palaces of all the gods and goddesses Thor went, but in none of them did he find Sif, his golden-haired wife. When he was coming back to his house, he heard his name whispered. He stopped, and then a figure stole out from behind a stone. A veil covered her head, and Thor scarce knew that this was Sif, his wife. As he went to her, she sobbed and sobbed. "O Thor, my husband," she said, "do not look upon me. I am ashamed that you see me. I shall go from Asgard and from the company of the gods and goddesses, and I shall go down to Svartheim and live amongst the dwarfs. I cannot bear that any of the dwellers in Asgard should look upon me now." "O Sif," cried Thor, "what has happened to change you?" "I have lost the hair of my head," said Sif. "I have lost the beautiful golden hair that you, Thor, loved. You will not love me any more, and so I must go away, down to Svartheim and to the company of the dwarfs. They are as ugly as I am now." Then she took the veil off her head, and Thor saw that all her beautiful hair was gone. She stood before him, shamed and sorrowful, and he grew into a mighty rage. "Who was it did this to you, Sif?" he said. "I am Thor, the strongest of all the dwellers in Asgard, and I shall see to it that all the powers the gods possess will be used to get your fairness back. Come with me, Sif." And taking his wife's hand in his, Thor went off to the council house where the gods and goddesses were. Sif covered her head with her veil, for she would not have had the gods and goddesses look upon her shorn head, but from the anger in Thor's eyes, all saw that the wrong done to Sif was great indeed. Then Thor told of the cutting of her beautiful hair. A whisper went round the council house. It was Loki did this. No one else in Asgard would have done a deed so shameful. One said to the other. "Loki it was who did it," said Thor. He has hidden himself, but I shall find him, and I will slay him." "Nay, not so, Thor," said Odin, the father of the gods. "Nay, no dweller in Asgard may slay another. I shall summon Loki to come before us here. It is for you to make him, and remember that Loki is cunning and able to do many things. Bring back to Sif the beauty of her golden hair." Then the call of Odin, the call that all in Asgard have to hearken to, went through the city of the gods. Loki heard it, and he had to come from his hiding place and enter the house where the gods held their council. And when he looked on Thor and saw the rage that was in his eyes, and when he looked on Odin and saw the sternness in the face of the father of the gods, he knew that he would have to make amends for the shameful wrong he had done to Sif. Said Odin, "There is a thing that you, Loki, have to do. Restore to Sif the beauty of her hair." Loki looked at Odin. Loki looked at Thor, and he saw that what was said would have to be done. His quick mind searched to find a way of restoring to Sif the beauty of her golden hair. "I shall do as you command, Odin, or father," he said. "But before we tell you of what Loki did to restore the beauty of Sif's golden hair, we must tell you of the other things beside the gods and goddesses who were in the world at the time. First there was Vanir. When the gods, who were called the Aesir, came to the mountain on which they built Asgard, they found other beings there. They were not wicked and ugly like the giants. They were beautiful and friendly. The Vanir, they were named. Although they were beautiful and friendly, the Vanir had no thought of making the world more beautiful or more happy, in that they differed from the Aesir, who had such a thought. The Aesir made peace with them, and they lived together in friendship, and the Vanir came to do things that help the Aesir to make the world more beautiful and happy. Freya, whom the giant wanted to take away with the sun and the moon as the reward for building all the wall around Asgard, was of the Vanir, and the other beings of the Vanir were Frey, who was the brother of Freya, and Ninord, who was their father. On the earth below there were other beings, the dainty elves, who danced and fluttered about, attending to the trees and flowers and grasses. The Vanir were permitted to rule over the elves. Then below the earth, in caves and hollows, there was another race, the dwarfs or gnomes, like twisted creatures who were both wicked and ugly, but who were the best craftsmen in the world. In the days when neither the Aesir nor the Vanir were friendly to him, Loki used to go down to Svartholm, the dwarfs dwelling below the earth. And now that he was commanded to restore to Sif the beauty of her hair, Loki thought of help he might get from the dwarfs. Down, down through the winding passages in the earth he went, and he came at last to where the dwarfs were most friendly to him, and they were working in their forges. All the dwarfs were master smiths, and when he came upon his friends, he found them working hammer and tongs, beating metals into shapes, He watched them for a while and took note of the things they were making. One was a spear, so well balanced and made that it would hit whatever mark it was thrown at, no matter how bad the aim the thrower had. The other was a boat that could sail on the sea, but that could be folded up so that it would go into one's pocket. The spear called Gungnir, and the boat was called Skidbladnir. Loki made himself very agreeable to the dwarfs, praising their work and promising them things that only the dwellers in Asgard could give, things that the dwarfs longed to possess. He talked to them till the little ugly folk thought they would come to own Asgard and all that was in it. At last Loki said to them, "Have you got a bar of fine gold that you can hammer into threads? Into threads so fine that they look like the hair of Sif, Thor's wife? Only the dwarfs can make a thing so wonderful. Ah, there is the bar of gold. Hammer it into those fine threads, and the gods themselves will be jealous of your work." Flattered by Loki's speeches, the dwarfs were in the forge, took up the bar of fine gold and flung it into the fire. Then taking it out and putting it upon their anvil, they worked on the bar with their tiny hammers until they beat it into threads that were as fine as the hairs of one head. But that was not enough. They had to be as fine as the hairs on Sif's head, and these were finer than anything else. They worked on the threads over and over again until they were as fine as the hair on Sif's head. The threads were as bright as sunlight, and when Loki took up the mass of worked gold, it flowed from his raised hand down on the ground. It was so fine that it could be put into his palm, and it was so light that a bird might not feel its weight. Then Loki praised the dwarfs more and more, and he made more and more promises to them. He charmed them all, although they were unfriendly and a suspicious folk. And before he left them, he asked them for the spear and the boat he had seen them make. The spear Gungnir and the boat Skidbladnir. The dwarfs gave him these things, though in a while after they wondered at themselves for giving them. Back to Asgard Loki went. He walked into the council house where the dwellers in Asgard were gathered. He met the stern look in Odin's eyes and the rageful look in Thor's eyes, with smiling good humour. "Off with thy veil, O Sif," he said, and when poor Sif took off her veil, he put upon her shorn head the wonderful mass of gold he held in his palm. Over her shoulders the gold fell, fine, soft, and shining as her own hair, and the Aesir and the Asnir, the gods and the goddesses, and the Van and Varna, when they saw Sif's head covering again with shining web, laughed and clapped their hands in gladness. And the shining web held to Sif's head as if it indeed had roots, and was growing there. How Brock brought judgment on Loki. It was then Loki, with the wish of making the Azure and the Vanir friendly to him once more, brought out the wonderful things he had gained from the dwarves. the spear of Gungnir, and the boat of Skidbladnir. The Aesir and the Vanir marvelled at these things so wonderful. Loki gave the spear as a gift to Odin, and to Frey, who was the chief of the Vanir, he gave the boat Skidbladnir. All Asgard rejoiced that things so wonderful and so helpful had been brought to them, and Loki, who had made a great show in giving these gifts, said boastingly, "None but the dwarfs who work for me could make such things. There are other dwarfs, but they are as unhandy as they are misshapen. The dwarfs who are my servants are the only ones who can make such wonders." Now Loki in his boastfulness had said such a foolish thing. There were other dwarfs besides those who had worked for him, and one of these was there in Asgard. All unknown to Loki, he stood in the shadow of Odin's seat, listening to what was being said. Now he went over to Loki, his little unshapen form trembling with rage. Brock, the most spiteful of all the dwarfs. "Ha, Loki, you boaster," he roared. "You lie in your words. Sindri, my brother, who would scorn to serve you, is the best smith in Svartheim." The Aesir and the Vanir laughed to see Loki outfaced by Brock, the dwarf in the middle of his boastfulness. As they laughed, Loki grew angry. "Be silent, dwarf," he said. "Your brother will know about smith's work when he goes to the dwarfs who are my friends and learns something from them." "He learned from the dwarfs who are your friends?" "My brother Sindri learned from the dwarfs who are your friends." Brock roared in a greater rage than before. "The things you have brought out of Svartheim would not be noticed by the Aesir and the Vanir if they were put beside the things that my brother Sindri can make. Sometime we will try your brother Sindri and see what he can do," said Loki. Try now, Brock shouted. "I'll wager my head against yours, Loki, that his work will make the dwellers in Asgard laugh at your boasting." "I will take your wager," said Loki. "My head against yours. And glad will be I to see that ugly head of yours off your misshapen shoulders. The Aesir will judge whether my brother's work is not the best that ever came out of Svartheim, and they will see it that you pay your wager. Loki, the head off your shoulders. Will ye not sit in judgment, O dwellers in Asgard?" "We will sit in judgment," said the Aesir. Then, still full of rage, Brock the dwarf went down to Svartheim and to the place where his brother Sindri worked. There was Sindri in the glowing forge, working with the bellows, an anvil and hammers beside him, and around him masses of metal, gold and silver, copper and iron. Brock told his tale, how he had wagered his head against Loki's, that Sindri could make things more wonderful than the spear and the boat that Loki had brought into Asgard. "You were right in what you said, my brother," said Sindri, and you shall not lose your head to Loki. But the two of us must work at what I am going to forge. It will be your work to keep the fire so that it will neither blaze up nor die down for a single instant. If you can keep the fire as I tell you, we will forge a wonder. Now, brother, keep your hands upon the bellows and keep the fire under your control. Then into the fire Sindri threw not a piece of metal, but a pigskin. Brock kept his hands on the bellows, working it so that the fire neither died down nor blazed up for a single instant. And in the glowing fire the pigskin swelled itself into a strange shape. But Brock was not left to work the bellows in peace. Into the forge flew a glad fly. It lightened up Brock's hands and stung them, and the dwarf screamed with pain. But his hands still held the bellows, working to keep the fire steady, for he knew that the glad fly was Loki, and that Loki was striving to spoil Sindri's work. Again the gadfly stung his hands, but Brock, although his hands felt as if they were pierced with hot irons, still worked the bellows so that the fire did not blaze up or die down for a single instant. Sindri came and looked into the fire. Over the shape that was rising there, he said words of magic. The gadfly had flown away, and Sindri bade his brother cease working. He took out the thing that could have been shaped in the fire, and he worked over it with his hammer. It was a wonder indeed. A boar all golden that could fly through the air and that shed light from its bristles as it flew. Brock forgot the pain in his hands and screamed with joy. "This is the greatest of wonders," he said. "The dwellers in Asgard will have to give the judgment against Loki. I shall have Loki's head." But Sindri said, "The boar golden bristle may not be judged as a great wonder as the spear, Gungnir, or the boat, Skidbladnir. We must make something more wonderful still. Work the bellows as before, brother, and do not let the fire die down or blaze up for a single instant." Then Sindri took up a piece of gold that was so bright it lightened up the dark cavern that the dwarves worked in. He threw the piece of gold into the fire. Then he went to make something else and left Brock to work the bellows. The gadfly flew in again. Brock did not know it was there until it lightened up the back of his neck. It stung him till Brock felt the pain was wrenching him apart. But still he kept his hands on the bellows, working it so that the fire neither blazed up nor died down for a single instant. When Sindri came to look into the fire, Brock was not able to speak for pain. Again Sindri said magic words over the gold that was being smelted in the fire, and he took it out of the glow and worked it over on the main anvil. And then in a while he showed Brock something that looked like the circle of their sun. A splendid arm ring, my brother, he said. An arm ring for a god's right arm. And this ring has hidden wonders. Every 9th night, 8 rings like itself will drop from this arm ring. This is Draupnir, the ring of increase. To Odin, the father of the gods, the ring shall be given, said Brock. And Odin will have to declare that nothing so wonderful or so profitable to the gods was ever brought into Asgard. O Loki, cunning Loki, I shall have thy head in spite of thy tricks. Be not too hasty, brother, said Sindri. What we have done so far is good, but better still must be the thing that will make the dwellers in Asgard give the judgment that delivers Loki's head to thee. Work as before, brother, and do not let the fire blaze. The fire blaze up or down for a single instant. This time Sindri threw into the fire a bar of iron. Then he went away to fetch the hammer that would shape it. Brock worked the bellows as before, but only his hands were steady, for every other part of him was trembling with expectation of the gadfly's sting. He saw the gadfly dart into the forge. He screamed as it flew round and round him, searching out a place where it might sting him. Most fearfully, it lighted down on his forehead, just between his eyes. The first sting it gave took the sight from his eyes. It stung again, and Brock felt the blood flowing down. Darkness filled the cave. Brock tried to keep his hands steady on the bellows, but he did not know whether the fire was blazing up or dying down. He shouted, and Sindri hurried up. Sindri said the magic words over the thing that was in the fire. Then he drew it out. An instant more, he said, and the work would have been perfect. But because you let the fire die down for an instant, the work is not as good as it might have been. He took what was shaped in the fire to the main anvil and worked over it. Then, when Brock's eyesight came back to him, he saw a great hammer, a hammer all of iron. The handle did not seem to be long enough to balance the head. This was because the fire had died down for an instant while it was being formed. The hammer is Mjolnir, said Sindri, and it is the greatest of all things that I am able to make. All in Asgard must rejoice to see this hammer. Thor only will be able to wield it. Now I am not afraid of the judgment that the dwellers in Asgard will give. The dwellers in Asgard will have to give judgment for us, Brock cried out. They will have to give judgment for us, and the head of Loki, my tormentor, will be given to me. No more wonderful or more profitable gifts than these have ever been brought into Asgard, Sindri said. Thy head is saved, and thou wilt be able to take the head of Loki, who was insolent to us. Bring it here, and we will throw it into the fire in the forge. The Aesir and the Vanir were seated in the council house of Asgard when a train of dwarves appeared before them. Brock came at the head of the train and was followed by a band of dwarves carrying things of great weight. Brock and his attendants stood round the throne of Odin and hearkened to the words of the Father of the Gods. We know why you have come into Asgard from out of Svartheim, Odin said. You have brought things wonderful and profitable to the dwellers in Asgard. Let what you have brought be seen, Brock. If they are more wonderful and more useful than the things Loki has brought out of Svartheim, the spear of Gungnir and the boat Skidbladnir, we will give judgment for you. Then Brock commanded the dwarves who waited on him to show the dwellers in Asgard the first of the wonders that Sindri had made. They brought out the boar Golden Bristle. Round and round the council house the boar flew, leaving a track of brightness. The dwellers in Asgard said one to the other that this was a wonder indeed, but none would say that the boar was a better thing to have in Asgard than the spear that would hit the mark no matter how badly it was flung, or the boat Skidbladnir that would sail on any sea that could be folded up so small that it would fit into anyone's pocket. None would say that Golden Bristle was better than these wonders. To Frey, who was chief of the Vanir, Brock gave the wondrous boar. Then the attending dwarfs showed the arm ring that was as bright as the circle of the sun. All admired the noble ring, and when it was told how every 9th night this ring dropped 8 rings of gold that were like itself, the dwellers in Asgard spoke aloud, all saying that Draupnir, the ring of increase, was a wonder indeed. Hearing their voices raised, Brock looked triumphantly at Loki, who was standing there with his lips drawn closely together. To Odin, the father of the gods, Brock gave the noble armoury. Then he commanded the attending dwarves to lay before Thor the hammer Mjolnir. Thor took the hammer up and swung it around his head. As he did, he uttered a great cry, and the eyes of the dwellers in Asgard lightened up when they saw Thor with the hammer Mjolnir in his hands. Their eyes lightened up, and their lips came the cry, "This is a wonder indeed. With this hammer in his hand, none can withstand Thor, our champion. No greater thing has ever come into Asgard than the hammer Mjolnir." Then Odin, the father of the gods, spoke from his throne, giving judgment. The hammer Mjolnir that the dwarf Brock has brought into Asgard is a thing wonderful indeed, and profitable to the gods. In Thor's hands it can crush mountains and hurl the giant race from the ramparts of Asgard. Sindri the dwarf has forged a greater thing than the spear Gungnir and the boat Sklidbadnir. There can be no other judgment. Brock looked at Loki, showing his gnarled teeth. Now, Loki, yield your head, he cried. Do not ask such a thing, said Odin. Put any other penalty on Loki for mocking you and tormenting you. Make him yield to you the greatest thing that is in his power to give. Not so, not so, screamed Brock. You dwellers in Asgard would shield one another, but what of me? Loki would have taken my head had I lost the wager. Loki has lost his head to me. Let him kneel down now till I cut it off. Loki came forward, smiling with closed lips. I kneel before you, dwarf, he said. Take off my head, but be careful. Do not touch my neck. I did not bargain that you should touch my neck. If you do, I shall call upon the dwellers in Asgard to punish you. Brock drew back with a snarl. Is this the judgment of the gods? He asked. The bargain you made, Brock, said Odin, was an evil one, and all its evil consequences you must bear. Brock, in a rage, looked upon Loki, and he saw that his lips were smiling. He stamped his feet and raged. Then he went up to Loki and said, I may not take your head, but I can do something with your lips that mock me. What would you do, dwarf? Said Thor. Sew Loki's lips together, said Brock, so that he can do no more mischief with his talk. You dwellers in Asgard cannot forbid me to do this. Down, Loki, on your knees before me. Loki looked round on the dwellers in Asgard and saw that their judgment was that he must kneel before the dwarf. He knelt down with a frown upon his brow. Draw your lips together, Loki, said Brock. Loki drew his lips together while his eyes flashed fire. With an awl that he took from his belt, Brock pierced Loki's lips. He took out a thong and tightened them together. Then in triumph the dwarf looked on Loki. Oh, Loki, he said, you boasted that the dwarfs who worked for you were better craftsmen than Sindri, my brother. Your words have been shown to be lies, and now you cannot boast for a while. Then Brock the dwarf with great majesty walked out of the council house of Asgard, and attending dwarfs marched behind him in procession. Down the passages in the earth the dwarfs went, singing the song of Brock's triumph over Loki. And in Slavine it was told forever after how Sindri and Brock had prevailed. In Asgard, now that Loki's lips were closed, there was peace and a respite from mischief. No one amongst the Aesir or the Vanir was sorry that Loki had to walk about in silence, with his head bent low. How Freya gained her necklace, and how her loved one was lost to her. Yes, Loki went through Asgard silent and with head bent, and the dwellers in Asgard said one until the other, this will teach Loki to work no more mischief. They did not know that what Loki had done had sown the seeds of mischief, and these seeds were soon to sprout up and bring sorrow to the beautiful Vanna-Freya, to Freya whom the giant wanted to carry off, with the sun and the moon as payment for his building the wall around Asgard. Freya had looked upon the wonders that Loki had brought into Asgard, the golden threads that were Sif's hair, and Frey's boar that shed light from its bristles as it flew. The gleam of these golden things dazzled her and made her dream in the daytime and the nighttime of the wonders that she might herself possess. And often she thought, what wonderful things the three giant women would give me if I could bring myself to go to them on their mountaintop. Long ere this, when the wall around their city was not yet built, and when the gods had set up only the court with their 12 seats, and the hall that was for Odin, and the hall that was for the goddesses, there had come into Asgard 3 giant women. They came after the gods had set up a forge and had begun to work metal for their buildings. The metal they worked was pure gold. With gold they built Gladsheim, the hall of Odin, and with gold they made all their dishes and household ware. Then was the age of gold, and the gods did not grudge gold to anyone. Happy were the gods then, and no shadow nor foreboding lay on Asgard. But after the 3 giant women, the gods began to value gold and to hoard it. They played with it no more, and the happy innocence of their first days departed from them. At last the 3 were banished from Asgard. The gods turned their thoughts from the hoarding of gold, and they built up their city, and they made themselves strong. And now Freya, the lovely Vanir bride, thought upon the giant women and on the wonderful things of gold they had flashed through their hands. But not to Odor, her husband. She did not speak her thoughts, for Odor, more than any of the other dwellers in Asgard, was wont to think of the days of happy innocence, before gold came to be hoarded and valued. Odor would not have Freya go near the mountain top, where the 3 had their high seat. But Freya did not cease to think upon them, and upon the things of gold they had. Why should Odor know I went to them, she said to herself. No one will tell him, and what difference will it make if I go to them and gain some lovely thing for myself? I shall not love Odor the less because I go my own way for once. Then one day she left their palace, leaving Odor, her husband, playing with their little children, Hanessa. She left the palace and went down to the earth. There she stayed for a while, tending the flowers that were her charge. After a while she asked the elves to tell her where the mountain was on, which the 3 giant women stayed. The elves were frightened and would not tell her, although she was queen over them. She left them and stole down into the caves of the dwarves. It was they who showed her the way to the seat of the giant women, but before they showed her the way, they made her feel shame and misery. We will show you the way if you stay with us here, said one of the dwarfs. For how long would you have me stay, said Freya. Until the cocks in Svartheim crow, said the dwarfs, closing round her. We want to know what the company of one of the Vanir is like. I will stay, Freya said. Then one of the dwarfs reached up and put his arms round her neck and kissed her with his ugly mouth. Freya tried to break away from them, but the dwarfs held her. "You cannot go away from us until the cocks of Slartheim crow," they said. Then one and then another of the dwarfs pressed up to her and kissed her. They made her sit down beside them on the heaps of the skins they had. When she wept, they screamed at her and beat her. One, when she would not kiss him on the mouth, bit her hands. So Freya stayed with the dwarfs until the cocks of Slartheim crew. They showed her the mountain on the top of which the three banished from Asgard had their abode. The giant women sat overlooking the world of men. "What would you have from us, wife of Odor?" One who was called Gulvig said to her. "Alas, now that I have found you, I know that I should ask for naught," Freya said. "Speak, Varna," said the second of the giant women. The third said nothing, but she held up in her hands a necklace of gold, most curiously fashioned. "How bright it is," Freya said. "There is shadow where you sit, women, but the necklace you hold makes brightness now. Oh, how I should joy to wear it." "It is the necklace Bringsamen," said the one who was called Gelvig. "It is yours to wear, wife of Odor," said the one who held it in her hands. Freya took the shining necklace and put it around her throat. She could not bring herself to thank the giant women, for she saw there was evil in their eyes. She made reverence to them, however, and went down the mountain on which they sat overlooking the world of men. In a while she looked down and saw Bringsamen, and her misery went from her. It was the most beautiful thing ever made by hands. None of the Isner and none of the Verner possessed a thing so beautiful. It made her more and more lovely, and Odor she thought would forgive her when he saw how beautiful and happy Bringsamen made her. She rose up from amongst the flowers and took leave of the slight elves and made her way to Asgard. All who greeted her looked long and with the wonder upon the necklace that she wore, and into the eyes of the goddesses there came a look of longing when they saw the necklace. But Freya hardly stopped to speak to anyone. As swiftly as she could make her way to her own place, she could show herself to Odor and win his forgiveness. She entered her shining palace and called to him. No answer came. Her child, the little Hanessa, was on the floor playing. Her mother took her in her arms, but the child, when she looked at the necklace, turned away crying. Freya left Hanessa down and searched again for Odor. He was not in any part of their palace. She went into the houses of all who dwelt in Asgard, asking for tidings of him. None knew where he had gone. At last Freya went back to their palace and waited for Odor to return. But Odor did not come. One came to her. It was the goddess Odin's wife, the queenly Frigga. "You are waiting for Odor, your husband," Frigga said. "Ah, let me tell you, Odor will not come to you here. He went when, for the sake of a shining thing, you did what would make him unhappy. Odor has gone from Asgard, and no one knows where to search for him." "I will seek him outside of Asgard," Freya said. She wept no more, but she took down the little child Hanessa and put her in Frigga's arms. Then she mounted her car that was drawn by two cats, and journeyed down from Asgard to Midgard, the earth, to search for Udur, her husband. Year in and year out and all over the earth, Freya went searching and calling for the lost Odor. She went as far as the bounds of the earth, where she could look over to Jotunhelm, where dwelt the giant who would have carried her off with the sun and the moon as payment for the building of the wall around Asgard. But in no place from the end of the rainbow bifrost that stretched from Asgard to the earth to the boundary of Jotunhelm did she find a trace of her husband Odor. At last she turned her car toward Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that stretched from Midgard, the earth, to Asgard, the dwelling of the gods. Heimdall, the watcher for the gods, guarded the rainbow bridge. To him Freya went with her half hope fluttering in her heart. "O Heimdall," she cried, "O Heimdall, watcher for the gods, speak to me if you know what Odor is." Odor is in every place where the searcher has not come. Odor is in every place that the searcher has left. Those who seek him will never find Odor, said Heimdall, the watcher of the gods. Then Freya stood on Bifrost and wept. Frigga, the queenly goddess, heard the sound of her weeping and came out of Asgard to comfort her. "Ah, what comfort can you give me, Frigga?" said Freya. "What comfort can you give me when Odor will never be found by one who searches for him?" "Behold how your daughter, the child Hanessa, has grown," said Frigga. Freya looked up and saw a beautiful maiden standing on the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. She was young, more youthful than any of the Vanir or the Aesir, and her face and her form was so lovely that all hearts became melted when they looked upon her, and Freya was comforted in her loss. She followed Frigga across Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, and came once again into the city of the gods. In her own palace in Asgard, Freya dwelt with Hanessa, her child. She still wore around her neck the necklace that had lost her Odor, but now she wore it not for its splendour, but as a sign of the wrong she had done. She wept, and her tears became golden drops as they fall on the earth, and by poets who know her story, she is called the Beautiful Lady in Tears. How Frey won Gerda, the giant maiden, and how he lost his magic sword. Frey, chief of the Vanir, longed to have a sight of his sister, who had been from Asgard for so long. He must know that this happened during the time when Freya was wandering through the world, seeking her husband, the lost Odor. Now there was in Asgard a place from which one could overlook the world and have a glimpse of all who wandered there. That place was Hildalsgarth, Odin's lofty watchtower. High up into the blue of the air that tower went. Frey came to it, and he knew that Odin Allfather was not upon the tower. Only the two wolves, Jerry and Freki, that crouched beside Odin's seat at the banquet were there, and they stood in the way of Frey's entrance to the tower. But Frey spoke to Jerry and Freki in the language of the gods, and Odin's wolves had to let him pass. But as he went up the steps within the tower, Frey chief of the Vanir, knew that he was doing a fateful thing, for none of the high gods, not even Thor, the defender of Asgard, nor Baldur, the best beloved of the gods, had ever climbed to the top of the tower and seated themselves upon the All-Father's seat. But if I could see my sister once, I shall be contented, said Frey to himself, and no harm shall come to me if I look out on the world. He came to the top of the tower. He seated himself on Odin's lofty seat. He looked out on the world. He saw Midgard, the world of men, with its houses and towns, its farms and people. Beyond Midgard he saw Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, terrible with its dark mountains and its masses of snow and ice. He saw Freya as she went upon her wanderings, and he marked that her face was turned towards Asgard, that her steps were leading toward the city of the gods. I have contented myself by looking from the tower, said Frey to himself, and no harm has come to me. But even as he spoke, his gaze was drawn to a dwelling that stood in the middle of the ice and snow of Jotunheim. Long he gazed upon that dwelling, without knowing why he looked that way. Then the door of the house was opened, and a giant maiden stood within the doorway. Frey gazed and gazed on her. So great was the beauty of her face that it was like starlight in the dark land. She looked from the doorway of the house, then turned and went within, shutting the door. Frey sat on Odin's seat for long. Then he went down the steps of the tower and passed by the two wolves, Jerry and Freki, that looked threatening upon him. He went through Asgard, but he found no one to please him in the city of the gods. That night did not come to him, for his thoughts were fixed upon the loveliness of the giant maid he had looked upon. And when morning came, he was filled with loneliness, because he thought himself so far from her. He went to the tower again, thinking to climb the tower and have sight of her once more. But the two wolves, Jerry and Freki, bared their teeth at him, and soon would not let him pass, although he spoke to them again in the language of the gods. He went and spoke to wise Njord, his father. She whom you have may seen, my son, said Njord, is Gerda, the daughter of the giant Gymer. You must give over thinking of her. Your love for her will be an ill thing for you. Why should it be an ill thing for me? Frey asked. Because you would have to give what which you prize most for the sake of coming to her. That which I prize most, said Frey, is my magic sword. You will have to give your magic sword, said his father, the wise Njord. I will give it, said Frey, loosening his magic sword from his belt. Bethink thee, my son, said Njord, if thou givest thy sword, what weapon wilt thou have in the day of Ragnarok, when the giants will make war upon the gods? Frey did not speak, but he thought the day of Ragnarok was far off. I cannot live without Gerda, he said, as he turned away. There was one in Asgard who was called Skinner. He was venturesome, being who never cared what he said or did. To no one else but Skinner could Frey bring himself to tell of the trouble that had fallen on him, the trouble that was punishment for his placing himself on the seat of the All-Father. Skinner laughed when he heard Frey's tale. Though a Van in love with a maid of Jotunheim, this is fun indeed. Will you make a marriage of it? Would that I might even speak to her, or send a message of love to her, said Frey, but I may not leave my watch over the elves. And if I should take a message to Gerda, said Skinner the venturesome, what would my reward be? My boat, Skidbladnir, or my boar, Golden Bristle, said Frey. No, no, said Skinner. I want something to go by my side. I want something to use in my hand. Give me the magic sword you own. Frey thought upon what his father had said, that he would be left weaponless on the day of Ragnarok, when the giants would make war with the gods, and when Asgard would be endangered. He thought about this and drew back from Skinner, and for a while he remained in thought. And all the time thick-set Skinner was laughing at him out of his wide mouth and his blue eyes. Then Frey said to himself, the day of Ragnarok is far off, and I cannot live without Gerda. He drew the magic sword from his belt, and he placed it in Skinner's hand. I give you my sword, Skinner, he said. Take my message to Gerda, Gymer's daughter, and show her this gold and these precious jewels, and say I love her, and that I claim her love. I shall bring the maid to you, said Skinner the venturesome. But how wilt thou get to Jotunheim, said Frey, suddenly remembering how dark the giant's land was, and how terrible were the approaches to it. Oh, with a good horse and a good sword one can get anywhere, said Skinner. My horse is a mighty horse, and you have given me your sword of magic. Tomorrow I shall make the journey. Skinner rode across Bifrost to the Rainbow Bridge, laughing out of his wide mouth and his blue eyes at Heimdall, the warder of the bridge to Asgard. His mighty horse trod the earth of Midgard and swam the river that divides Midgard, the world of men, from Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. He rode on heedlessly and recklessly, as he did all things. Then out of the iron forests came the monstrous wolves of Jotunheim, to tear and devour him and his mighty horse. It was well for Skinner that he had in his belt Frey's magic sword. Its edge slew and its gleam frightened the monstrous beasts. On and on Skinner rode on his mighty horse. Then he came to a wall of fire. No other horse but his mighty horse could go through it. Skinner rode through the fire, and he came to the dale in which was Gymer's dwelling. And now he was before the house that Frey had seen Gerda enter on the day when he had climbed the tower, Odin's watchtower. The mighty hounds that guarded Gymer's dwelling came and bayed around him, but the gleam of the magic sword kept them away. Skinner backed his horse to the door and made his horse's hooves strike against it. Guymer was in the feast hall, drinking with his giant friends, and he did not hear the baying of the hounds, nor the clatter that Skinner made before the door. But Gerda sat spinning with her maidens in the hall. "Who comes to Guymer's door?" she said. "A warrior upon a mighty horse," said one of the maidens. "Even though he may be an enemy, and one who slew my brother, yet shall we open the door to him, and give him a cup of Guymer's mead," said Gerda. One of the maidens opened the door, and Skinner entered Guymer's dwelling. He knew Gerda amongst her maidens. He went to her and showed her the rich gold and the precious jewels that he had brought from Frey. "These are for you, fairest Gerda," he said, "if you will give your love to Frey, the chief of the Vanir." "Show your gold and jewels to other maidens," said Gerda. "Gold and jewels will never bring me to give my love." Then Skinner the venturesome, the heedless of his words, drew the magic sword from his belt and held it above her. "Give your love to Frey, who has given me this sword," he said, "or meet your death by the edge of it." Gerda, Guymer's daughter, only laughed at the reckless Skinner. "Make the daughters of men fearful by the sharpness of Frey's sword," she said, "but do not try to frighten a giant's daughter with it." Then Skinner the reckless, the heedless of his words, made the magic sword flash before her eyes, while he cried out in a terrible voice, saying a spell over her. "Gerda, I will curse thee. Yes, with this magic blade I shall touch thee. Such is its power, that like a thistle withered 'twill leave thee. Like a thistle the wind strips from the roof." Hearing these terrible words and strange hissings of the magic sword, Gerda threw herself on the ground, crying out for pity. But Skinner stood above her, and the magic sword flashed and hissed over her. Skinner sang, "More ugly I leave thee than maid ever was. Thou wilt be mocked at by men and by giants. A dwarf only will wed thee, now on this instant. With this blade I shall touch thee, and leave thee bespelled." She lifted herself on her knees and cried out to Skinner to spare her from the spell of the magic sword. "Only if thou wilt give thy love to Frey," said Skinner. "I will give my love to him," said Gerda. "Now put up my magic sword and drink a cup of mead, and depart from Guymer's dwelling." "I will not drink a cup of your mead, nor shall I depart from Guymer's dwelling, until you yourself say that you will meet and speak with Frey." "I will meet and speak with him," said Gerda. "When will you meet and speak with him?" said Skinner. "In the wood of the Barry, 9 nights from this. Let him come and meet me there." Then Skinner put up his magic sword and drank a cup of mead that Gerda gave him. He rode from Guymer's house, laughing aloud at having won Gerda for Frey, so making the magic sword his own forever. Skinner the venturesome, the heedless of his words, riding across Bifrost on his mighty horse, found Frey standing waiting for him beside Heimdall, the warder of the bridge to Asgard. "What news dost thou bring me?" cried Frey. "Speak, Skinner, before thou dost dismount from thine horse." "In 9 nights from this thou must meet Gerda in Barry Wood," said Skinner. He looked at him, laughing out of his wide mouth and his blue eyes. But Frey turned away, saying to himself, "Long is one day, long, long two. Can I live through 9 long days?" Long indeed were these days for Frey, but the 9th day came, and in the evening Frey went to Barry Wood, and there he met Gerda the giant maid. She was as fair as when he had seen her before the door of Gymer's house, and when she saw Frey so tall and noble looking, the giant's daughter was glad that Skirnir the venturesome had made her promise to come to Barry Wood. They gave each other rings of gold. It was settled that the giant maid should come as a bride to Asgard. Gerda came, but another giant maid came also. This is how that came to be. All the dwellers in Asgard were standing before the great gate, waiting to welcome the bride of Frey. There appeared a giant maid who was not Gerda. All in armour was she. "I am ShutEye," she said, "the daughter of Thiassi. My father met his death at the hands of the dwellers in Asgard. I claim a recompense." "What recompense would you have, maiden?" said Odin, smiling to see a giant maid standing so boldly in Asgard. "A husband from amongst you, even as Gerda, and I myself must be let choose him." All laughed aloud at the words of ShutEye. Then said Odin, laughing, "We will let you choose a husband from amongst us, but you must choose him by his feet." "I will choose him whatever way you will," said ShutEye, fixing her eyes on Balder, the most beautiful of all the dwellers in Asgard. They put a bandage around her eyes, and the Azir and the Vanir seat in a half circle around her. She went by, she stooped over each, and laid hands upon their feet. At last she came to one whose feet were so finely formed that she felt sure it was Baldur. She stood up and said, "This is the one that ShutEye chooses for her husband." And the Azir and the Vanir laughed more and more. They took the bandage off her eyes, and she saw not Baldur the beautiful, but Njord the father of Frey. But as ShutEye looked more and more on Njord, she became more and more contented with her choice, for Njord was strong and he was noble looking. These two, Njord and ShutEye, went first to live in Njord's palace by the sea, but the coming of the sea mew would waken ShutEye too early in the morning, and she drew her husband to the mountain top where she was more at home. She would not live long away from the sound of the sea. Back and forward between the mountain and the sea, ShutEye and Njord went, but Gerda stayed in Asgard with Frey. Her husband and the Azir and the Vanir came to love greatly Gerda, the giant maid. This bedtime story is the classic Arabian Nights tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Please do not listen to this recording whilst driving or operating heavy machinery. Please listen in a place where you can safely go to sleep. And let's begin. Arabian Nights, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. In a town in Persia lived 2 brothers named Qasim and Ali Baba. between whom their father at his death had left what little property he possessed equally divided. Qasim, however, having married the heiress of a rich merchant, became, soon after his marriage, the owner of a fine shop, together with several pieces of land, and was in consequence, through no effort of his own, the most considerable merchant in the town. Ali Baba, on the other hand, was married to one as poor as himself, and having no other means of gaining a livelihood, he used to go every day into the forest to cut wood, and lading therewith the 3 asses which were his sole stock in trade, would then hawk it about the streets for sale. One day, when he was at work within the skirts of the forest, Ali Baba saw advancing towards him across the open a large company of horsemen, and fearing from their appearance that they might be robbers, he left his asses to their own devices and sought safety for himself in the lower branches of a large tree which grew in the close overshadowing of a rock. Almost immediately it became evident that this very precipitous rock was the goal towards which the troop were bound. For having arrived, they alighted instantly from their horses and took down each man of them a sack which seemed by its weight and form to be filled with gold. There could no longer be any doubt that they were robbers. Ali Baba counted 40 of them. Just as he had done so, the one nearest to him, who seemed to be their chief, advanced towards the rock, and in a low, distinct voice uttered the 2 words, "Open sesame." Immediately the rock opened like a door. The captain and his men passed in, and the rock closed behind him. For a long while Ali Baba waited, not daring to descend from his hiding place lest they should come out and catch him in the act. But at last, when the waiting had grown almost unbearably, his patience was rewarded, and the door in the rock opened, and out came the 40 men, their captain leading them. When the last of them was through, "Shut sesame," said the captain, and immediately the face of the rock closed together as before. Then they all mounted their horses and rode away. As soon as he felt sure they were not returning, Ali Baba came down from the tree and made his way at once to that part of the rock where he had seen the captain and his men enter. And there, at the word "Open sesame," a door suddenly revealed itself and opened. Ali Baba had expected to find a dark, gloomy cavern. Great was his astonishment. Therefore, when he perceived a spacious and vaulted chamber lighted from above through a fissure in the rock, and there spread out before him lay treasures in profusion, bales of merchandise, silks, carpets, brocades, and above all, gold and silver lying in loose heaps or in sacks piled one upon another. He did not take long to consider what he should do. Disregarding the silver and the gold that lay loose, he brought to the mouth of the cave as many sacks of gold as he thought his 3 asses might carry, and having loaded them and covered them with wood so they might not be seen, he closed the rock by the utterance of the magic words which he had learned, and departed for the town, a well-satisfied man. When he got home, he drove his asses into a small court, and shutting the gates, carefully he took off the wood that covered the bags and carried them to his wife. She, discovering them to be full of gold, feared that her husband had stolen them, and began sorrowfully to reproach him. But Ali Baba soon put her mind at rest. On that score, and having poured all the gold into a great heap upon the floor, he sat down at her side to consider how well it looked. Soon his wife, poor, careful body, must needs began counting it over piece by piece. Ali Baba let her go on for a while, but before long the sight set him laughing. "Wife," he said, "you will never make an end of it that way. The best thing to do is dig a hole and bury it. Then we can be sure that it is not slipping through our fingers." "That will do well enough," said his wife, "but it would be better first to have the measure of it. So while you dig the hole, I will go round to Cassim's house and borrow a measure small enough to give us an exact reckoning." "Do as you will," answered her husband, "but see that you keep the thing secret." Off went Ali Baba's wife to her brother-in-law's house. Cassim was from home, so she begged of his wife the loan of a small measure, naming for choice the smallest. This set the sister-in-law wondering. Knowing Ali Baba's poverty, she was all the more curious to find out what kind of grain so small a measure could be needed. So before bringing it, she covered all the bottom with lard, and giving it to Ali Baba's wife, told her to be sure and be quick in returning it. The other promised to restore it punctually and made haste to get home, and there, finding the hole dug for its reception, she started to measure the money into it. First she set the measure upon the heap, then she filled it, then she carried it to the hole, and so continued till the last measure was counted. Then, leaving Ali Baba to finish the burying, she carried back the measure with all haste to her sister-in-law, returning thanks for the loan. No sooner was her back turned than Cassim's wife looked at the bottom of the measure, and there, to her astonishment, she saw sticking to the lard a gold coin. "What?" she cried, her heart filled with envy. "Is Ali Baba so rich that he needs a measure for his gold? Where then, I would know, has the miserable wretch obtained it?" She waited with impatience for her husband's return, and as soon as he came in, she began to jeer at him. "You think yourself rich," she said, "but Ali Baba is richer. You count your gold by the piece, but Ali Baba does not count. He measures it. In comparison to Ali Baba, we are but grubs and groundlings." Having thus riddled him to the top of her bent in order to provoke his curiosity, she told him the story of the borrowed measure, of her own stratagem, and of its results. Cassim, instead of being pleased at Ali Baba's sudden prosperity, grew furiously jealous. Not a wink could he sleep all night for thinking of it. The next morning, before sunrise, he went to his brother's house. "Ali Baba," said he, "what do you mean by pretending to be poor when all the time you are scooping up gold by the quart?" "Brother," said Ali Baba, "explain your meaning." "My meaning shall be plain," cried Cassim, displaying the tell-tale coin. "How many more pieces have you like this that my wife found sticking to the bottom of the measure yesterday?" Ali Baba, perceiving that the intervention of wives had made further concealment useless, told his brother the true facts of the case and offered him, as an inducement for keeping the secret, an equal share of the treasure. "That is the least that I have the right to expect," answered Cassim haughtily. "It is further necessary that you should tell me exactly where the treasure lies, that I may, if need be, test the truth of your story. Otherwise I shall find it my duty to denounce you to the authorities." Ali Baba, having a clear conscience, had little fear of Cassim's threats, but out of pure good nature he gave him all the information he desired, not forgetting to instruct him in the words which would give him a free passing into the cave and out again. Cassim, who had thus secured all he had come for, lost no time in putting his project into execution. Intent on possessing himself all the treasures which yet remained, he set off the next morning before daybreak, taking with him 10 mules laden with empty crates. Arrived before the cave, he recalled the words which his brother had taught him. No sooner was "Open Sesame" said than the door in the rock lay wide for him to pass through. And when he had entered, it shut again. If the simple soul of Ali Baba had found a light in the riches of the cavern, greater still was the exaltation of a greedy nature like Cassim's. Intoxicated with the wealth that lay before his eyes, he had no thought but to gather together with all speed as much treasure as the 10 mules could carry, and so, having exhausted himself with heavy labour and excitement, he suddenly found, on returning to the door, that he had forgotten the key which opened it. Up and down, in and out, through the mazes of his brain, he chased the missing word. Barley and maize and rice, he thought of them all, but of sesame never once, because his mind had become dark to the revealing light of heaven, and so the door stayed fast, holding him prisoner in the cave, where to his fate, undeserving of pity, we leave him. Towards noon the robbers returned, and saw standing about the rock 10 mules laden with crates. At this they were greatly surprised, and began to search with suspicion amongst the surrounding crannies and undergrowth. Finding no one there, they drew their swords and advanced cautiously towards the cave, where, upon the captain's pronouncement of the magic word, the door immediately fell open. Cassim, who from within had heard the trampling of horses, had no doubt that the robbers were arrived and that his hour was come. Resolved, however, to make one last effort to escape, he stood ready by the door, and no sooner had the opening word been uttered than he sprang forth with such violence that he threw the captain to the ground. But his attempt was vain. Before he could break through, he was mercilessly hacked down by the swords of the robber band. With their fears thus verified, the robbers anxiously entered the cave to view the traces of its late visitant. There they saw piled by the door the treasure which Cassim had sought to carry away, but while restoring this to its place, they failed altogether to detect the earlier loss which Ali Baba had caused them. Reckoning, however, that as one had discovered the secret of entry, others might know of it, they determined to leave an example for any who might venture thither on a similar errand, and having quartered the body of Cassim, they disposed it at the entrance in a manner most calculated to strike horror into the heart of the beholder. Then, closing the door of the cave, they rode away in search of fresh exploits and plunder. Meanwhile, Cassim's wife had grown very uneasy at her husband's prolonged absence, and at nightfall, unable to endure further suspense, she ran to Ali Baba, and telling him of his brother's secret expedition, entreated him to go out instantly in search of him. Ali Baba had too kind of a heart to refuse or delay comfort to her affliction. Taking with him his 3 asses, he set out immediately for the forest, and as the road was familiar to him, he soon found his way to the door of the cave. When he saw there were traces of blood, he became filled with misgiving. But no sooner than he had entered than his worst fears were realized. Nevertheless, brotherly piety gave him courage. Gathering together the severed remains and wrapping them about with all possible decency, he laid them upon one of the asses. Then, bethinking him that he deserved some payment for his pains, he loaded 2 remaining asses with sacks of gold, and covering them with wood, as his first occasion, made his way back to the town, where it was yet early. Leaving his wife to dispose of the treasure borne by the 2 asses, he led the third to his sister-in-law's house, knocking quietly so that none of the neighbours might hear, was presently admitted by Morgana, a female slave, whose intelligence and discretion had long been known to him. "Morgiana," he said, "there's trouble on the back of that ass. Can you keep a secret?" And Morgiana's nod satisfied him better than any oath. "Well," he said, "your master's body lies there, waiting to be pierced, and our own business now is to bury him honourably, as though he had died a natural death. Go and tell your mistress that I want to speak to her." Morgiana went to her mistress, and returning presently bade Ali Baba enter. Then, leaving him to break to his sister-in-law the news and the sad circumstances of his brother's death, she, with her plan already formed, hastened forth and knocked at the door of the nearest apothecary, and, with tears in her eyes, besought him to supply her in haste with a certain drug that is given to sick people only in the last extremity. Meanwhile, the rumour of Cassim's sickness had got abroad. Ali Baba and his wife had been seen coming and going, while Morgiana, by her ceaseless activity, had made the day's pretending illness seem like a fortnight. So, when a sound of wailing arose within the house, all the neighbours concluded, without further question, that Cassim had died a natural and honourable death. But Morgiana had now a still more difficult task to perform, it being necessary for the obsequies that the body should be made in some way presentable. So, At a very early hour the next morning, she went to the shop of a certain merry old cobbler, Baba Mustafa by name, who lived on the other side of the town. Showing him a piece of gold, she inquired whether he was ready to earn it by exercising his craft in implicit obedience to her instruction. And when Baba Mustafa sought to know the terms, "First," said she, "you must come with your eyes bandaged. Secondly, you must sew. That I put before you without asking questions. And thirdly, when you return, you must tell nobody." Mustafa, who had a lively curiosity into other folks' affairs, boggled for a time at the bandaging and doubted much of his ability to refrain from question, but having on these considerations secured the doubling of his fee, he promised secrecy readily enough, and taking his cobbler's tackle in hand, submitted himself to Morgiana's guidance and set forth. This way that she led him blindfold, till she had brought him to the house of her deceased master. Then, uncovering his eyes in the presence of the dismembered corpse, she bade him get out thread and wax and join the pieces together. Baba Mustafa plied his task according to the compact, asking no question. When he was done, Morgiana again bandaged his eyes and led him home, and giving him a third piece of gold, the more to satisfy him, she bade him good day and departed. So in seemliness and without scandal of any kind were the obsequies of the murdered Cassim performed. And when all was ended, seeing that his widow was desolate and his house in need of a protector, Ali Baba with brotherly piety took both the one and the other into care, marrying his sister-in-law according to Muslim law and removing with all the goods and newly acquired treasure to the house which had been his brother's. And having also acquired the shop where Cassim had done his business, he put it to his own son, who had already served an apprenticeship to the trade. So, with this fortune well established, let us now leave Ali Baba and return to the robber's cave. Thither, at the appointed time, came the 40 robbers, bearing in hand fresh booty, and great was their consternation to discover that not only had the body of Cassim been removed, but a good many sacks of gold as well. It was no wonder that this should trouble them, for so long as anyone could command secret access, the cave was useless as a depository for their wealth. The question was, what could they do to put an end to their present insecurity? After long debate, it was agreed that one of their number should go into the town disguised as a traveller, and there, mixing with the common people, learn from their report whether there had been recently any case in their midst of a sudden prosperity or sudden death. If such a thing could be discovered, then they would make sure of tracking the evil to its source and imposing a remedy. Although the penalty for failure was death, one of the robbers at once boldly offered himself for the venture, and having transformed himself by disguise and received the wise counsels and commendations of his fellows, he set out for the town. Arriving at dawn, he began to walk up and down the streets and watch the early stirring of the inhabitants. So, before long, he drew up at the door of Baba Mustafa, who, though old, was already seated at work upon his cobbler's bench. The robber accosted him. "I wonder," said he, "to see a man of your age at work so early. Does not so dull a light strain your eyes?" "Not so much as you might think," answered Baba Mustafa. "Why, it was just but the other day that at the same hour I saw well enough to stitch up a dead body in a place where it was certainly no lighter." "Stitch up a dead body?" cried the robber, in pretended amazement, concealing his joy at the sudden intelligence. "Surely you mean in its winding sheet, for how else can a dead body be stitched?" "No, no," said Mustafa. "What I say I mean. But as it is a secret, I can tell you no more." The robber drew out a piece of gold. "Come," he said, "tell me nothing you do not care to. Only show me the house where lay the body that you stitched." Baba Mustafa eyed the gold longingly. "Would that I could," he replied, "but alas, I went to it blindfold." "Well," said the robber, "I've heard that a blind man remembers his road. Perhaps, though, seeing you might lose it, blindfold you might find it again." Tempted by the offer of a second piece of gold, Baba Mustafa was soon persuaded to make the attempt. "It was here that I started," said he, showing the spot, "and I turned as you see me now." The robber then put a bandage over his eyes and walked beside him through the streets, partly guiding and partly being led, till of his own accord Baba Mustafa stopped. "It was here," said he, "the door by which I went in should now lie to the right, and had in fact come exactly opposite to the house which had once been Kasim's, where Ali Baba now dwelt." The robber, having marked the door with a piece of chalk, which had been provided for the purpose, removed the bandage from Mustafa's eyes, and, leaving him to his own devices, returned with all possible speed to the cave where his comrades were awaiting him. Soon after the robber and cobbler had parted, Morgiana happened to go out upon an errand, and as she returned, she noticed the mark upon the door. "This," she thought, "is not as it should be. Either some trick is intended, or there is evil brewing for my master's house." Taking a piece of chalk, she put a similar mark upon 5 or 6 doorways to the right and left, and having done this, she went home with her mind satisfied, saying nothing. In the meantime, the robbers had learned from their companion the success of his venture. Greatly elated at the thought of their vengeance, soon to be theirs, they formed a plan for entering the city in a manner that should arouse no suspicion amongst the inhabitants. Passing by 2s and 3s, and by different routes, they came together to the marketplace at an appointed time, while the captain and the robber who had acted as spy made their way alone to the street in which the marked door was to be found. Presently, just as they had expected, they perceived a door with the mark on it. "That is it," said the robber, but as they continued walking, so as to avoid suspicion, they came upon another and another, till before they were done, they had passed 6 in succession. So alike were the marks that the spy, though he swore he had made but one, could not tell which it was. Seeing that the design had failed, the captain returned to the marketplace, and having passed the word for his troop to go back in the same way they had come, he himself set the example of retreat. When they were all reassembled in the forest, the captain explained how the matter had fallen, and then the spy, acquiescing in his own condemnation, kneeled down and received the stroke of the executioner. But as it was still necessary for the safety of all that so great a trespass and theft should not pass unavenged, another of the band, undeterred by the fate of his comrade, volunteered upon the same conditions to prosecute the quest wherein the other had failed. Coming by the same means to the house of Ali Baba, he set upon the door at a spot not likely to be noticed a mark in red chalk to distinguish it clearly from those which were already marked in white. But even this precaution failed of its end. Morgiana, whose eye nothing could escape, noticed the red mark at the first time of passing, and dealt with it just as she'd done with the previous one. So when the robbers came, hoping this time to light upon the door without fail, they found not one, but all 6 similarly marked with red. When the second spy had received the due reward of his blunder, the captain considered how by trusting to others he had come to lose 2 of his bravest followers, so the third attempt he determined to conduct in person. Having found his way to Ali Baba's door, as the 2 others had done by the aid of Baba Mustafa, he could not set any mark upon it, but examined it so carefully that he could not in future mistake it. He then returned to the forest and communicated to his band the plan which he had formed. This was to go into the town in the disguise of an oil merchant, bearing with him upon 19 mules 38 large leather jars. One of the jars, as an example, was to be full of oil, but all the others empty. In these he purposed to conceal the 37 robbers, to which his band was now reduced, and so to convey his full force to the scene of action in such a manner as to arouse no suspicion till the signal for vengeance should be given. Within a couple of days he had secured all the mules and jars that were requisite, and having disposed of his troop according to the prearranged plan, he drove his train of well-laden mules to the gates of the city, through which he passed just before sunset. Proceeding thence to Ali Baba's house, and arriving as it fell dark, he was about to knock and crave a lodging for the night, when he perceived Ali Baba at the door enjoying the fresh air after supper. Addressing him in tones of respect, "Sir," said he, "I have brought my oil at a great distance to sell tomorrow in the market, and at this late hour, being a stranger, I know not where to seek for a shelter. If it is not troubling you too much, allow me to stable my beasts here for the night." The captain's voice was now so changed from its accustomed tone of command that Ali Baba, though he had heard it before, did not recognize it. Not only did he grant the stranger's request for bare accommodation, but as soon as the unlading of the stable of the mules had been accomplished, he invited him to stay no longer in the outer court, but enter the house as his guest. The captain, whose plans this proposal somewhat disarranged, endeavoured to excuse himself from a pretended reluctance to give trouble, but since Ali Baba would take no refusal, he was forced at last to yield, and to submit with apparent complacence to an entertainment which the hospitality of his host extended into the late hour. When they were about to retire for the night, Ali Baba went into the kitchen to speak to Morgiana, and the captain of the robbers, on the pretext of going to look after his mules, slipped out into the yard where the oil jars were standing in line. Passing from jar to jar, he whispered into each, "When you hear a handful of pebbles fall from the window of the chamber where I am lodged, then cut your way out of the jar and make ready, for the time will have come." He then returned to the house, where Morgiana came with a light and conducted him to his chamber. Now Ali Baba, before going to bed, had said to Morgiana, "Tomorrow at dawn I am going to the baths. Let my bathing linen be put ready, and see that the cook has some good broth prepared for me against my return." Having therefore led the guest up to his chamber, Morgiana returned to the kitchen and ordered Abdallah the cook to put on the pot for the broth. Suddenly, while she was skimming it, the lamp went out, and on searching, she found there was no more oil in the house. At so late an hour, no shop would be open, yet somehow the broth had to be made, and that could not be done without a light. "As for that," said Abdallah, seeing her perplexity, "why trouble yourself? There is plenty of oil out in the yard." "Why, to be sure," said Morgiana, and sending Abdallah to bed so he might be up in time to wake his master on the morrow, she took the oil can herself and went out into the court. As she approached the jar which stood nearest, she heard a voice within say, "Is it time?" To one of Morgiana's intelligence, an oil jar that spoke was an object of even more suspicion than a chalk mark on a wall, and in an instant she apprehended what danger for her master and his family might lie concealed around her. Understanding well enough that an oil jar which asked a question required an answer, she replied quick as thought and without the least sign of perturbation, "Not yet, but presently," and thus she passed from jar to jar, 37 in all, giving the same answer, till she came to the one which contained the oil. The situation was now clear to her. Aware of the source from which her master had acquired his wealth, she guessed at once that in extending shelter to the oil merchant, Ali Baba had in fact admitted to his house the robber captain and his band. On the instant, her resolution was formed. Having filled the oil can, she returned to the kitchen, where she lighted the lamp, and then, taking a large kettle, went back once more to the jar which contained the oil. Filling the kettle, she carried it back to the kitchen, and putting it under a great fire of wood, had soon brought it to the boil. Then, taking it in hand once more, she went out into the yard and poured into each jar in turn a sufficient quantity of the boiling oil to scald its occupant to death. She then returned to the kitchen, and having made Ali Baba's broth, put out the fire, blew out the lamp, and sat down by the window to watch. Before long, the captain of the robbers awoke from the short sleep which he had allowed himself, and finding that all was silent in the house, he rose softly and opened the window. Below stood the oil jars. Gently in their midst he threw the handful of pebbles agreed on as a signal, but from the oil jars came no answer. He threw a second and a third time, yet again he could hear the pebbles falling among the jars. There followed only the silence of the dead. Wondering whether his band had fled, leaving him in the lurch, or whether they were all asleep, he grew uneasy, and ascending in haste, made his way into the court. As he approached the first jar, a smell of burning and hot oil assailed his nostrils, and looking within he beheld in rigid contortion the dead body of his comrade. In every jar the same sight presented itself, till he came to one which had contained the oil. There, in what was missing, the means and manner of his companion's death were made clear to him. Aghast at the discovery and awake to the danger that now threatened him, he did not delay an instant, but forcing the garden gate and thence climbing from wall to wall, he made his escape out of the city. When Morgiana, who had remained all this time on the watch, was assured of his final departure, she put her master's bath linen ready, and went to bed well satisfied with her day's work. The next morning Ali Baba, awakened by his slave, went to the baths before daybreak. On his return he was greatly surprised to find that the merchant was gone, leaving his mules and all jars behind him. He inquired of Morgiana the reason. "You will find the reason," she said, "if you look into the first jar you come to." Ali Baba did so, and seeing a man, startled back with a cry. "Do not be afraid," said Morgiana. "He is dead and harmless, and so are all the others you will find if you look further." As Ali Baba went from one jar to another, finding always the same sight of horror within, his knees trembled under him, and when he came at last to one empty oil jar, he stood for a time motionless, turning upon Morgiana eyes of wonder and inquiry. "And what," he said then, "has become of the merchant?" "To tell you that," said Morgiana, "will be to tell you the whole story. You will be better able to hear it if you have your broth first." But the curiosity of Ali Baba was far too great. He would not be kept waiting. So without further delay, she gave him the whole story, so far as she knew it, from beginning to end. And by her intelligent putting one thing against the other, she left him at last in no possible doubt as to the source and nature of the conspiracy which her quick wits had so happily defeated. "And now, dear master," she said in conclusion, "continue to be on your guard, for though all these are dead and one remains alive, and he, if I mistake not, is the captain of the band, and for that reason the more formidable, and the more likely to cherish the hope of revenge." When Morgiana had done speaking, Ali Baba clearly perceived that he owed to her not merely the protection of his property, but life itself. His heart was full of gratitude. "Do not doubt," he said, "that before I die, I will reward you, as you deserve. As an immediate proof from this moment, I give you your liberty." This token of approval filled Morgiana's heart with delight. She had no intention of leaving so kind a master, even had she been sure that all danger was now over. The immediate question which now presented itself was how to dispose of the bodies. Luckily, at the far end of the garden stood a thick grove of trees, and under these Ali Baba was able to dig a large trench without attracting the notice of his neighbours. Here the remains of the 37 robbers were laid side by side. The trench was filled again, and the ground made level. As for the mules, since Ali Baba had no use for them, he sent them, one or two at a time, to the market to be sold. Meanwhile, the robber captain had fled back to the forest. Entering the cave, he was overcome by its gloom and loneliness. "Alas," he cried, "my comrades, partners in my adventures, Sharers of my fortune, how shall I endure to live without you? Why did I lead you to a fate where valour was of no avail, and where death turned you into subjects of ridicule? Surely, had you died, sword in hand, my sorrow had been less bitter. And now what remains for me is to take vengeance for your death, and to prove by achieving it without aid that I was worthy to be the captain of such a band. Thus resolved, at an early hour the next day, he assumed a disguise suitable to his purpose, and going to the town, took lodging in a khan. Entering into conversation with his host, he inquired whether anything of interest had happened recently in the town, but the other, though full of gossip, had nothing to tell him concerning the matter in which he was most interested, for Ali Baba, having to conceal from all the source of his wealth, had also to be silent as to the dangers in which it involved him. The captain then inquired where there was a shop for hire, and hearing of one that suited him, he came to terms with the owner, and before long had furnished it with all kinds of rich stuffs and carpets and jewellery, which he brought by degrees with great secrecy from the cave. Now this shop happened to be opposite to which had belonged to Cassim, and now occupied by the son of Ali Baba. So, before long, the son and the newcomer, who had assumed the name of Cogia Hussein, became acquainted, and as the youth had good looks, kind manners, and a sociable disposition, it was not long before the acquaintance became intimate. Cogia Hussein did all he could to seal the protected friendship, the more so as it had not taken him long to discover how the young man and Ali Baba were related. So, plying him constantly with small presents, an act of hospitality, he forced on him the obligation of making some return. Ali Baba's son, however, had not at his lodging sufficient accommodation for entertainment. He therefore told his father of the difficulty in which Cogia Hussein's favours had placed him, and Ali Baba, with great willingness, at once offered to arrange matters. "My son," he said, "tomorrow, being a holiday, all shops will close. Then do you, after dinner, invite Cogia Hussein to walk with you, and as you return, bring him this way and beg him to come to me. This will be better than a formal invitation, and Morgiana shall have a supper prepared for you." This proposal was exactly what Ali Baba's son could have wished. So on the morrow he brought Cogia Hussein to the door as by accident, and, stopping, invited him to enter. Cogia Hussein, who saw his object thus suddenly attained, began by showing pretended reluctance, but Ali Baba himself, coming to the door, pressed him in the most kindly manner to enter, and before long had conducted him to the table, where food stood prepared. But there an unlooked-for difficulty arose. Wicked though he might be, the robber captain was not so impious as to eat the salt of the man he intended to kill. He then began with many apologies to excuse himself, and when Ali Baba sought to know the reason, "Sir," said he, "I am sure that if you knew the cause of my resolution, you would approve of it. Suffice to say that I have made it a rule to eat of no dish that has salt in it. How, then, can I sit at your table if I must reject everything that is set for me?" "If that is your scruple," said Ali Baba, "it soon shall be satisfied," and he set orders to the kitchen that no salt was to be put in any of the dishes presently to be served to the newly arrived guest. Thus he said to Cogia Hussein, "I shall still have the honour to which I look forward to, of returning to you under my own roof the hospitality you have shown to my son." Morgiana, who was just about to serve dinner, received the order with some discontent. "Who," she said, "is this difficult person who refuses to eat salt? he must be a curiosity worth looking at. So when the saltless course was ready to be set upon the table, she herself helped to carry in the dishes. No sooner had she set on the eyes of Cogia Hussein than she recognised him in spite of his disguise, and, observing his movements with great attention, she saw that he had a dagger concealed beneath his robe. "Ah," she said to herself, "here is reason enough, for who will eat salt with the man he means to murder? But he shall not murder my master, if I can prevent it." Now Morgiana knew that the most favourable opportunity for the robber captain to carry out his design would be after the courses had been withdrawn, and when Ali Baba and his son and guest were alone together over their wine, which indeed was the very project that Cogiana Hussein had formed. Going forth therefore in haste, she dressed herself up as a dancer, assuming the headdress and mask suitable for the character. Then she fastened a silver girdle about her waist, and hung upon it a dagger of the same material. Thus equipped, she said to Abdallah the cook, "Take your tabor, and let us go in and give an entertainment in honour of our master's guest." So Abdallah took his tabor and played Morgiana into the hall. As soon as she entered, she made a low curtsy and stood awaiting orders. Then Ali Baba, seeing that she wished to perform in his guest's honour, said kindly, "Come in, Morgiana, and show Cogiana Hussein what you can do." Immediately Abdallah began to beat his tabor and sing an air for Morgiana to dance to, and she, advancing with much grace and propriety of deportment, began to move through several figures, performing them with a case and the facility which none but the most highly practised can attain to. Then, for the last figure of all, she drew out the dagger, and holding it in her hand, danced a dance which excelled all that had preceded it, in the surprise and change and quickness and dexterity of its movements. She presented the dagger at her own breast, now at one of the onlookers, but always in the act of striking she drew back. At length, as though out of breath, she snatched his instrument from Abdallah, and with the left hand, and still holding the dagger in her right, advanced the hollow of the tabor towards her master, as is the custom of dancers when claiming their fee. Ali Baba threw in a piece of gold, his son did likewise. Then, advancing in the same manner towards Cogia Hussein, who was feeling for his purse, she struck under it, and before he knew, had plunged her dagger deep into his heart. Ali Baba and his son, seeing their guest fall dead, cried out in horror at the deed. "Wretch!" exclaimed Ali Baba, "what ruin and shame hast thou brought on us?" "Nay," answered Morgiana, "it is not your ruin but your life that I was thus secured. Look and convince yourself what man was this who refused to eat salt with you." So saying, she tore off the dead robber's disguise, showing the dagger concealed below and the face which her master now for the first time recognised. Ali Baba's gratitude to Morgiana for thus preserving his life a second time knew no bounds. He took her in his arms and embraced her as a daughter. "Now," said he, "is the time when I must fulfil my debt, and how better can I do it than by marrying you to my son?" This proposition, far from proving unwelcome to the young man, did but confirm an inclination already formed. A few days later, the nuptials were celebrated with great joy and solemnity, and the union, though auspiciously commenced, was productive of much happiness as lies within the powers of mortals to secure. As for the robber's cave, it remained the secret possession of Ali Baba and his posterity, and using their good fortune with equity and moderation, they rose to high office in the city and were held in great honour by all who knew them. This episode is a sleep story of the classic tale Aladdin. Please do not listen to this or any hypnosis track whilst driving or operating heavy machinery. Please make sure you listen to this track in a place where you can safely go to sleep. And let's begin. The story of Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. There once lived a poor tailor who had a son called Aladdin, a careless, idle boy who would do nothing but play all day long in the streets with idle little boys like himself. This so grieved the father that he died. Yet in spite of his mother's tears and prayers, Aladdin did not mend his ways. One day, when he was playing in the streets as usual, a stranger asked him his age, and if he were not the son of Mustafa the tailor. "I am, sir," replied Aladdin, "but he died a long while ago." On this, the stranger, who was a famous African magician, fell on his neck and kissed him, saying, "I am your uncle, and knew you from your likeness to my brother. Go to your mother and tell her I am coming." Aladdin ran home and told his mother of his newly found uncle. "Indeed, child," she said, "your father had a brother, but I always thought he was dead." However, she prepared supper and bade Aladdin seek his uncle, who came laden with wine and fruit. He presently fell down and kissed the place where Mustafa used to sit, bidding Aladdin's mother not to be surprised in not having seen him before, as he had been 40 years out of the country. He then turned to Aladdin and asked him his trade, at which the boy hung his head, while his mother burst into tears. On learning that Aladdin was idle and would learn no trade, he offered to take a shop for him and stock it with merchandise. Next day, the magician led Aladdin into some beautiful gardens a long way outside the city gates. They sat down by a fountain, and the magician pulled a cake from his girdle, which he divided between them. They then journeyed onwards till they almost reached the mountains. Aladdin was so tired that he begged to go back, but the magician beguiled him with pleasant stories and led him on in spite of himself. At last they came to two mountains divided by a narrow valley. "We will go no farther," said the false uncle. "I will show you something wonderful. Only do you gather up sticks while I'll kindle a fire." When it was lit, the magician threw onto it a powder he had about him, at the same time saying some magical words. The earth trembled a little and opened in front of them, disclosing a square flat stone with a brass ring in the middle of it to raise it by. Aladdin tried to run away, but the magician caught him and gave him a blow that knocked him down. "What have I done, uncle?" he said, whereupon the magician said more kindly, "Fear nothing, but obey me. Beneath this stone lies a treasure, which is to be yours, and no one else may touch it. So you must do exactly as I tell you." At the word treasure, Aladdin forgot his fears and grasped the ring as he was told, saying the names of his father and grandfather. The stone came up quite easily, and some steps appeared. "Go down," said the magician. "At the foot of those steps you will find an open door leading to 3 large halls. Tuck up your gown and go through them without touching anything, or you will die instantly. These halls lead into a garden of fine fruit trees. Walk on till you come to a niche in a terrace where stands a lighted lamp. Pour out the oil it contains and bring it to me." He drew a ring from his finger and gave it to Aladdin, bidding him prosper. Aladdin found everything as the magician had said, gathered some fruit of the trees, and having got the lamp, arrived at the mouth of the cave. The magician cried out in a great hurry, "Make haste and give me the lamp." This Aladdin refused to do until he was out of the cave. The magician flew into a terrible passion, and throwing some more powder on the fire, he said something, and the stone rolled back into its place. The magician left Persia forever, which plainly showed that he was no uncle of Aladdin's, but a cunning magician who had read in his magic books of a wonderful lamp which would make him the most powerful man in the world. Though he alone knew where to find it, he could only receive it from the hand of another. He had picked out the foolish Aladdin for this purpose, intending to get the lamp and kill him afterwards. For 2 days Aladdin remained in the dark, crying and lamenting. At last he clasped his hands in prayer, and doing so rubbed the ring, which the magician had forgotten to take from him. Immediately an enormous and frightful genie rose out of the earth, saying, "What wouldst thou with me? I am the slave of the ring, and will obey thee in all things." Aladdin fearlessly replied, "Deliver me from this place," whereupon the earth opened and he found himself outside. As soon as his eyes could bear the light, he went home, but fainted on the threshold. When he came to himself, he told his mother what had passed and showed her the lamp and the fruits he had gathered in the garden, which were in reality precious stones. He then asked for some food. "Alas, child," she said, "I have nothing in the house, but I have spun a little cotton, and I will go and sell it." Aladdin bade her keep the cotton, for he would sell the lamp instead, and it was very dirty. She began to rub it, that it might fetch a higher price. Instantly, a hideous genie appeared and asked what she would have. She fainted away, but Aladdin, snatching the lamp, said boldly, "Fetch me something to eat." The genie returned with a silver bowl, 12 silver plates containing rich meats, 2 silver cups, and 2 bottles of wine. Aladdin's mother, when she came to herself, said, "Whence comes the splendid feast?" "Ask not, petite," replied Aladdin. So they sat at breakfast till it was dinner time, and Aladdin told his mothers about the lamp. She begged him to sell it and have nothing to do with the devils of it. "No," said Aladdin, "since chance has made us aware of its virtues, we will use it and the ring likewise. which I will always wear on my finger." When they had eaten all the genie had brought, Aladdin sold one of the silver plates, and so on till none were left. He then had recourse to the genie, who gave him another set of plates, and thus they lived for many years. One day Aladdin heard an order from the Sultan proclaiming that everyone to stay at home and close his shutters while the princess's daughter went to and from the bath. Aladdin was seized by a desire to see her face, which was very difficult as she always went veiled. He hid behind the door of the bath and peeped in through a chink. The princess lifted her veil as she went in and looked so beautiful that Aladdin fell in love with her at first sight. He went home so changed that his mother was frightened. He told her he loved the princess so deeply that he could not live without her, and meant to ask her hand in marriage of her father. His mother, on hearing this, burst out laughing, but Aladdin at last prevailed upon her to go before the Sultan and carry his request. She fetched a napkin and laid it in the magic fruits from the enchanted garden, which sparkled and shone like the most beautiful jewels. She took these with her to please the Sultan and set out trusting in the lamp. The Grand Vizier and the lords of the council had just gone in as she entered the hall and placed herself in front of the Sultan. He, however, took no notice of her. She went every day for a week and stood in the same place. When the council broke up on the 6th day, the Sultan said to his vizier, "I see a certain woman in the audience chamber every day, carrying something in a napkin. Call her next time, that I may find out what she wants." Next day, at a sign from the vizier, she went up to the foot of the throne and remained kneeling till the Sultan said to her, "Rise, good woman, and tell me, what do you want?" She hesitated, so the Sultan sent away all but the vizier and bade her speak freely, promising to forgive her beforehand for anything she might say. She then told him of her son's violent love for the princess. "I prayed him to forget," she said, "but in vain. He threatened to do some desperate deed if I refused to go and ask your majesty for the hand of the princess. Now I pray you to forgive me, and not alone, but my son Aladdin." The Sultan asked her kindly what she had in the napkin, whereupon she unfolded the jewels and presented them. He was thunderstruck, and upon turning to the vizier said, "What sayest thou? Ought I not to bestow the princess on one who values her at such a price?" The vizier, who wanted her for his own son, begged the Sultan to withhold her for 3 months, in the course of which he hoped his son would contrive to make him a richer present. The Sultan granted this and told Aladdin's mother that though he consented to the marriage, she must not appear before him again for 3 months. Aladdin patiently waited for nearly 3 months, but after 2 had elapsed, his mother, going into the city to buy oil, found everyone rejoicing and asked what was going on. "Do you not know," was the answer, "that the son of the Grand Vizier is to marry the Sultan's daughter tonight?" Breathless, she rang and told Aladdin, who was overwhelmed at first, but presently bethought him of the lamp. He rubbed it, and the genie appeared, saying, "What is thy will?" Aladdin replied, "The Sultan, else thou knowest, has broken his promise to me, and the Vizier's son is to have the princess. My command is that tonight you bring me hither the bride and the bridegroom." "Master, I obey," said the genie. Aladdin then went to his chamber, where sure enough, at midnight, the genie transported the bed containing the Vizier's son and the princess. "Take this new married man," he said, "and put him aside outside in the cold, and return at daybreak." Whereupon the genie took the Vizier's son out of the bed, leaving Aladdin with the princess. "Fear nothing," Aladdin said to her. "You are my wife, promised to me by your unjust father, and no harm shall come to you." The princess was way too frightened to speak, and passed the most miserable night of her life, while Aladdin lay beside her and slept soundly. At the appointed hour, the genie fetched in the shivering bridegroom, laid him in his place, and transported the bed back to the palace. Presently the Sultan came to wish his daughter good morning. The unhappy Vizier's son jumped up and hid himself, while the princess would not say a word and was very sorrowful. The Sultan sent her mother to her, who said, "How comes it, child, that you will not speak to your father? What has happened?" The princess sighed deeply, and at last told her mother how during the night the bed had been carried into some strange house, and what had passed there. Her mother did not believe her in the least, but bade her rise and consider it an idle dream. The following night exactly the same thing happened, and next morning, on the princess refusing to speak, the Sultan threatened to cut off her head. She then confessed all, bidding him to ask the Vizier's son if it were not so. The Sultan told the Vizier to ask his son, who told the truth, adding that dearly he loved the princess. He had rather die than go through another such fearful night, and wished to be separated from her. His wish was granted, and there was an end to the feasting and the rejoicing. When the 3 months was over, Aladdin sent his mother to remind the Sultan of his promise. She stood in the same place as before, and the Sultan, who had forgotten Aladdin, at once remembered him and sent for her. On seeing her poverty, the Sultan felt less inclined than ever to keep his word, and asked the Vizier's advice, who counselled him to set so high a value on the princess that no man living could come up to it. The Sultan then turned to Aladdin's mother, saying, "Good woman, a Sultan must remember his promises, and I will remember mine. But your son must first send me 40 basins of gold carried by 40 people, splendidly dressed. Tell him that I await his answer." The mother of Aladdin bowed low and went home, thinking all was lost. She gave Aladdin the message, adding, "He may wait long enough for your answer." "Not so long, mother, as you think," her son replied. "I would do a great deal more than that for the princess." He summoned the genie, and in a few moments the 40 men arrived and filled up the small house and garden. Aladdin made them set out to the palace, 2 by 2, followed by his mother. They were so richly dressed, with such splendid jewels in their girdles, that everyone crowded to see them, and the basins of gold they carried on their heads. They entered the palace, and after kneeling before the Sultan, stood in a half circle around the throne with their arms crossed, while Aladdin's mother presented them to the Sultan. He hesitated no longer. "Good woman, return and tell your son that I wait for him open arms." She lost no time in telling Aladdin, bidding him make haste. But Aladdin first called the genie. "I want a scented bath," he said, "a richly embroidered habit, a horse surpassing the Sultan's, and 20 servants to attend me. Besides this, 6 servants beautifully dressed to wait on my mother, and lastly, 10,000 pieces of gold in 10 purses." No sooner said than done. Aladdin mounted his horse and passed through the streets, the slaves throwing gold as they went. Those who had played with him in his childhood knew him not. He had grown so handsome. When the Sultan saw him, he came down from his throne, embraced him, and led him into a hall where a feast was spread, intending him to marry to the princess that very day. But Aladdin refused, saying, "I must build a palace fit for her," and took his leave. Once home, he said to the genie, "Build me a palace of the finest marble, set with the most precious stones. In the middle, you should build me a large hall with a dome, its 4 walls consisting of silver and gold, each side having 6 windows, whose lattices, all except one, which is left to be unfinished, must be set with diamonds and rubies. There must be stables and horses, and grooms and servants. Go now and see about it." The palace was finished by next day, and the genie carried him there and showed him all his orders faithfully carried out, even to the laying of velvet carpet from Aladdin's palace to the Sultan's. Aladdin's mother then dressed herself carefully, walked to the palace with her servants, while he followed her on horseback. The Sultan sent musicians with trumpets and cymbals to meet them, so that the air resounded with music and cheers. She was taken to the princess, who saluted her and treated her with great honour. At night, the princess said goodbye to her father and set out on the carpet for Aladdin's palace, with his mother at her side and followed by the 100 servants. She was charmed at the sight of Aladdin, who ran to receive her. "Princess," he said, "blame your beauty for my boldness if I have displeased you." She told him that having seen him, she willingly obeyed her father in this matter. After the wedding had taken place, Aladdin led her into the hall where a feast was spread, and she ate with him, after which they danced till midnight. Next day, Aladdin invited the Sultan to see the palace. On entering the hall, with the windows with their rubies, diamonds and emeralds, he cried, "It's a world's wonder. There is only one thing that surprises me. Was it by accident that one window was left unfinished?" "No, sir, by design," returned Aladdin. "I wished your majesty to have the glory of finishing this palace." The Sultan was pleased and sent for the best jewellers in the city. He showed them the unfinished window and bade them fit it up like the others. "Sir," replied the spokesman, "we cannot find jewels enough." The Sultan had his own fetched, which they soon used, but to no purpose, for in a month's time the work was not half done. Aladdin, knowing that their task was in vain, bade them undo their work and carry the jewels back, and the genie finished the window at his command. The Sultan was surprised to receive his jewels again, and visited Aladdin, who showed him the window finished. The Sultan embraced him, and the envious vizier meanwhile hinting that it was the work of enchantment. Aladdin had won the hearts of the people by his gentle bearing. He was made captain of the Sultan's armies and won several battles for him, but remained modest and courteous as before, and lived thus in peace and content for several years. But far away in Africa, the magician remembered Aladdin, and by his magic arts discovered that Aladdin, instead of perishing miserably in the cave, had escaped and had married a princess, with whom he was living in great honour and wealth. He knew that the poor tailor's son could only have accomplished this by means of the lamp, and he travelled night and day till he reached the capital of China, bent on Aladdin's ruin. He passed through the town. He heard people talking everywhere about a marvellous palace. "Forgive my ignorance," he said. "What is this palace you speak of?" "Have you not heard of Prince Aladdin's palace?" was the reply. "The greatest wonder of the world. I will direct you if you have a mind to see it." The magician thanked him who spoke, and having seen the palace knew that it had been raised by the genie of the lamp, and became half mad with rage. He determined to get hold of the lamp and again plunge Aladdin into the deepest poverty. Unluckily, Aladdin had gone hunting for 8 days, which gave the magician plenty of time. He bought a dozen copper lamps, put them in a basket, and went to the palace crying, "New lamps for old," followed by a jeering crowd. The princess, sitting in the hall of the windows, sent a servant to find out what the noise was about, who came back laughing. So the princess scolded her. "Madam," replied the servant, "who can help laughing to see an old fool offering to exchange fine new lamps for old ones?" Another servant, hearing this, said, "There is an old one in the corner there, which he can have." Now this was the magic lamp which Aladdin had left there, as he could not take it out hunting with him. The princess, not knowing its value, laughingly bade the slave to take it and make the exchange. She went and said to the magician, "Give me a new lamp for this." He snatched it and bade the slave take her choice, and amid the jeers of the crowd, little he cared, but he left off crying his lamps and went out of the city gates to a lonely place, where he remained till nightfall. When he pulled out the lamp and rubbed it, the genie appeared, and at the magician's command carried him, together with the palace and the princess in it, to a lonely place in Africa. Next morning, the Sultan looked out of the window towards Aladdin's palace and rubbed his eyes, for it was gone. He sent for the vizier and asked what had become of the palace. The vizier looked out too and was lost in astonishment. He again put it down to enchantment, and this time the Sultan believed him and sent 30 men on horseback to fetch Aladdin in chains. They met him riding home, bound him, and forced him to go with them on foot. The people, however, who loved him followed armed to see what came to him, and that he received no harm. He was carried before the Sultan, who ordered the executioner to cut off his head. The executioner made him kneel down, bandaged his eyes, and raised the scimitar to strike. At that instant, the vizier, who saw the crowd, had forced their way into the courtyard and was scaling the walls to rescue Aladdin, called to the executioner to stay his hand. people looked so threatening that the Sultan gave way and ordered Aladdin to be unbound and pardoned him in the sight of the crowd. Aladdin now begged to know what had been done. "False wretch," said the Sultan, "come hither," and showed him from the window the place where his palace had stood. Aladdin was so amazed that he could not say a word. "Where is my palace and my daughter?" demanded the Sultan. "For the first, I am not so deeply concerned, but my daughter I must have, and you must find her or lose your head." Aladdin begged for 40 days in which to find her, promising if he failed to return and suffer the death of the Sultan's pleasure. His prayer was granted, and he went forth sadly from the Sultan's presence. For 3 days he wandered about like a madman, asking everyone what had become of the palace, but they only laughed and pitied him. He came to the banks of a river and knelt down to say his prayers before throwing himself in. Doing so, he rubbed the magic ring he still wore. The genie he had seen in the cave appeared and asked his will. "Save my life, genie," said Aladdin, "and bring my palace back." "This is not in my power," said the genie. "I am only the slave of the ring. You must ask the slave of the lamp." "Even so," said Aladdin. "Can't you take me to the palace and set me down under my dear wife's window?" He at once found himself in Africa, under the window of the princess, and fell asleep out of sheer weariness. He was awakened by the singing of the birds, and his heart was lighter. He saw plainly that all his misfortunes were owing to the loss of the lamp, and vainly wondered who had robbed him of it. That morning the princess rose earlier than she had done, since she had been carried into Africa by the magician, whose company she was forced to endure once a day. She, however, treated him so harshly that he dared not live there altogether. As she was dressing, one of her women looked out and saw Aladdin. The princess ran and opened the window, and at the noise she made, Aladdin looked up. She called to him to come to her, and great was the joy of these lovers at seeing each other again. After he kissed her, Aladdin said, "I beg you, princess, in God's name, before we speak of anything else, for your own sake and mine, tell me what has become of an old lamp I left in the corner of the hall, of the windows, when I went hunting." "Alas," she said, "I am the innocent cause of our sorrows." And she told him of the exchange of the lamp. "Now I know," cried Aladdin, "that we have to thank the African magician for this. Where is the lamp?" "He carries it with him," said the princess. "I know, for he pulled it out of his breast to show me. He wishes me to break my faith with you and marry him, saying that you were beheaded by my father's command. He is forever speaking ill of you, but I only reply by my tears. If I persist, I doubt not that he will use violence." Aladdin comforted her and left her for a while. He changed clothes with the first person he met in the town, and having bought a certain powder, returned to the princess, who let him in through a certain side door. "Put on your most beautiful dress," he said to her, and received the magician with smiles, leading him to believe that you have forgotten me. Invite him to sup with you, and say you wish to taste the wine of his country. He will go for some, and while he is gone, I will tell you what to do." She listened carefully to Aladdin, and when he left her, arrayed herself gaily for the first time since she left China. She put on a girdle and a headdress of diamonds, and seeing in a glass that she looked more beautiful than ever, received the magician, saying to his great amazement, "I have made up my mind that Aladdin is dead, and that all my tears will not bring him back to me, so I am resolved to mourn no more, and have therefore invited you to sup with me. But I am so tired of the wines of China. I would like to taste those of Africa." The magician flew to his cellar, and the princess put the powder Aladdin had given her in her cup. When he returned, she asked him to drink her health in the wine of Africa, handing him her cup in exchange for his, as a sign she was reconciled to him. Before drinking, the magician made her a speech in praise of her beauty, but the princess cut him short, saying, "Let me drink first, and you shall say what you will afterwards." She set her cup to her lips and kept it there, while the magician drained his to the dregs and fell back lifeless. The princess then opened the door to Aladdin and flung her arms around his neck, but Aladdin put her away, bidding her to leave him, as he had more to do. He went to the dead magician, took the lamp out of his vest, and bade the genie carry the palace and all of it back to China. This was done, and the princess in her chamber only felt 2 little shocks and little thought she was at home again. The Sultan, who was sitting in his closet mourning for the loss of his daughter, happened to look up and rubbed his eyes, for there stood the palace as before. He hastened thither, and Aladdin received him in the hall of the windows, with the princess at his side. Aladdin told him what had happened, and he showed him the dead body of the magician, and that he might believe. A 10-days feast was proclaimed, and it seemed if Aladdin might now live the rest of his life in peace. But it was not to be. The African magician had a younger brother, who was, if possible, more wicked and more cunning than himself. He travelled to China to avenge his brother's death, and went to visit a pious woman called Fatima, thinking she might be use of him. He entered her cell and clapped a dagger to her breast, telling her to rise and do his bidding on pain of death. He changed clothes with her, coloured his face like hers, and put on a veil, and murdered her, that she might tell no tales. Then he went towards the palace of Aladdin, and all the people thinking he was the holy woman. Everyone gathered around him, kissing his hands and begging his blessing. When he got to the palace, there was such a noise going round that the princess bade her servant look out of the window and ask what was the matter. The servant said it was the holy woman curing people by her touch of their ailments, whereupon the princess, who had long desired to see Fatima, sent for her. On coming to the princess, the magician offered up a prayer for her health and prosperity. When he had done, the princess made him sit by her and begged him to stay with her always. The false Fatima, who wished for nothing better, consented, but kept his veil down for fear of discovery. The princess showed him the hall and asked him what he thought of it. "It is truly beautiful," said the false Fatima. "In my mind, it wants but one thing." "And what is that?" said the princess. "If only a roc's egg," replied, "were hung from the middle of this dome, it would be the wonder of the world." After this, the princess could think of nothing but a roc's egg, and when Aladdin returned from hunting, he found her in very ill humour. He begged to know what was amiss, and she told him that all her pleasure in the hall was spoilt for the want of a roc's egg hanging from the dome. "Is that all?" replied Aladdin. "You shall soon be happy." He left her and rubbed the lamp. And when the genie appeared, commanding him to bring a roc's egg, the genie gave such a loud and terrible shriek that the hall shook. "Wretch," he cried, "is it not enough that I have done everything for you? But you must command me to bring my master and hang him up in the midst of this dome? You and your wife and your palace deserve to be burnt to ashes, but this request does not come from you, but from the brother of the African magician who you destroyed. He is now in your palace disguised as the holy woman, whom he murdered. He it was who put that wish into your wife's head. Take care of yourself, for he means to kill you." So saying, the genie disappeared. Aladdin went back to the princess, saying his head ached, and requested the holy Fatima should be fetched to lay her hands on it. But when the magician came near, Aladdin, seizing his dagger, pierced him in the heart. "What have you done?" cried the princess. "You have killed the holy woman." "Not so," replied Aladdin, "but a wicked magician," and told her of how she had been deceived. After this, Aladdin and his wife lived in peace. He succeeded the Sultan when he died and reigned for many years, leaving behind him a long line of kings.